structure. That's not bad either. If we need to break through the wall to escape in the future, we can find out which part is the weakest point. Qin Feng thought to himself. Qin Feng played for a while longer, but soon he started to feel dizzy. It seems that with my current abilities, I can't use this thing too often. Otherwise, one day my head will split open. Qin Feng thought to himself. System, how many points are needed to add 1 point to mental power? The initial mental strength value is 1, while the average person's initial mental strength is 0.1. Adding 1 point to mental strength requires 20,000 points. So many. Upon hearing the number 20,000, Qin Feng temporarily abandoned the idea. Even if he sold himself now, he couldn't afford to buy so many points. Afterwards, Qin Feng bought a damage reduction vest from the system shop. Once equipped, it would reduce the damage he received by 30%. Buy one for Ye 2. Qin Feng waved his hand and bought 2 items, spending 3,000 points in one go. Chapter 61, Ye Chen returns. The damage reduction vest purchased from the system store has a special feature: you can change its appearance according to your own preferences. Qin Feng simply turned it into a suit he wore every day. To outsiders, it was just an ordinary piece of clothing. Afterwards, Qin Feng spent another 1,000 points to buy 2 C4 bombs, which were extremely powerful and could easily destroy a building. Afterwards, Qin Feng added all the remaining points to his physique. Name, Qin Feng. Appearance, full marks. Physical fitness, 106 points, normal person has 5 points. Skills, anti-intelligence aura, martial arts master. Points, 150. Number of draws, 0. Backpack, 2 C4 bombs, 1 damage reduction vest. Equipped, damage reduction vest, reduces damage received by 30%. Mental strength, 1 point, normal person has 0.1. Special, mark of loyalty. Looking at the completely redesigned attribute panel, Qin Feng immediately felt happy. Then he called Ying over. Here, take these things. Qin Feng handed the damage reduction vest and 2 C4 bombs to Ying. Boss, what is this? She recognized C4 bombs, but she didn't know what the vest in front of her was. This is a damage reduction vest. Wearing it will reduce the damage the enemy inflicts on you. Is it really that amazing? Ying was somewhat surprised. Yes, and it can even change its shape according to your ideas. Upon hearing this, Ying immediately revealed a wicked smile, and then, to Qin Feng's astonishment, Ying transformed into a sexy beauty dressed in see-through clothing. Wow, that's amazing. It really has changed. Ying turned around, and her stunning figure almost made Qin Feng's nose bleed. I gave you this vest to protect you. Not so you could do all this weird stuff for me. Unfazed by Qin Feng's rebuke, Ying moved closer to him and lifted his chin with her hand. Boss. Instead of protecting me, why don't you pamper me? He. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could no longer contain himself and subsequently gave Ying a profound lesson. Feeling good now? Learned your lesson, huh? Qin Feng straightened his slightly crooked tie with a smile, while behind him stood a figure with a mournful expression. She hadn't expected Qin Feng to become so strong, to the point that even she was no match for him. That was satisfying, and I learned my lesson. I surrender. Ying lay flat on the bed, too exhausted to resist. Don't lie there, I still have a task for you. Qin Feng patted the shadow, and the latter reluctantly stood up. One of these 2 C4 bombs is in Zhao Li's house, and the other is in Ye Li's house. Qin Feng smiled wickedly. The C4 produced by the system could be controlled according to his will. He could detonate it at any time with just a thought. He wanted to give Ye Chen a surprise. The next day, at Shanghai Airport, after several days of travel, Ye Chen, King Kong, Tiger, and Night Owl finally returned to Shanghai. That's strange, I feel like something's off. As soon as Ye Chen and his group got off the plane, they noticed something was wrong. The huge Shanghai airport had suddenly become quiet, which was quite different from when he first came here. Just as Ye Chen was wondering, a familiar figure appeared in front of Ye Chen and his group. Young Master Yi. It's been a long time. Miss Ruyan asked me to give you some things. Shi Yuan smiled slightly, still fiddling with 2 USB drives in his hands. Shi Yuan? You're not dead. What? Have you abandoned the darkness and come to the light? Ye Chen looked at Shi Yuan in front of him and was somewhat surprised. As one of the 4 great warriors of the Lin Yuan society, Shi Yuan was the most loyal to Qin Feng. Ye Chen had tried to persuade him several times, but Shi Yuan had never surrendered to him. Could it be that after so many days, Shi Yuan has finally figured things out and abandoned darkness for light? Young Master Yi is right. I no longer need to pledge my loyalty to a dead man. Now, I've figured it out. Water flows downhill, and people strive for higher positions. I must look forward. Only by following young Master Yi can I have a future. Shi Yuan said respectfully. Excellent. You have such awareness. I'm very pleased. Ye Chen didn't think much of it. In his eyes, Shi Yuan was just a small fry. Even if he had any schemes or tricks, they wouldn't matter in the face of absolute strength. Boss, this airport is acting strangely, should we? Just as Night Owl was about to say something, Ye Chen interrupted him. There's no need for that. Shanghai is my territory. Didn't you hear what Shi Yuan said? He has the gift Ru Yan gave me. What does this mean? It means Ru Yan gave me a surprise. She must have done this too. Ye Chen was very confident. In his view, his career had reached a new level, and even Shi Yuan, who had previously been disloyal, had become his subordinate. What else was there to say? Now, he feels that he was really a clown before, actually being afraid because of a dream. However, since we're already here, it doesn't seem like a bad idea to go and see our women. Just consider it a vacation for yourself. Well, what you said makes sense. Upon hearing this, Night Owl didn't say anything more. Alright, I've received the items. Where's Ru Yan? Go tell her she can come out now. Ye Chen spoke. Young Master Yi, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Miss Ru Yan instructed me to make sure you read through all the contents of the USB drive before she tells you the surprise. Shi Yuan gave a meaningful smile, and Ye Chen smiled in response. So that's how it is. Ru Yan is getting more and more mischievous. She actually pulled this trick on me. Fine, fine. Since that's how it is, I'll grant her wish. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he took out his laptop and copied the contents of the USB drive over. The USB drive contained 2 videos. When Ye Chen opened the video, he saw a woman whose hands and feet were tied to a chair. The woman's figure looked familiar. Ye Chen felt like he had seen her somewhere before. Remember to take a clear picture, make sure to capture her expression clearly, understand? Also, remember to get a close-up of her expression. He. That voice, that woman, why do they all sound so familiar? Watching the video, Ye Chen felt a pang of heartache. Soon, he heard screams coming from the video, and at the same time, the person filming the video finally gave a close-up of the woman's face. It was a face filled with terror, disgust, yet an irrepressible pleasure. The contours of that face were none other than Feng Mei's. Chapter 62, Covering the Rear. Mei Mei, how could it be her? When Ye Chen saw this, he almost dropped what he was holding, and his steps became unsteady. Fortunately, he eventually regained his footing. Seeing Feng Mei's exposed body and hearing her joyful yet angry voice, Ye Chen's eyes widened in fury, his eye sockets almost bursting. Watching the video, Ye Chen felt as if he had a green meadow on his head. This is the first time in all these years that someone has sent him a video like this. He's always the one who cheats on others, and this is the first time someone has put a green hat on him. However, what happened next almost made him faint. After the other party finished, he twisted Feng Mei's neck and broke it. It seemed that she had lost her life. Only now did Ye Chen finally understand why he had dreamt of Feng Mei leaving. Recalling his encounter with this policewoman, Ye Chen felt his heart pound with fear. Feng Mei's every word, smile, and gesture began to echo in his ears. His heroic rescue of her and Feng Mei's help to her played out before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Puff! Ye Chen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. You bastard! What exactly did you show the boss? Night Owl rushed forward, grabbed Shi Yuan by the collar, and was about to punch him to death. Don't rush. The video isn't over yet, there's still a part to come. Aren't you curious? Hearing Shi Yuan say this, Night Owl temporarily put him down, then had King Kong keep an eye on him while he continued playing the rest of the video. However, as soon as the video started playing, Lu Ruyan's familiar voice rang out. This time, however, it was Lu Ruyan begging for mercy, along with that all-too-familiar voice. How could this be? It's actually Qin. As soon as Night Owl finished speaking, Ye Chen snatched the laptop away. Boss! Don't look! However, it was too late. Ye Chen had already seen it. The last thing he saw was Lu Ruyan being strangled and a smiling face. The owner of the smiling face was none other than Qin Feng. Looking at that familiar, teasing smile, and recalling the scene with Fan Mei just now, Ye Chen's rationality was instantly shattered, and in a split second, he smashed the computer on the ground. Qin Feng. Ye Chen gritted his teeth and uttered the name, as memories flooded back like a tidal wave. He vaguely remembered that he and Lu Ruyan had blown Qin Feng's head off together and then kicked him off the cliff. Falling from that height, even he would face certain death, so how could Qin Feng possibly survive? If he truly possessed such power, the Qin family would never have been so easily destroyed by him. Boss. Night Owl looked at the computer with a pang of heartache. It wasn't that she was heartbroken that the computer was broken, but rather that they would need to use it for many things when they returned to Shanghai. Shi Yuan. Tell me. What's going on in that video? Is this the surprise you were talking about? And Qin Feng. What's the deal with Qin Feng? Didn't I do it myself back then? Before Ye Chen could finish speaking, he suddenly noticed that several infrared beams had locked onto him in the distance. Get out of the way. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, several gunshots rang out. As the bullets grazed his ears, Ye Chen almost instinctively rolled to the side, his back slamming heavily against the corner of the wall, brick fragments falling onto his shoulders. Ah! King Kong couldn't dodge in time and was shot, leaving a bloody hole in his shoulder. Holy crap! Is this guy a monster? That's a sniper rifle. And all he left was a bloody hole. The Security Bureau's snipers were stunned. This King Kong was simply a monster, able to withstand a single sniper bullet without dying. After being shot, King Kong immediately grabbed a suitcase from the side and used it as a shield in front of himself. These are all made of special materials, making them not only lightweight but also bulletproof. Shi Yuan then took advantage of the chaos to escape. Holy crap, that was so exciting! I actually survived. Recalling what had just happened, Shi Yuan felt guilty. It was the first time he had faced Ye Chen and his generals so closely. Thinking of that monster who survived a sniper shot, he realized he was incredibly lucky to have survived. Thank goodness, I have the young master's protection. Shi Yuan met up with Wang Mang, and with Wang Mang by his side, he felt much safer. Captain Wang, you're really something. I was terrified just looking at that monster, and you actually wanted to fight it? I admire you. Shi Yuan joked. Everyone has different pursuits. I personally enjoy challenging strong individuals. Wang Mang spoke up. Boss, based on the shell casings, the other party is from the Security Bureau. Night Owl spoke. How could this be? Ye Chen found it hard to believe. However, thinking about it carefully, if even Qin Feng didn't die, what else is unbelievable? What happened while I was away? Ye Chen was extremely anxious, but he had no choice but to make a decision. Their firepower is quite strong. King Kong, you hold them off by yourself. We'll meet up at the usual spot later. Ye Chen made a painful decision. Upon hearing this, both Night Owl and Tiger were stunned. In this situation, Ye Chen actually chose to abandon King Kong? Judging from the gunfire, the enemy had at least 100 people, and so many sniper rifles. All they had were a few pistols and a few dozen bullets. How were they supposed to fight? When King Kong heard this, he was stunned. "No, buddy, there are hundreds of guns pointed at me, and I only have a small pistol. How am I supposed to hold them off?" If he had the previous equipment, King Kong would naturally not be afraid to take on this mission. Because Ye Chen was in a hurry to return to China, they did not bring all their weapons and equipment. According to the plan, these items will take at least another day or two to arrive. But who would have thought that something like this would happen? So, apart from some weapons for self-defense, they basically had nothing else on them. However, this was Ye Chen's order, and Jin Gang didn't say much. In the current situation, this was the best way to leave. "I understand, boss. Leave the rest to me." There was no fear in King Kong's eyes. "Good brother, wait for me to come back and save you." Ye Chen patted King Kong on the shoulder, then handed over his weapons and ammunition to King Kong. "Boss, don't worry. There's no way these people can catch me." King Kong laughed. Chapter 63, Making Choices. Ye Chen and the other two looked at King Kong with deep reluctance in their eyes, but there was no other way, it was a choice they had to make. "Let's retreat." As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, he grabbed Night Owl and left. The distant sniper shots still echoed, each one like a heavy hammer blow to their hearts. King Kong braced his suitcase against the door, the bullets hitting the special material with a dull thud, making his hands go numb. Nevertheless, he did not back down and firmly blocked the security bureau's advance. "Cease fire. I'll deal with this guy." Wang Meng rubbed his shoulders together. He had long wanted to communicate with Ye Chen's men, and now that he had this opportunity, he naturally didn't want to miss it. "Your name is Wang Meng, right? I remember you. You're from the security bureau." Jin Gang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and recognized Wang Meng. In other words, he and Wang Meng had some friction, but it eventually escalated into a fight. "Ah! It's me. I know you too. You're one of Ye Chen's men. A wanted criminal." Wang Meng sneered. "Heh, we didn't fight last time, but this time. Let me give you a good lesson." Ye Chen and his two companions fled, and Wang Meng's men did not give chase. They ran until they finally arrived at an internet cafe. After taking control of the internet cafe owner, Night Owl quickly began investigating what had happened during that time. You wouldn't believe it until you see it. Qin Feng has been resurrected during Ye Chen's absence. He not only wiped out the Lu family, but also killed Lu Ruyan and her entire family of 3. Not only that, the security bureau also made a major blunder. Fang Xiong committed suicide out of fear, and Fang Mei disappeared without a trace, leaving the father and daughter infamous in Shanghai for all eternity. Qin Feng not only regained all of the Qin family's assets, but also made the Qin family even stronger. Damn it! That Qin Feng! Ye Chen smashed the wall with a punch, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. The internet cafe owner standing nearby was already trembling with fear. What the hell was that? It punched through the wall. What kind of monster was that? Boss, Qin Feng's wedding with the Lin family is being held today at the Shanghai International Hotel. I understand. When the time comes, I will make Qin Feng pay the price. Ye Chen clenched his fist. On the other side, Wang Meng and Jin Gang at the airport also finally settled their score. Despite his defeat, King Kong was ultimately no match for Wang Meng and was captured alive. If I hadn't been injured, you wouldn't have been my match. King Kong was somewhat unconvinced. Why don't you say what if I hadn't been injured before? Wang Meng rolled his eyes at the other person. Cuff him and take him back to young Master Qin. At Wang Meng's command, the people present immediately handcuffed Jin Gang. To be on the safe side, Wang Meng also crippled Jin Gang's limbs, rendering him unable to move. He got a good fight this time. Fang Xiong had been telling him not to lay a hand on Ye Chen and the others, but now the situation was different. In contrast to the fierce fighting here, the scene at the Shanghai International Hotel is one of celebration. Today is Qin Feng and Lin Qingqing's wedding. All the powerful and influential people in Shanghai have come, including the top leader, who has put aside his work to come and congratulate Qin Feng. Under the crystal chandelier, Zhou Ming, the top official of Shanghai, chatted with Qin Feng with a smile on his face. Young Master Qin. Let me introduce you. This is a very important person from the capital. Zhou Ming turned around, and a man in a dark gray suit with a reserved demeanor was walking slowly towards him. The Patek Philippe on his wrist was understated yet exuded nobility. Let me introduce you, this is young Master Lu from the capital. Zhou Ming explained. So it's young Master Lu. I've heard so much about you. Qin Feng had heard of the Lu family before, and his family had also had some business dealings with them in the past. Young Master Qin. I've heard so much about you. In Shanghai today, who doesn't know your illustrious name, young Master Qin? My father has also heard about your deeds. He specially sent me to talk to you. Lu Zisher laughed. You two talk, I won't disturb you. Seeing this, Zhou Ming wisely left. Young Master Lu, I, Qin Feng, don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. May I ask what brings you all the way to Shanghai to see me? Upon hearing this, Lu Zisher was taken aback, then smiled. Young Master Qin is indeed different from others. I like your straightforward personality. To be honest, the reason I came to Shanghai this time was to discuss a collaboration with the Lu family. Now that the Lu family has become the Qin family, there's no need for me to hide it anymore. Lu Zisher revealed his purpose. It turns out that Lu Ruyan had previously discussed a collaboration with the Lu family on a beauty product. The project was already finalized and the cooperation agreement was about to be signed when the Lu family suddenly disappeared. This deal was hard won by Lu Zisher, and now is a crucial time for the Lu family. He doesn't want anyone to seize any opportunity because of it. Oh, so that's what it was about. Qin Feng had heard a little about this. Yes, I wonder what you think, young Master Qin. Lu Zisher was a little nervous. Qin Feng and him were not on the same level at all. Just by standing there, he felt a great sense of pressure. They were about the same age, so how could the difference be so big? Well. Qin Feng swirled his wineglass, seemingly lost in thought. The more he did this, the more nervous Lu Zisher became. Young Master Qin, as long as you agree to cooperate with me, our Lu family is willing to give up 10% of our profits. Lu Zisher spoke up. However, Qin Feng remained unmoved. Then 2 floors. Lu Zisher spoke again. Qin Feng didn't say much, and even closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Lu Zisher decided to go all out. 3 floors. 3 floors. This is my biggest concession. After Lu Zisher finished speaking, he looked nervous. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately smiled. Ha 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 ha. What are you saying, young Master Lu? We're already on a 50-50 split. If you give me another 30%, how will you make a profit? Alright, let's forget about the profits. I don't care about that little bit of money anyway. I just hope that you'll promote me, Qin Feng, more in Beijing in the future. How about I give you a cut of the profit? Qin Feng smiled. Upon hearing this, Lu Zisher was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Qin Feng saw Lu Zisher off. His purpose in doing this was simple, to make the Qin family and his own reputation known in the capital. No matter how strong the Qin family is now, it is ultimately limited to Shanghai. Compared with those truly top-tier families, it is still far behind. Only by establishing himself in the capital could he truly bring glory to the Qin family. This was a decision he had made long ago after his rebirth. Chapter 64, The Wedding Banquet. As long as Lu Zisher can effectively promote the Qin family, it won't be difficult for him to break into the Beijing social circle. On the other side, Lin Qingqing was wearing a pure white wedding dress, and Lin Yanran was doing her final makeup. It was Lin Qingqing's first time getting married, and she had no experience. She seemed particularly nervous at that moment. Having little experience to begin with, and having only known Qin Feng for a short time, Lin Qingqing was extremely nervous under this double pressure. Third sister, don't be nervous. What's there to be nervous about when you're marrying young Master Qin? Besides, you two talked yesterday, so you should be familiar with each other by now. Lin Yanran comforted her. Are you familiar with it now? Lin Qingqing felt a little shy. What Lin Yanran said didn't seem to be wrong. She did have a closer encounter with Qin Feng yesterday. Not long after, Lin Qingqing finished her makeup and, led by Lin Yanran, appeared before the guests. Is that Miss Lin? She's so beautiful. Miss Lin and young Master Qin are such a perfect match. I really envy them. The guests present all looked on with envy, which made Lin Qingqing feel flattered. This was the first time in her life she had received so much attention in public. Moreover, everyone present was a celebrity and a powerful figure in Shanghai, which affected her mindset. Third sister, be confident. Young Master Qin is waiting for you. Don't embarrass him. Lin Yanran patted Lin Qingqing on the back, and with Lin Qingqing's encouragement, Lin Qingqing immediately became more confident. Especially the sentence, "Don't embarrass young Master Qin," made Lin Qingqing more determined. Lin Yanran is right. She can lose face, but she absolutely cannot lose face for Qin Feng. In Lin Qingqing's mind, Qin Feng's reputation was far more important than her own. Lin Qingqing walked confidently and gracefully through the crowd, receiving everyone's blessings. After weaving through the noisy crowd, she finally saw her only goal for this trip. Qin Feng. Lin Qingqing was excited when she saw Qin Feng and ran over to him. However, she was in such a hurry that she almost fell. Fortunately, Qin Feng reacted quickly and helped Lin Qingqing up. Be careful. Don't be in such a hurry. Qin Feng smiled. Lin Qingqing blushed. She had already resolved not to embarrass Qin Feng, but things still went wrong. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lin Qingqing was somewhat sad. It's all right, no one's blaming you. Look around, who would dare to say anything to you? Lin Qingqing nervously glanced around and found that Qin Feng was right, no one was blaming her. Young Master Qin, you're so lucky to have a wife like that. Look at her, she practically runs to see you. You're going to be very fortunate. Yes. Young Master Qin, we all envy you so much for having a wife who cares about you so much. Although Lin Qingqing's words were somewhat amusing, everyone knew the truth but didn't say anything, instead continuing to praise her. This surprised Lin Qingqing, as it was the first time she had experienced something like this. If this were in the old Lin family, she would inevitably be blamed by everyone for making a mistake. She glanced at the expressions of the Lin family members. They didn't seem to blame her, but rather looked worried. All right, let's go toast everyone. Qin Feng naturally took Lin Qingqing's hand, and the warmth of his palm seeped through her white gauze gloves, instantly calming her somewhat flustered heart. Qin Feng gently squeezed the back of her hand with his fingertips and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Just follow me, don't be nervous." Lin Qingqing nodded shyly. Qin Feng's words of comfort immediately dispelled her nervousness. Young Master Qin. I'm entrusting Qingqing to your care from now on. Lin Yu raised his glass and stood up. Qin Feng smiled and agreed, raising his glass to clink with Lin's father's. When Lin Qingqing's mother saw Qin Feng coming over, she quickly got up as well. Qingqing, from now on you must listen to young Master Qin more, understand? Do whatever young Master Qin tells you to do. Lin's mother repeatedly gave her instructions. I understand, Mom. Lin Qingqing had never been so valued by her parents in her entire life, which made her feel a different kind of joy. Just as Qin Feng was about to move on to the next table with Lin Qingqing, he suddenly received a message from Wang Meng. Qingqing, I'm going to take this call. Wait for me here. After leaving those words, Qin Feng departed. Young Master Qin, Ye Chen is back. Just now, I led my men and fought against them. Upon hearing the name Ye Chen, Qin Feng's hands trembled slightly. After so many days of waiting, Ye Chen had finally returned. What's the situation now? Where's Ye Chen? Qin Feng replied. They left King Kong behind to hold us off, and the rest of them all ran away. There were only 3 of them, all of them were Ye Chen's 4 great generals. I've captured King Kong alive. What are you going to do with him? Wang Mang asked. Just kill them. Qin Feng said coldly. Should we just kill him? But I feel that keeping someone like King Kong alive is more valuable than killing him outright. Wang Mang didn't have a system and didn't understand the significance of killing King Kong. In his view, as long as King Kong was alive, Ye Chen would naturally not dare to act rashly. When necessary, it can even be used as a shield. His idea was not wrong. This approach is indeed sound for dealing with ordinary people. However, Wang Meng's opponent is Ye Chen, an unreasonable protagonist destined for greatness, and also a seasoned lecherous rogue. In the face of such a person, there is no such thing as brotherhood. All male characters would be willing to give their lives for him. Ye Chen only cares about his woman. Unless Wang Meng captures Night Owl, no one else poses any threat to him. Because of the protagonist's halo, they wouldn't think about asking Ye Chen to save them, they would only fearlessly face death. Captain Wang. You don't understand. Killing him is the greatest value to me. Do as I say. Qin Feng spoke up. I understand, young Master Qin. Since Qin Feng had already said so, Wang Meng naturally didn't say anything more. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Qin Feng added. What's up? Just as Wang Meng was about to hang up, he heard Qin Feng say this and immediately continued to listen attentively. When you kill him, remember to do it cleanly. I mean, don't leave a single trace. That's the safest way. I'm the best example of that. Do you understand? Qin Feng spoke up. Chapter 65, King Kong is dead. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng was immediately filled with respect. Qin Feng's thinking was indeed thorough, and he even used himself as an example to remind himself. If Qin Feng hadn't given him these instructions, he probably would have just shot King Kong in the head and called it a day. I understand, young Master Qin. Wang Meng nodded solemnly, then had his men bring over several buckets of gasoline. You opportunistic scoundrel. If you've got the guts, wait until I'm fully recovered and equipped. Then we'll have another fight. King Kong was still shouting, he was very unconvinced. In his opinion, if he were in his prime, he would have slapped everyone here to death. Hehehe. Sorry bro, you don't have that chance. My boss said he's going to take you down. Wang Meng burst into laughter. Kill me? Ha! Go ahead and kill me if you dare. The boss will avenge me. King Kong said confidently. He was confident that the other party would not kill him, because in his view, he was more valuable as long as he was alive than as long as he was killed. Most importantly, if he were alive, Ye Chen might not have been so enraged and would have had some reservations. If I die, won't Ye Chen go berserk? At that time, who in the entire Shanghai could stop him? Therefore, Jin Gang believed that these were all lies that Wang Meng had deliberately fabricated to scare him. However, when buckets of gasoline were poured over his head and body, he panicked a little. After so many years of fighting, there was no way he couldn't smell what Wang Meng had poured on him. Coupled with Wang Meng's action of wiping his gun just now, he immediately had a bad feeling. No, what are you going to do? You don't really want to kill me, do you? King Kong was a little confused. Why was this person acting so unpredictably? He was completely different from what he had imagined. You think I'm joking with you? You idiot. After Wang Meng finished speaking, he didn't give Jin Gang a chance to say anything more and shot him in the temple. King Kong opened his mouth wide, as if to say something, but his body remained at that stage. Attention! Guns! Aim! Fire! Wang Meng acted swiftly, ordering his men to focus fire on Vajra and mercilessly whip the corpse. With that burst of bullets, King Kong's body suddenly gained several kilograms of bullets. Ha ha ha! That feels great! Is this what it feels like to desecrate a corpse? Wang Meng felt a strange sense of pleasure. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it just felt good. Ye Chen, who was hiding in the shadows, was furious when he saw this scene. How dare Wang Meng do this? Outrageous! Absolutely outrageous! They killed King Kong, and then they even whipped his corpse. I can't take it anymore, boss. Let me fight them. Even if I die, I'll kill them. The tiger was furious. Despite his previous apparent animosity towards King Kong, their bond was one of life-or-death cooperation. Calm down. We can talk about revenge later. Wang Meng is still just a nobody. The real big fish is Qin Feng. Once Qin Feng dies, this group will be nothing but a bunch of loose sand. There's nothing to be afraid of. Although Ye Chen was furious, he ultimately held back for the sake of the bigger picture. Grass. After hearing this, the tiger could only smash the wall in front of it with a single punch in a fit of impotent rage. Watching King Kong's body being cremated in the distance, Ye Chen and his two companions vowed that they would kill him in the most cruel way possible. Xiaoya, investigate if there are any underground trading places around here. We need to get some weapons. Now that Scarface, who was in charge of reconnaissance, is dead, Ye Chen can only use Night Owl, who still has reconnaissance capabilities. I understand, boss. Hearing this, Night Owl was actually a little unhappy. If Ye Chen hadn't been so emotional and smashed her computer, she could have easily handled this small matter with just a little effort. I'm sorry, Xiaoya, I acted impulsively just now. I shouldn't have smashed your computer. If you had a computer, doing this would be much easier. Ye Chen showed a frustrated expression, which Night Owl saw and immediately felt pity for him. There was nothing she could do, the protagonist of Destiny was just that unreasonable, and Night Owl was his devoted follower. With Ye Chen's crying, tantrums, and threats of suicide, she immediately softened. Boss, don't blame yourself. I know you didn't mean it. If I were you, I would be angry too after seeing something like that. I can understand your actions. I am very generous, said the owl. Yes, boss, I understand you. If it were me, I probably would have rushed over to fight Qin Feng to the death. The tiger also spoke. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful that you understand me. Ye Chen said, moved. Boss. Wait for me to come back. I'll finish the mission soon. After finishing speaking, Night Owl gave Ye Chen a deep look, left a mark on his face, and then left shyly. The atmosphere at the scene became more lively because of this little incident, and Tiger also showed a look of amused curiosity. He already knew that Night Owl and Ye Chen had a very ambiguous relationship, but neither of them had brought it up. I'll wait for you to come back. Ye Chen smiled. On the other side, after watching Jin Gang's body burn to ashes, Wang Meng had someone bring out a bucket of water and wash away the ashes. Then, they sent people to clean up all the traces at the scene. With all this done, it seemed as if there was no trace of King Kong left in the world. Done. We're done. Wang Meng recorded all of this and then sent it to Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng gave Wang Meng a thumbs up. This Wang Meng is really efficient. And he didn't even do a perfect job. Ding. The host has successfully broken Ye Chen's defenses, indirectly suppressing him. Reward, 1,000 points. Ding. Host has successfully killed King Kong. Ye Chen has lost a capable lieutenant. Reward, 2,000 points. With this move, Qin Feng earned another 3,000 points, which was incredibly satisfying. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some announcement to make. Due to some special reasons, today's wedding banquet will now come to an end. Thank you all so much for your support, and I'm very sorry, but due to some special reasons, I have to take a break. I will bring gifts and visit each of you one by one to apologize another day. Upon hearing this, everyone present showed expressions of surprise, but they didn't say anything more. Only the Lin family and Qin Feng's subordinates knew that the reason Qin Feng said that was most likely because that man had already returned. Chapter 66, Ye Chen arrives. Qin Feng, what happened? Lin Qingqing watched the departing guests, wondering what had happened. She thought she had done something wrong. Did I do something wrong? Lin Qingqing lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, looking remorseful. It's none of your business. I have some urgent business to attend to. You should go with her and find a safe place. Qin Feng gestured for Ring to take Lin Qingqing to a safe place. Okay, honey, I'll wait for you to come back. Seeing this, Lin Qingqing mustered her courage, kissed Qin Feng on the cheek, and then ran away shyly. This woman has become much more proactive. Qin Feng thought to himself. With the guests gone, Qin Feng had laid a trap, waiting for Ye Chen to walk right into it. On the other side, after robbing an underground exchange, Ye Chen also took a lot of weapons and equipment and prepared to settle accounts with Ye Chen. This junk isn't even as good as one of my old pieces of equipment. The tiger looked at the weapons and equipment in its hands with disdain. They were all submachine guns and pistols. Come on, we're lucky to even have a gun. The gun control here is extremely strict. Night Owl spoke. Ye Chen sat down on the ground. Beside him were more than a dozen corpses, all of whom he had just killed. Having experienced the tragic death of his brother and the departure of his lover, Ye Chen could only vent his anger on these thugs. Anyway, they have a lot of lives on their hands, so Ye Chen can torture them without any psychological burden. Of course, the loss of his lover and the tragic death of his brother were not the most important things to him. Most importantly, he was cheated on. As a man, he can accept the death of his woman, but he can't accept being cheated on. This is his bottom line, a bottom line he can never cross in his entire life. He's the one who cheats on others, not the other way around. Qin Feng. I will make you pay the price. Ye Chen made up his mind. Are you all ready? Ye Chen spoke. Ready. Night Owl and Tiger spoke in unison, their anger equally intense. King Kong and Scarface were comrades who had fought alongside them for many years, and now they were witnessing King Kong's tragic death and Scarface's demise at Qin Feng's hands. At this moment, they were also extremely angry. Let's go. Ye Chen waved his hand, leaving behind a handsome silhouette, and departed with a flourish. At this very moment, at the Shanghai International Hotel, all of the Lin family's security forces, as well as the Qin family's subordinates, were on high alert. Brother, why are you so nervous? There are so many of us. No matter how strong Ye Chen is, he's only 3 people. We have at least several hundred guns here. Are you afraid of him? The speaker was old Zhou, the captain of the Lin family's security team. He patted the shoulder of the young bodyguard next to him, a disdainful smile on his lips. The shotgun in his hand was casually leaning against the corner of the wall, the butt of the gun tapping softly on the marble floor. In his opinion, Qin Feng was making a mountain out of a molehill. No matter how powerful Ye Chen was, did he have 3 heads and 6 arms? With so many people, if each of them spat at you, you could drown him. I don't know what's so scary about that. Old Zhou. You have no idea how powerful that Ye Chen is. The young bodyguard is still shocked when he recalls the scene. It was a place that will leave him with a lifelong psychological scar. He was a subordinate of the Qin family and had the honor of fighting Ye Chen before. That guy was simply a monster. The bullets seemed to have no effect on him. No matter how they fired, they couldn't hit Ye Chen. Every time Ye Chen fired a shot, one of them would fall. He was lucky because his heart is on the right side, which is why he only suffered serious injuries and survived. However, despite his fear, he rushed over as soon as he heard that Qin Feng was still alive. The Qin family had been kind to him, and from the moment he joined the Qin family, he felt an unparalleled sense of pride. First of all, he has a very high salary in the Qin family, which is enough for him to marry a beautiful wife and buy a car and a house. Secondly, after joining the Qin family, one's status changes. Even a dog in the Qin family is considered superior. Therefore, he was very grateful to the Qin family, and when he learned that the Qin family had risen again, he immediately joined them. Of course, he had another purpose in returning, to avenge the brothers who died in the previous siege of Ye Chen. Is he really that powerful? If that's the case, is this Ye Chen some kind of deity? Old Zhou was also incredulous after hearing this. If that's the case, then Ye Chen must be a Superman. He had never fought Ye Chen and didn't know how terrifying Ye Chen was. In his memory, the most powerful person was his squad leader when he was in the army. His squad leader could take down 7 or 8 ordinary people with his bare hands, which he considered superhuman. And that Ye Chen, how come he's like a god? In short, it's always better to be cautious. You can't go wrong with that. The young bodyguard patted old Joe on the shoulder, but the latter did not respond. When the young bodyguard looked closely, he realized that old Joe's eyes were wide open, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and a dagger had been inserted into his throat at some point. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! With a roar from the young bodyguard, the people around him immediately opened fire wildly in their surroundings. Old Joe, I'm sorry. The young bodyguard's first reaction was to use old Joe's corpse as a shield. Boss, a fight has broken out downstairs. Do you need me to intervene? After taking Lin Xingqing to a safe place, Ying returned to Qin Feng's side. It's not your turn to appear yet. Qin Feng smiled. He set up 3 challenges for Ye Chen here, only by defeating the 3rd challenge could he pass the level. And at the key point of the 3rd challenge, there is a gift that Qin Feng has carefully prepared for him. Gunshots rang out like thunder in the hotel lobby, bullets grazing the marble floor and sparks flying. Because the attack happened so suddenly, the people guarding the area downstairs were basically firing indiscriminately. Don't worry about whether you can hit the target or not, just fire first. The point is to suppress the enemy with firepower. Cease fire. After fighting for a while, there was still no follow-up, and everyone was a little puzzled. I'll go check it out. One fearless individual picked up his gun and walked out. Just as he reached the door, he heard a whooshing sound. Suddenly, an SUV appeared out of nowhere and crashed into him like a bulldozer. Ah! The man let out a scream and instinctively pulled the trigger with his index finger. In an instant, gunfire erupted again at the entrance of the Shanghai International Hotel. Chapter 67, Let's play a game. Damn it! Stop shooting! You're shooting your own people. Someone shouted. But the man had already lost consciousness, and he wouldn't stop firing until he ran out of bullets. Fortunately, a sharpshooter shot out the man's index finger, which brought the situation to a halt. The SUV rolled smoothly all the way to the hotel entrance and stopped. Everyone was somewhat in awe and dared not approach. It turned out that not getting close was the right thing to do, because not long after the SUV stopped. The car! There's something wrong with that car. Before he finished speaking, a beeping countdown sound came from inside the SUV, and everyone present immediately scattered. The massive explosion instantly engulfed the hotel entrance. The scorching blast wave, like an invisible giant hand, sent the bodyguards in the front row flying. Shattered car parts mixed with shrapnel flew everywhere, a deep crater was blasted into the marble floor, and thick smoke billowed upwards, obscuring the lights from the entire ceiling. Cough, cough, that bastard. The young bodyguard lay prone behind the broken wall, coughing up blood and wiping the dust from his face. If he hadn't reacted quickly and hid behind a pillar, he would have been torn to pieces by now. He looked up into the smoke and saw Ye Chen and his 2 companions unharmed, walking step by step through the mess on the ground. Night Owl's light machine gun was already aimed in his direction. My hotel. My doorway. The hotel owner was heartbroken when he saw this scene. It was all he had worked so hard to build up. It's all destroyed. It's all destroyed. The hotel owner was practically in tears. He was so used to Qin Feng holding his wedding here today that he was completely numb to it all. The popularity and traffic that Qin Feng brought were unmatched by others. He had finally made a name for himself, but Ye Chen destroyed it all. Now, he wished he could rip Ye Chen's skull off. Boss, I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry, the main reason for this is still my fault. It's all my fault for causing you trouble. How about this, my Qin family will buy this hotel for 2 billion. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the hotel owner immediately shook off the gloom and returned to his true self. Young Master Qin. That's enough. But my hotel isn't worth 2 billion, it's only 15 billion. You've given me too much. You're quite honest. A mere 500 million, I don't care, consider it a reward from me. Qin Feng smiled. Thank you so much, young Master Qin. Thank you so much, young Master Qin. Upon hearing this, the hotel owner scurried away. On the other side, after Ye Chen and his 2 companions stormed into the first floor of the hotel, they found it unusually quiet. Something's not right, something's extremely wrong. Ye Chen looked around warily. They had just made such a commotion, but when they arrived here, there was no reaction at all? What was going on? Wasn't Qin Feng supposed to be having his wedding here? Why are all the guests nowhere to be seen? Could it be that the intelligence was wrong, and Qin Feng wasn't here at all? Had they been deceived? Just as they were wondering, a voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. Qin Feng was holding a megaphone and was speaking to Ye Chen through the loudspeaker. Hehehe. Ye Chen. Long time no see. I've missed you so much these past few days. Qin Feng's voice came through the loudspeaker, and upon hearing that familiar voice, Ye Chen's eyes widened in anger. Qin. Maple. Ye Chen gritted his teeth so hard that his lips were about to bleed. He couldn't be mistaken for Qin Feng's voice. Although he had expected it, he still couldn't control himself when Qin Feng's voice came to his ears. How did Qin Feng survive when he had personally killed him and even kicked him off a cliff? That's right. It's me. Your dear Qin Feng. As Qin Feng finished speaking, his image appeared on the large screen in the center of the hotel. Long time no see. Qin Feng sat upright in the middle, with his left and right protectors, Ying and Shi Yuan, beside him. At the very back, Wang Ming's figure was also clearly visible. Qin Feng. You killed Ru Yan and Feng Mei. I will definitely kill you. Ye Chen pointed at Qin Feng and said. Not only that, Feng Mei was he couldn't even imagine what kind of pain Feng Mei went through before she died. And then there's Lu Ruyan. Before she died, she struggled desperately, almost creating a hole in the ground, but Qin Feng still wouldn't let her go. Ha, is your heart only for your woman? Your men, Scarface and King Kong, I've taken them all. So all you're thinking about is getting revenge for your two women? That's ridiculous. Hey, the beautiful lady and the handsome guy next to you, your boss doesn't seem to value your camaraderie much. Qin Feng smiled. Upon hearing this, both Tiger and Night Owl glanced at Ye Chen, especially Tiger. Noticing the other person's gaze, Ye Chen felt embarrassed. How could he have made such a fatal mistake? He's trying to sow discord. Besides, I haven't forgotten Scarface and King Kong's grudge. After Ye Chen's explanation, the tiger finally turned its head away. Qin Feng. All the things you've done are for the purpose of taking revenge on us. Now that we're here, and right in front of you, why are you hiding in the back like a coward? If you're so capable, come down and face us head on. Night Owl spoke. You idiot. If you can gang up on someone, why bother with a one-on-one fight? Qin Feng rolled his eyes at the other person. Alright, enough of this nonsense. I know you're not happy with me either, so I'll give you a chance to kill me. This hotel has 9 floors, and I've set up challenges on each floor. Ye Chen, if you can fight your way up from the 9th floor, then you'll see the surprise I've prepared for you. Hehehe. Qin Feng gave a sinister smile that sent chills down everyone's spine. Seeing Qin Feng's state, Ye Chen immediately had a bad feeling. Qin Feng. Stop playing tricks on me. The 9th floor is nothing, I'm coming up to you right now. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he prepared to climb up directly from the outside. With his climbing ability, going up to the 9th floor would be a piece of cake. Hehehe, no way. Brother Ye Chen. You have to follow my game rules, otherwise, something bad might happen. Qin Feng smiled mysteriously. Playing tricks. Why should I, Ye Chen, abide by your rules? Are you kidding me? Ye Chen scoffed. If that's the case, then take a look at this thing, and you'll understand why, won't you? After he finished speaking, the screen switched to a different view, and the scene that appeared immediately shocked Ye Chen. Chapter 68, The Quarrel. On the big screen, 2 familiar figures suddenly appeared in front of Ye Chen. Ye Chen was very familiar with those 2 figures. One was the woman he had longed for 5 years and had been searching for but could not find after returning to the country. There is also his mother, who gave birth to him and raised him. These 2 people can be said to be the 2 most important women in Ye Chen's life. Upon seeing these two people appear, Ye Chen couldn't help but tremble. Night Owl was shocked to see this. She had never seen Ye Chen show such an expression since he became the master of the Temple of War. Who are these two women? Who could make the usually fearless Ye Chen show a look of fear? How was it, Ye Chen? Was the surprise I prepared for you pretty good? One is your lover from 5 years ago, and the other is your mother who raised you with great difficulty. These two women are arguably the two most important women in your life, aren't they? Now that they're in my hands, tell me, are you going to abide by my rules? Qin Feng fiddled with the keychain in his hand, looking completely relaxed and content. Hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Night Owl understood. It turned out that one of the two women was Ye Chen's mother, and the other was his ex-girlfriend. Not only that, Night Owl also noticed that Zhao was holding a little girl in her arms and was feeding her at that moment. So, in that case, that child is. Night Owl was a little taken aback. Did Ye Chen have too many women? She already had a hard time accepting Lu Ruyan and Feng Mei, and now this ex-girlfriend has appeared out of nowhere, and they even have a child together. Having an ex is understandable, but having a child, that's something Night Owl still finds a little hard to accept. After all, the child is Ye Chen's own flesh and blood, and no matter what, he will always be associated with Ye Chen. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Ye Chen never told her any of these things. Miss Xiaoye, judging from your surprised expression, did Ye Chen never tell you about this? What a pity. I thought he would tell you this after you've been by his side for so long. Poor child. Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly. After hearing these words, Night Owl felt a little uncomfortable. Yes, Ye Chen never told her that she had also been with him for a long time. For the past 5 years, he had been by Ye Chen's side, and his father treated him like his own son. However, Ye Chen had never told her such an important thing. This really hurt her deeply. Tiger, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore either. He thought to himself that Ye Chen's actions seemed a bit too despicable. Although he had never been in a relationship, he knew that this kind of behavior was wrong. Ding! The host has used a treacherous scheme to incite Night Owl and Tiger to become dissatisfied with Ye Chen. Reward, 1,500 points. Hehehe, not bad, another 1,500 points. This is much more satisfying than killing people. Qin Feng smiled inwardly. This protagonist of destiny is really quick to fleece. It was fast and exhilarating. I wonder how much villain points Ye Chen will give me after I complete my plan. Ye Chen once made him experience the greatest pain in the world, watching his loved ones die in front of him while he was powerless to stop it. Now, Qin Feng is going to repay these things 100-fold. At this moment, Ye Chen was still excited. He never expected that Zhao would actually give birth to his child. He was 100% certain that the little girl Zhao was holding was definitely his own flesh and blood. Not only did the two men resemble each other in their features, but Ye Chen also felt a sense of familiarity when he saw them. All of this proves that the child in Zhao's arms is definitely her own flesh and blood. Moreover, the timing and content also match. I'm a father. In an instant, feelings of guilt and excitement emanated from Ye Chen. He felt guilty for not fulfilling his responsibilities as a father, and excited because he had offspring. However, the bad news is that his descendants and his lover are in Qin Feng's hands. Just as Ye Chen was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him from the side. Only then did he realize that Night Owl and Tiger were looking at him. Especially Night Owl, with that mournful look in his eyes. Anyone who didn't know better would think Ye Chen owed him hundreds of millions. Xiaoye, please let me explain. I really didn't know I had a child. Ye Chen quickly explained. I can understand if you didn't know you had a child, but you didn't even know you had an ex-girlfriend. The child may not know, but you must know this woman, right? Your woman, don't you remember her? You've never told me any of these things. Have you ever considered me family? Night Owl was very angry, though she couldn't explain why she was angry. She was just extremely angry. Perhaps she felt that Ye Chen did not trust her. After all, Ye Chen had never told her about something so important, so she had reason to suspect that Ye Chen was deliberately keeping it from her. So, she was very angry. Because she liked Ye Chen and had already considered him her man. As two people in love, they should tell each other everything without reservation. But Ye Chen was actually hiding something from me. It's one thing to keep it from yourself, as long as Night Owl never finds out in this lifetime, she won't say anything. Unfortunately, Night Owl found out, and with Qin Feng's instigation, Night Owl immediately lost his temper. No, Xiao Ye. I didn't mean it. I really. Ye Chen didn't know how to explain himself. After all, he was in the wrong first, and no matter what, he was in the wrong. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Qin Feng revealed a smug smile. In the original storyline, Night Owl was also very sensitive about this matter, but at that time, because Ye Chen had too many women, she had gradually gotten used to it. Moreover, at that time, her relationship with Ye Chen was already practically locked up, so she didn't think too much about it. Right now, she and Ye Chen haven't reached that point yet. If they found out about this, it would be an uproar. You don't have this idea? Then what is your idea? Night Owl said aggressively. No, it's me. Ye Chen was getting a little annoyed. How come he had never noticed before that Night Owl was actually this kind of woman? Chapter 69, The Game Begins. Boss. Night Owl. Stop arguing. The longer this drags on, the more dangerous it becomes for the woman on the screen. Isn't the most urgent thing right now to figure out how to rescue them both? Stop arguing. Tiger acted as a peacemaker, but his heart was still on Ye Chen's side. You're right. I'll settle this score with you later. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation afterward, I will absolutely not forgive you. Night Owl stared into Ye Chen's eyes and spoke. Good. Hearing this, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Tiger was there to help him out, otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. When this woman gets angry, she really doesn't listen to reason at all. He just doesn't understand what's there to be angry about. Settle accounts? You want to settle accounts? You can only do that when you have the chance. Hearing their conversation, Qin Feng rolled his eyes. It seemed these people were oblivious to their impending doom, still thinking they could handle the situation. Little did they know, from the moment Ye Chen and his companions stepped into the hotel, Qin Feng had already prepared coffins for them. Hehehe. Looks like you guys have already made up your minds. Well then, I'll be waiting for you on the 9th floor. Qin Feng gave a wicked smile, then turned off the big screen. Damn it! You coward! You're too scared to come down. The tiger smashed the wall next to it with one punch. Stop talking. Since he said so, let's do as he wishes. I want to see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Ye Chen said coldly. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, the hidden gunmen around them immediately launched an attack on Ye Chen and his two companions. Ye Chen and his two companions easily dodged the attacks with their agile skills. With Ye Chen and his two companions launching a counterattack, a great battle was about to break out. The bullet grazed Ye Chen's ear and embedded itself in the wall, but he didn't even blink. He drew his military dagger from his waist and, with a flash of cold light, slit the throat of the nearest gunman. His movements were swift and decisive. Night Owl moved like a ghost, silently firing poison needles from his fingertips, each one hitting the gunman's carotid artery. The tiger, wielding two submachine guns, swept wildly around, and a group of people quickly fell in the barrage. It's starting. It's starting. Qin Feng quietly admired the scene before him, while Lin Xiaoxian felt so heartbroken he wanted to vomit blood upon seeing it. These people who died were all members of the Lin family. Seeing them being slaughtered by Ye Chen and his group like mowing grass, he felt extremely heartbroken. Don't be sad, Patriarch Lin, they were just making their due contribution. Qin Feng smiled. Haha, young Master Qin is right. Lin Xiaoxian forced a smile. While Ye Chen and his group were still trying to pass the level, Qin Feng notified his subordinates who were staying behind with Yili and Zhao Li. The time has come. Do as I said before. Understood, young Master Qin. Upon hearing this, the subordinate approached Zhali, who was still teaching her daughter to read and write. What do you want to do? Zhali looked at the other person approaching and immediately showed a look of horror. Don't worry, Miss Xiao. I just want to show you something. He. After his subordinate finished speaking, he tied up Zhali and her daughter. Then, he took out a large screen, which was showing Ye Chen's progress through the challenges. Ye Chen. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Zhali's eyes lit up with surprise. She hadn't expected that Qin Feng was telling the truth. Ye Chen had actually come back. Look! Miss Xiao. Your Ye Chen is now working hard to save you. His subordinate laughed. What exactly do you want? Zhali had a bad feeling. She didn't think Qin Feng had any good intentions in showing her these things. Don't worry about what young Master Qin does. Just enjoy the view from here. And whatever you do, don't do anything rash. You know the consequences if you move around recklessly. His subordinate grinned wickedly. Qin Feng had already planted a bomb here, powerful enough to instantly destroy the building. Upon hearing this, Zhali was immediately terrified. She knew that Qin Feng had planted a bomb here. She had witnessed it with her own eyes that day. Meanwhile, at Yi Li's residence, the same scene was unfolding. Haha, once my son finds me, it will be your death day. Yi Li thought to herself. Meanwhile, the battle in the hotel continued. On the first floor, Qin Feng had deployed dozens of gunmen. Damn it! How come there are so many people here? Just how many people did Qin Feng arrange? The tiger is going mad. He kills wave after wave of people, but it seems like he can't kill them all. Are these people crazy? So many people have died, yet he keeps charging forward? As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator at the end of the corridor suddenly opened with a ding, and more than a dozen people wearing black bulletproof vests rushed out, their gunfire instantly illuminating the corridor. I'll treat you to some tea eggs. Tiger pulled out a grenade, raised his hand and threw it. The grenade exploded with perfect accuracy in the crowd. In an instant, the obstruction on the first floor was cleared away. The explosion shook the entire building, and amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Ye Chen and his two companions seized the opportunity to rush forward. Just as he reached the second-floor stairwell, a crack suddenly appeared in the floor beneath his feet. Fortunately, Ye Chen reacted quickly and grabbed the railing to avoid falling. The bottom is filled with spike traps. If you fall from this height, you'll be instantly killed. Just how much has Qin Feng planned? Ye Chen was about to break down. He was extremely anxious. After all, his mother and his lover were still in Qin Feng's hands. It seems we can no longer hold back. Ye Chen's gaze was firm. He decided not to hold back anymore. Originally, he planned to conserve his strength so that he could use his full power when he saw Qin Feng, but now he didn't have much time to conserve his strength. Given Qin Feng's cunning, who knows what he might have planted in Zhali and Yi Li? With Ye Chen going all out, Night Owl and Tiger also stopped holding back. The three of them fought their way through the levels and quickly reached the third level. They couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing this, Qin Feng was also shocked. He hadn't expected Ye Chen to be so strong. It seems that Ye Chen held back some of his strength when he massacred the Qin family. If you were to face Ye Chen, how confident would you be? Qin Feng asked. Let's go for a 1:9 split. If it's 9, I'll just split open. When did you become so humorous? Qin Feng almost died laughing. Of course, he knew that with Ying's current strength, she had no hope of defeating Ye Chen. Given Ye Chen's current state, unless they completely deplete his health, they have no chance. Chapter 70, Covering the Rear Again? To deal with the protagonist, we need to win them over psychologically. Directly using force won't work. Qin Feng gave a summary. Notify them to withdraw. There's no need for unnecessary sacrifices. Nearly 100 people have died, and Qin Feng is heartbroken, as these are his future subordinates. He prepared a lot of things for Ye Chen for today, enough to make Ye Chen suffer a lot. Ye Chen. They're retreating. Night Owl told Ye Chen about his discovery. Be careful. This might be a trap. Having been tricked by Qin Feng several times, Ye Chen has become much more cautious. As Qin Feng's men withdrew, Ye Chen and his two companions were largely unaffected, except for encountering some traps along the way. However, what broke Ye Chen's defenses was that the trap Qin Feng had prepared for him was not a bomb or a machine gun, but a whole bunch of disgusting things. The kind of mess that looks like a broom covered in poop is the most basic kind. After going around in circles, Ye Chen and the other two were all in a sorry state, looking like they had just come out of the toilet after eating poop. I can't take it anymore. Qin Feng. Looking at his disheveled state, Ye Chen, in a fit of rage, punched the wall above him, shattering it. Then, he leaped up and climbed through the hole. Tiger and Night Owl, suppressing their nausea, quickly followed. Especially Night Owl, as a woman, she actually has the most disgusting thing about men on her. Besides her pants, her hair was also covered in it, and a pungent smell wafted out. She felt like throwing up and wanted to remove it, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. In the end, she had no choice but to leave it as it was. Tiger is the same. As a male, he is the least able to accept such a thing. At this moment, he wished he could tear Qin Feng to pieces. Hehehe. Welcome to the 7th floor. On the 7th floor, I have a surprise for you. The large screen lit up again, and Qin Feng's face reappeared in front of the three of them. The moment they saw Qin Feng, the three of them wanted nothing more than to smash the screen to pieces. Qin Feng. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, go ahead and use them. Why bother with all that disgusting stuff? Ye Chen forced himself to speak, suppressing his nausea. Don't worry. The surprise is coming soon. Qin Feng ignored Ye Chen's words, and as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Meng's figure appeared in front of the three of them. It's you. Upon seeing Wang Meng, Ye Chen and the other two became emotional. After all, Wang Meng had personally killed King Kong and even reduced him to ashes. Faced with such deep-seated hatred, how could they not be agitated upon seeing Wang Meng? I know you're in a hurry, but please hold your horses. My subordinate here has been wanting to fight you. Now, I'm going to let him randomly choose someone to be his opponent for a one-on-one duel. It's only one-on-one duels. Qin Feng's smug voice rang out, making Ye Chen and the others grit their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do. Who do you want to choose? Ye Chen and his two companions were ready. Wang Meng pretended to scan the room. He had originally wanted to choose Ye Chen, but after witnessing Ye Chen's strength, he gave up on the idea. Although he was warlike, he wasn't stupid. The strength Ye Chen had just unleashed made him realize that he couldn't possibly be a match for someone of Ye Chen's level. In Ye Chen's original script, Ye Chen didn't go all out very often, which gave Wang Meng the opportunity to think he could win. But now, in order to kill Qin Feng and to save his lover and mother, Ye Chen is holding nothing back. For the sake of his own life, Wang Meng finally set his sights on the tiger. I choose you. Wang Meng pointed at the tiger. I. The tiger pointed to itself, paused for a moment, then its eyes lit up with excitement. Perfect. Let's settle both old and new scores at once. You killed King Kong, and as his good brother, I'm going to avenge him. The tigers rubbed against each other, already prepared. Hehehe, now that you've chosen your opponents, the remaining two can move on. Just a friendly reminder, the same applies to the 8th floor. In other words, Ye Chen, as long as you abandon one more person, you'll be able to see me. Hehehe. Qin Feng said with a wicked smile. Abandon them? How could I possibly abandon them? I'll stay here and wait for him to finish his fight before I leave. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Ye Chen immediately had a bad feeling. He knew that Qin Feng was definitely up to something. No way. I'm the rulemaker. If you want to see me, you have to do what I say. Otherwise, if I run away, wouldn't you be in big trouble? Secondly, this isn't the first time you've abandoned your subordinates. What are you afraid of? Wasn't that big guy at the airport the one you abandoned? Even on his deathbed, he believed you would come to save him. It's a pity you didn't. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Ye Chen immediately recalled the scene at the airport where he had asked King Kong to stay behind to cover the rear. Dead memories began to attack Ye Chen, and the feeling of his heart being torn apart returned. Ding! Host has successfully influenced Ye Chen's mindset. Reward, 1,000 points. Boss. Move forward. Wang Meng is no match for me. The tiger said confidently. In a one-on-one fight, he might not necessarily lose to Wang Meng, even though he had just used up some of his energy. However, Wang Meng had fought with Jin Gang before, which affected his physical strength. A one-on-one duel between two people is fairly fair. Tiger but Ye Chen didn't want to give up. He knew that after he left, Qin Feng would definitely pull some tricks. No buts. Boss. Saving lives is more important right now. Your mother, your lover, and your child are all in Qin Feng's hands. Compared to them, what does my safety matter? The tiger started triggering the keyword and began unconditionally sacrificing everything for Ye Chen. Seeing this, Qin Feng was speechless. This protagonist's halo was a bit too outrageous. Fortunately, I have an anti-intelligence aura, so I won't be affected, and people near me won't be affected either. Alright then, be careful. I'll come right back to help you once I catch Qin Feng. Ye Chen agreed. Don't worry, boss. I won't be defeated by them so easily. The tiger laughed. In that case, let's go. Ye Chen grabbed Night Owl. As they left, Ye Chen and Ye Xiao kept turning back to look at him. For some reason, they both had a premonition that this was probably the last time they would see him. Chapter 71, The Ninth Floor. Both of them walked with heavy steps, and after a long time, they still hadn't reached the next level. Can we begin? Wang Meng wore a mask. There was no other way. The tiger's smell was indeed a bit unpleasant. Before we begin, I have a question for young Master Qin. The tiger suddenly spoke. Sure, go ahead and ask. Qin Feng said calmly. Since you, young Master Qin, have said it's a one-on-one duel, then it must be a fair contest, a fair one-on-one duel, right? The tiger spoke. Yes. That's exactly it. Qin Feng nodded. All right. I believe you, young Master Qin. You wouldn't lie in front of so many people, would you? Boss. Did you hear that? Qin Feng said this is a fair duel, don't worry about me. You all move on. Don't worry about me. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, Night Owl and Ye Chen paused for a moment, then quickened their pace. This is really interesting. Qin Feng smiled and then turned off the big screen. The person who was in the way has left, can we begin now? Wang Meng assumed a fighting stance. Of course. The same applies to tigers. However, just as the two were about to make their move, Shi Yuan appeared there with a group of people. You bastard! Qin Feng. Didn't we agree on one-on-one? The tiger is about to break down. Dude, you've already gone back on your word after I just said that? Fairness? What fairness is there to speak of? Who's being fair to you? Our young Master Qin's motto is, if you can gang up on someone, why bother with a one-on-one fight? Shi Yuan gave a wicked smile. I'm sorry, Captain Wang, this is young Master Qin's arrangement, there's nothing I can do about it. Shi Yuan apologized. It's okay, I already know. Wang Meng already knew, but he didn't say anything. He had a great time fighting King Kong today, and Qin Feng also fulfilled his promise. Therefore, he also agrees with not adhering to martial ethics this time. I'm glad you understand, Captain Wang. Shi Yuan smiled. After he finished speaking, Wang Meng, Shi Yuan, and the others rushed forward. On the 7th floor, only the tiger's howl remained. Unfortunately, Ye Chen and Night Owl had already reached the 8th floor, and they could no longer hear the sounds from the 7th floor. Ye Chen, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have treated you that way just now. After what had just happened, Night Owl had come to terms with it and realized that she had indeed gone a bit too far. It's okay, Xiaoya, I know it's my fault. I lied to you and didn't tell you about this. Ye Chen apologized. From now on, you can't keep things from me anymore. Night Owl laughed. Don't worry. I promise I won't lie to you again. Ye Chen smiled slightly. And so, the two put aside their differences and went together to the so-called 8th floor. Upon arriving on the 8th floor, the familiar large screen appeared again. Qin Feng sat in a swivel chair, leisurely swishing it around as if he were playing. Oh my, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. Qin Feng smiled slightly, looking at Ye Chen and Ye Xiao holding hands, guessing that the two of them had probably made up. After all, one is destined to be the protagonist and the other is destined to be the heroine. Even if a rift develops between them, it won't last long. Unless Ye Chen really makes some fatal mistake, it will be very difficult to break them up. Of course, Qin Feng's purpose was not to break them up, but simply to annoy them. Qin Feng, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Bring them on. Ye Chen spoke. Qin Feng, I know that your target on this floor is me. I'll stay, and you can send Ye Chen to the 9th floor. Before Qin Feng could even speak, Night Owl had already given his answer. She had just noticed that the woman next to Qin Feng was gone, and she had already guessed that her opponent on the 8th level was very likely the woman who had been next to Qin Feng. So conscientious. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feng clapped his hands, and Suning walked out from the side. Looking at Ying's graceful figure, Ye Chen could hardly take his eyes off her. Hehehe, little sister, it seems your brother Ye Chen is quite interested in me. Shadow said provocatively. Upon hearing this, Night Owl noticed that Ye Chen's gaze was immediately fixed on Ying. Ye Chen. Ye Chen only realized what was happening when he heard Night Owl calling him. To cover up his ulterior motives, Ye Chen yelled at Ying. Woman! Let me be your opponent. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, Night Owl kicked him out. Get out of here. I don't want to see you right now. Night Owl shoved Ye Chen away, turning the previously peaceful scene into a farce. Ye Chen knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't say much. He thought to himself that after he killed Qin Feng, he would take Ying away, just like he had taken Lu Rian back then. It's obvious your man is a womanizer. He even dares to do this in front of you. How pitiful. Unlike my boss, who, although a womanizer, at least does it openly and honestly. You're just like Ye Chen, not only a womanizer but also trying to pretend to be innocent, just to fool naive girls like you. I think you should just get together with my boss from now on. A hypocrite like Ye Chen isn't right for you. Ying laughed. Upon hearing this, Night Owl remained unmoved. She was furious and wished she could tear Shadow to shreds. Forget about Qin Feng. I'm more curious, what's so good about that guy Qin Feng that makes a woman like you want to follow him? That's none of your business. I can be with whomever I want. Then I don't need your help. The two got into a fight over a single word. A woman's battle is always so exciting. Before long, her springtime beauty will be revealed. Qin Feng had originally wanted to enjoy this beautiful scene, but not long after, Ye Chen kicked open his door. Qin Feng. As you wished. I am now standing before you. Ye Chen kicked the door open and looked at Qin Feng with murderous intent in his eyes. Qin Feng was no different. Seeing his enemy standing in front of him, how could he not be furious? However, when Qin Feng thought about what Ye Chen was going to go through, his anger immediately turned into a smile. Hehehe. You finally arrived, Ye Chen. Qin Feng spoke. Stop talking nonsense. Release my mother and Lily right now. Seeing that Qin Feng was alone around, Ye Chen immediately wanted to make a move, but he knew that Qin Feng couldn't possibly be waiting for him there alone. Therefore, Ye Chen was just bluffing. After he finished speaking, he stood there, too afraid to move. Hehehe. First of all, congratulations on successfully reaching the 9th floor. Secondly, I have a surprise for you. Chapter 72, Ye Chen begging for mercy. Qin Feng played several videos for Ye Chen, which were of him, Yi Li, and Zhao Li. As Ye Chen watched the video, he swayed slightly, even though he had already guessed what would happen after Zhao Li and Yi Li were captured by Qin Feng. However, when he witnessed this scene with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel angry. Qin Feng, I will definitely kill you. A few drops of blood trickled from the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. It was from biting his lip in anger over managing the situation. Ye Chen. Zhao Li took in everything before her, and a feeling of guilt immediately arose in her heart. It's impossible for Zhao Li not to feel guilty after being witnessed by her lover. Xiao Chen. Yi Li felt the same way. Watching Ye Chen overcome all obstacles and then witnessing this, she was filled with guilt as well. Ding! Host has successfully damaged Ye Chen's mentality, reward 1000 points. Hehehe, it seems you're in a hurry, Ye Chen. Hearing the system notification, Qin Feng smiled. He had already achieved half of his goal. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Feng. I'm standing right in front of you. Release Lily and my mother right now. If you release Lily and my mother, I can let you go for now. Although Ye Chen wanted to kill Qin Feng at this moment, he ultimately held back for the sake of Zhao Li and Yi Li's safety. Release them? Of course. But you can only save one. Qin Feng sat leisurely in the chair, looking at Ye Chen with a playful expression. Only one can be saved? What do you mean by that? Ye Chen trembled slightly. He could only save one, which meant he had to make a choice between Yi Li and Zhao Li. However, both of them were the most important people to him, so how could he possibly give up either of them? It means exactly what it says. I put one of them in the South Pole and the other in the North Pole. Furthermore, I've planted bombs there. The moment you make your choice, the other side will explode. Hehehe, how about it? Did you like the surprise I prepared for you? Qin Feng laughed heartily. This was the gift he had carefully prepared for Ye Chen. He wanted Ye Chen to watch helplessly as the two most important people in his life died right in front of him. This is called killing someone by destroying their spirit. Qin. Maple. Ye Chen was instantly enraged. He rushed to Qin Feng in one stride, and in the next moment, he had already grabbed Qin Feng's collar. Release them both. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Ye Chen threatened. Ha 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 ha. Ye Chen. Kill me? Are you sure? Qin Feng lifted his clothes, revealing a device. My heart is locked to the detonator. If my heart rate reaches a certain critical value, then those two will. Bang. Qin Feng imitated the sound of a bomb exploding for Ye Chen, looking at Ye Chen with a provocative expression. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt dizzy and weak all over, and Qin Feng removed his dirty hands. Ye Chen. I admit you're very strong. Even if I were to fight you one-on-one now, I'm not sure I could beat you. But what good is it if you're so powerful? No matter how powerful you are, you can only save one person. Qin Feng laughed heartily. Qin Feng, why are you being so ruthless? This is a personal matter between you and me. If you have a problem, just come at me. My mother and Lily, they are innocent. Ye Chen tried to appeal to Qin Feng's emotions, but Qin Feng remained unmoved. Heh, innocent? My parents, and Xiaomo, besides, aren't they innocent? Back then, Xiaomo was killed by you while trying to save me. I kowtowed desperately, begging you to spare my parents. Did you spare them? Innocent, ha, aren't they innocent too? Recalling that scene, Qin Feng wished he could kill Ye Chen, but he didn't do so immediately. He wanted to make Ye Chen experience the most painful torment in the world before killing him. This wasn't just about revenge, it was also about squeezing every last bit of value out of Ye Chen. I've been very merciful. You promised to spare my parents, but you still killed them, didn't you? My lover and my parents are all dead. Now you face the same choice, but you still have a chance to save one of them. Compared to me, your fate is much better. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Qin Feng patted Ye Chen on the shoulder with a smile. I apologize. I'll kowtow to you. With tears in his eyes, Ye Chen suddenly knelt down before Qin Feng. Qin Feng. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone against you. Please. Qin Feng, please spare Lily and my mother. Please, please. Ye Chen kowtowed repeatedly with each sentence he spoke. Bang bang bang. The sound of Ye Chen's head hitting the floor echoed around them. Even though Ye Chen's head was bleeding, Qin Feng remained unmoved. Ding! The host has successfully made Ye Chen kowtow, rewarding 1,500 points. Ding! Ye Chen's mentality is about to collapse, reward points, 1,500. This move directly rewarded Qin Feng with 3,000 points, which almost made him ecstatic. This protagonist from heaven is giving away way too many points. I'm almost reluctant to kill Ye Chen. Qin Feng was a little excited. If he didn't kill Ye Chen, but crippled him and let him farm points for him every day, wouldn't he be invincible? Host, don't even think about taking shortcuts. Even the protagonist has a limit to the points they can generate. Ye Chen is almost at that limit now. TCH, I knew it. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at the system. He knew that it was impossible to find a loophole in the system. It doesn't matter, before killing Ye Chen, he needs to make Ye Chen get as many points as possible. Ye Chen was still kowtowing, his head already bleeding profusely, just like when Qin Feng was on the cliff. As Ye Chen continued to bump into Qin Feng, he began to feel dizzy, but Qin Feng remained unmoved. At this moment, Ye Chen finally understood what true despair and true powerlessness meant. Zhao and Yili were heartbroken to see this, and they shouted at the screen, begging Ye Chen to stop. Unfortunately, Ye Chen couldn't hear what they were saying. Hehehe. Ye Chen. Now do you understand the pain I went through back then? Do you know the despair I felt? Doesn't this feel amazing? Qin Feng grabbed Ye Chen's hair and slapped him twice across the face. Chapter 73, Choose One. Clap clap clap. 2 hard slaps landed, and Ye Chen's face turned bright red. It's swollen, and blood is flowing from the corner of my mouth. These were 2 full-force slaps from him. If an ordinary person had taken those 2 blows, their head would probably have spun 360 degrees and they would have died instantly. Only a protagonist like Ye Chen, whose physique and vitality far surpassed those of ordinary people, could withstand it. Ding! Host has successfully slapped Ye Chen, reward, 2,000 points. After giving Ye Chen 2 slaps, Qin Feng actually gained another 2,000 points. Unfortunately, Qin Feng slapped Ye Chen twice more afterward, but no more points were generated. It seems that my actions are no longer earning points. This is the critical point the system mentioned. Qin Feng, I understand how you felt back then. I really know now. Please, let them go. Ye Chen's eyes were vacant. After being tormented by Qin Feng like this, he had become somewhat numb. I've already said it. Letting them go is impossible. You can only do one at most. Qin Feng laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt as if his heart was being torn apart. He tasted something sweet in his mouth, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was blood. Oh ho! It seems your 2 women have something to say to you. Let's see what they have to say. Seeing Ye Chen's lifeless expression, he decided to give Ye Chen a little bit of hope. If he just gives up, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes brightened, and a flame of hope began to burn within him. With Qin Feng's actions, the scene of Yili and Zhao appeared in front of Ye Chen. Seeing his 2 beloved women appear in front of him, Ye Chen almost pressed himself against the screen. Ye Chen! Can you listen to me? Xiao Chen mom's here. Can you hear me? Zhao and Yili shouted desperately at the other end of the screen, their throats almost bleeding from their screams. They had been calling out Ye Chen's name on the other side of the screen, but Ye Chen couldn't hear them. They had already shouted themselves hoarse. Now that they finally have this opportunity, they are shouting even louder than before. Lily! Mom! I can hear you. I can hear you. Are you all right? I'll definitely get you out of here. Ye Chen said loudly. Ye Chen, you don't need to save me, go save your aunt. I don't want you to abandon her for me. With tears in her eyes, Zhao said that in her opinion, her own life was not as important as Yi Li's. After all, from ancient times to the present, motherhood has always been a mandatory question, not a choice. Lily, Ye Chen was in great pain. How could he possibly agree to Zhao Li's request? He's greedy, he wants to save both of them. Lily! What are you saying? You are Xiaochen's most beloved woman. You helped us so much back then, I'm so grateful to you. Besides, you already have children, and I've lived most of my life, I've had enough. This hope of life, I'll leave it to you. Yi Li smiled slightly. She was already prepared to die. She had no reason to waste her life, and Ye Chen didn't need to do anything more for her. No. Auntie. It's not worth it for me. You are Ye Chen's mother, and I hope he can save you no matter what. No. Lily. You and the baby are more important. There's no need for you to do this for me. You and your child are still young and have a bright future ahead of you. There's no need for you to give up for me. Both of them were declining, putting on a show of deep affection and loyalty. Seeing this scene made it even more difficult for Ye Chen to make a decision. He had no idea which one to choose. Hehehe. It seems you two are both prepared to die. Ye Chen, which one will you choose? Will you choose the woman you love most, or will you defy the mother who gave you life and raised you? Both of them are important. It's so hard to choose. What would you choose, viewers? Qin Feng joked. Aye. Ye Chen was still hesitating. This god had come. He didn't know which one to choose. It's like me and your mom falling into the water at the same time, but there are some differences. After all, that was just a hypothetical scenario, but this is something that actually happened to me. At this moment, Ye Chen truly understood what it meant to be powerless. He wanted to save both of them, but it was simply impossible. Xiao Chen. Don't hesitate. I'm not worth it. Ye Chen. Please go save your aunt, I'm begging you. Zhao Li and Yi Li were still shouting, both wanting Ye Chen to save the other. Make your choice quickly, Ye Chen. A friendly reminder, if you don't make a choice soon. The worst-case scenario is that neither of them can be saved. Don't forget, they've got bombs on them that I prepared, hehehe. If they both die, then you've achieved a bad ending. Qin Feng smiled wickedly. It was as if he was playing a game with Ye Chen, and he had prepared all the possible endings for him, the mother's ending, the wife and children's ending, and the ending where everyone was wiped out. Unfortunately, Qin Feng did not prepare a good ending for him. From beginning to end, it was a bad game with no good outcome. If this kind of game were released, it would probably be torn to shreds by players. I understand. I choose my mom. After struggling for a while, Ye Chen finally made his choice. He thought about it a lot, but in the end he still chose his mother. After all, Yi Li gave birth to him and raised him, she was the one who gave him a life. Both morally and logically, he had to save Yi Li. After saving Yi Li, he would kill Qin Feng and then accompany Zhao Li in death. This was his final choice. Ye Chen. You bastard. Why did you choose me? Why did you choose me? Didn't I tell you to go save Lily? You bastard. You beast. Why didn't you listen to me? Yi Li was devastated. She hadn't expected that Ye Chen would ultimately choose her. This caused her great pain, but she was also relieved. She was fortunate to have survived because she was an ordinary person, and she was also afraid in the face of death. Ye Chen, you've made the right choice. I believe in you, and you won't regret this decision later. Zhao Li gave a poignant smile. Deep down, she also wished that Ye Chen would choose her. Actually, she was also hoping for the best, but unfortunately, she didn't succeed. Auntie, in these final moments of my life, may I say one thing to you? Chapter 74, Fine, I'll tell you then. Upon hearing Zhao Li's words, Yi Li was taken aback, then nodded. Lily, is there anything else you want to say? I'm listening. Yi Li was already in tears. In these final moments of my life, I want to call you Mom. In the past, my family opposed my relationship with Ye Chen. Although we had met, I never said those words out loud. Now, in these final moments of my life, I want to call you Mom, is that alright? Zhao Li was in tears, her face was streaked with tears. Okay, Mom is listening. Yili could no longer cry, 2 streams of bloody tears flowed down her cheeks. Mom! Hey, Mom's here. You'll always be Mom's daughter. Mom! From now on, you must live on with Ye Chen. Mom knows. Wah, Mom, I don't want to die. Mom! Those were the last words Zhao Li spoke. After she finished speaking, Qin Feng disconnected the connection between the 2 screens. It's so touching. I almost got moved. Just a little bit, thank goodness I stopped myself in time. Qin Feng chuckled. He had been talking nonsense back then. As a brutal villain, he had no compassion whatsoever. How could someone who killed his entire family and the woman he loved possibly let the other person go? Qin Feng. Just as Ye Chen was about to say something, he vomited. The pain was unbearable. After making this decision, Ye Chen's feelings went beyond mere heart-wrenching pain. He suddenly vomited up all the food he had eaten yesterday, something that could only be done after experiencing extreme pain. Puff. Immediately afterwards, Ye Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and the sight of the vomit mixed with blood made Qin Feng feel nauseous. Ding! The host has angered Ye Chen to the point of vomiting blood. Reward, 3,000 points. Ding! Host Ye Chen feels utterly hopeless, reward, 2,000 points. It's amazing. Ye Chen has scored a whopping 5,000 points again. Qin Feng is ecstatic. Ye Chen, how come I never imagined you were so slovenly? My hotel is worth billions, and you dare to vomit here? Do you know how much it costs to clean it up? Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Ye Chen. Stop talking nonsense. I've shown you the result you wanted. Now, tell me my mother's address. Ye Chen said weakly. Alright. Since you've put it that way, buddy, I'll tell you then. Qin Feng then told Ye Chen where Yili was being held. Qin Feng's previous statement that he had imprisoned the 2 of them in the North and South Poles was obviously an exaggeration. He simply didn't have that much time to do that, so he just separated the 2 of them. The 2 people are going in different directions, so even if Ye Chen were a Superman, he couldn't save both of them at the same time. Upon hearing the address Qin Feng gave him, Ye Chen immediately rushed towards it without stopping. Hehehe. Ye Chen. I wonder when you'll see the second surprise I've prepared for you. Watching Ye Chen's departing figure, Qin Feng smiled wickedly. Young Master Qin. We've caught the tiger. What are you going to do next? On the other side, the battle on the 7th floor was coming to an end. No matter how hard the tiger fought back, it couldn't hold on against so many people. The people Shi Yuan brought were all from Wang Meng's special operations team, and each of them was capable of taking on 10 ordinary people without a problem. In addition, with Wang Meng as a formidable weapon, the tiger is no match for them. However, being part of the main character's faction, the tiger unleashed terrifying power in adversity. Even so, he still managed to replace 3 of them. Wang Meng couldn't imagine what would have happened if he had faced Shi Yuan one-on-one without the people he brought. I'm afraid the best outcome would be mutual destruction. Fortunately, Shi Yuan came with his men to help him. Just kill him, just like you did with King Kong before. You've had experience with that before, you know what to do. Qin Feng smiled. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng immediately did it, just like he had done to King Kong before, crushing the tiger to dust and eventually scattering even its ashes. Ding! Host has successfully killed Ye Chen's capable henchman, Tiger. Reward, 1,500 points. Only this much. Qin Feng was already a little dissatisfied. After all, he had just gotten quite a bit of freebies from Ye Chen, and a mere 1,500 points seemed a bit insufficient. Boss, I've caught that woman. What are you going to do with her? The Shadow's voice came. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected that Shadow had dealt with Night Owl so quickly. Grab her. I'm coming right now. Qin Feng naturally had other uses for Night Owl. This woman, Night Owl, was not only beautiful, but most importantly, she was the daughter of the founder of the Temple of War. She's Ye Chen's master's daughter. A woman like that could be of great use if she were kept alive. Qin Feng would never forget that Ye Chen had a master far away overseas, and he would have to use Night Owl to threaten him later. Yes, boss, I've tied her up. Come over here now. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng quickly arrived at the 8th floor, where he saw Night Owl tied up to the side in shadow looking smug. He was also very interested in the battle between the two women, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to enjoy it because he was busy dealing with Ye Chen. Well done. You'll get a reward tonight. Qin Feng kissed Ing on the cheek. Hehehe, that's a must. Ing was somewhat smug. While Night Owl is quite strong, Shadow is even more formidable. If Qin Feng hadn't strengthened her physique, she and Night Owl would probably have been evenly matched, with her ultimately narrowly winning. But after the enhancement, things were different. She could kill a Night Owl as easily as killing a chicken. Hehehe. Night Maiden. Long time no see. You never thought you'd end up in my hands. Looking at the bound Night Owl, Qin Feng suddenly had some wicked thoughts. There was no way around it, it was just his nature as a man. Night Owl looked incredibly alluring at that moment, his clothes torn to shreds, his impressive physique laid bare before Qin Feng. You bastard! What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you. Don't try anything against me. Otherwise, Ye Chen won't let you get away with it. Seeing Qin Feng's sinister expression, Night Owl was immediately filled with fear. Chapter 75, You Win. Ignoring the owl's clamor, Qin Feng simply took a closer look at the other's physique. She's really pretty. She looks just like a jelly. Is this Ye Chen's woman? Qin Feng commented as follows. Nevertheless, Qin Feng has no interest in Night Owl now. After all, Night Owl had fallen into a trap he had set and now smelled terrible. Take her downstairs and give her a good wash. She smells terrible. I don't like it. Qin Feng spoke up. Hearing this, Night Owl was a little defensive. We're not even buddies, and you're already looking down on me? Do you know how many people outside are practically begging to come to me? Night Owl was somewhat on edge and became even angrier at Qin Feng. As Night Owl was taken away by Shadow, Qin Feng arrived at the address he had told Ye Chen. Judging by the time, it should be about right now. Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly. It seemed that Ye Chen had probably seen the surprise he had prepared for him. On the other side, Ye Chen finally followed the address given by Qin Feng and rushed all the way to a villa in the suburbs. He carefully observed his surroundings, and only after confirming that there were no traps or guards around did Ye Chen cautiously open the villa's door. However, the moment he opened the door, Ye Chen immediately knelt on the ground. How? How so? Why? Seeing the scene before him, Ye Chen was on the verge of collapse. It wasn't because he saw Yi Li's corpse, nor because Yi Li was not there. It was because the people he saw were Zhao Li and his daughter. No! Ye Chen vomited immediately. What is true pain? This is true pain, first having to give up one of the two women who are important to you. Then, when he arrived at the location, he discovered that the person he wanted to save wasn't inside at all. And the person inside was none other than the one he had abandoned. She also knew that the person you truly wanted to save wasn't her. Ye Chen broke down, kneeling on the ground with a vacant look in his eyes. This kind of mental blow was beyond description. He has now lost consciousness because he is completely numb. He knew that from now on, even if he killed Qin Feng, or even killed him 10, 100, 1,000, or 10,000 times, it would be useless. Qin Feng has already beaten him by far. This matter will become a nightmare for him for the rest of his life. Even if 10, 100, or 1,000 years pass, until the world is destroyed, Ye Chen will never forget this matter. Ye Chen, it's you. When Zhao Li heard someone open the door, she closed her eyes in despair, ready to face her death. However, when she opened the door and discovered that the person who came in was Ye Chen, her world collapsed. He had given up everything, even his own life and his daughter's life, and all of it had vanished into thin air. What's more terrifying than despair is hope that comes too late. Just when Zhao Li had given up, Ye Chen came to save her. Why? Why did you come to save me? Why? Didn't I tell you to go and save her? Didn't you promise me? Didn't you promise me? Zhao Li screamed hysterically. She was prepared to die, but Ye Chen actually came to save her. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Ye Chen had clearly agreed, but he had lied to her. Puff! Zhao Li was overcome with anger and blood, and in a fit of rage, she vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. Mom! What's wrong? Why are you asleep? Mom, what's wrong? Wake up! Mom! I need to play games with Tun Tun. Tun Tun didn't know what had happened, all she knew was that her mother had suddenly collapsed. When Zhao Li gave birth to Tun Tun, she experienced a difficult labor, which resulted in Tun Tun's brain being slightly different from others. At the age of 5, many children are already in school, but Zhao Li didn't dare to send her up. One reason was the fear of discrimination, but the main reason was that she couldn't understand anything. All she knew was to call for her mother and ask for toys and food. Mom, the floor is cold, don't sleep here. You said you should sleep in bed. Ye Chen was still kneeling, unsure of what he should do at that moment. He was numb. Even though he had been through so much and escaped death several times, none of it had hurt him as much as this time. With a loud boom, a huge explosion came from afar, and the commotion surprised everyone in Shanghai. Fortunately, a security agency issued a statement beforehand, saying it was a drill, which prevented panic. Otherwise, if it creates panic among the people, Wang Meng, the bureau chief, might not be able to continue in his position, and even the top leader might be ousted. Hearing the explosion, Ye Chen roughly guessed what had happened. That was the sound of his mother, Ye Li, passing away. The woman who gave birth to him and raised him, the woman who had always been tolerant and supportive of him since childhood, had died just like that. All because I made a wrong decision. Was it a mistake? Ye Chen didn't know either. He clearly chose Ye Li, but Zhao Li appeared instead. He had been tricked by Qin Feng, who looked at him, a mere mortal, with mockery, as if he were a high and mighty god. He lost completely. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Qin Feng. You won. You won. Ha ha ha. You win. Ye Chen laughed heartily, crying and laughing at the same time. Just then, a ticking sound came from all around, the sound of a bomb being detonated. Ye Chen naturally heard it. In fact, Qin Feng had mentioned it from the very beginning. There was a bomb here. However, Ye Chen was numb. He didn't want to move anymore. He just wanted to die. When he chose to save Ye Li, he was already prepared to die. The original plan was for him to save Ye Li, then kill Qin Feng, and finally commit suicide to be with Zhao Li. However, Qin Feng played a cruel joke on him. From beginning to end, Qin Feng never intended to make things easy for him. This is revenge. This is Qin Feng's revenge, a pain 100 times greater than the pain I inflicted on Qin Feng before. If he were a cultivator, he could definitely cultivate the great Tao of pain based on the power of pain before him. Uncle! Why are you kneeling here? Tun Tun curiously approached Ye Chen. Looking at the somewhat handsome Ye Chen, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. She used to be afraid of strangers, but Ye Chen in front of her was different. Chapter 76, The Encounter. Even though it was her first time meeting Ye Chen, he gave her a sense of familiarity, as if she was meant to know him. Daughter. Yes. I also have a daughter. The moment Ye Chen saw Tun Tun, his hope was rekindled. He couldn't die yet, at least not now. He had to rescue his daughter and Zhao Li. Although Zhao Li wasn't the person I initially wanted to save, I saved her anyway. Besides, she is still Tun Tun's mother, her own child. She can live without her incompetent husband, but she cannot live without her mother. Ye Chen reacted quickly, rescuing the two women the instant the bomb exploded, and protecting them behind him at the last moment. With a loud bang, the bomb Qin Feng had prepared for Ye Chen exploded, instantly destroying a villa. This weight is enough to directly destroy a building, but Qin Feng used it to install here. The massive impact of the explosion nearly destroyed everything around it. When Ye Chen came to his senses, the villa was completely gone, not even a speck of dust remained, leaving only a large hole. Puff! Ye Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. After all, he is the protagonist by destiny, and the protagonist's halo is still there. After experiencing such a terrifying explosion, it is impossible for any normal human to survive. But Ye Chen is different. He only needs to shout, "I am the protagonist of destiny, who can take me away, and he will not die." That's what makes the protagonist so freakish. He's as persistent as an unkillable cockroach. Thank goodness. You're all right. Ye Chen felt the pulses of Tun Tun and Zhao Li, and seeing that they were still alive, he immediately smiled. At least, he protected Zhao Li and Tun Tun, so he can be considered to have atoned for his sins. Smack. Slap slap. Slap slap slap. Just as Ye Chen felt relieved, Qin Feng appeared in front of him, clapping his hands. What a wonderful show for me. Qin Feng laughed heartily. He saw everything Zhao Li and Ye Chen did just now through the hidden cameras inside the villa. This drama is even better than a movie. Qin Feng is even thinking of making a film based on this script. Qin Feng felt that a movie with a villain as the protagonist could definitely be a huge success if handled well. The only question was whether the audience would accept it. But it doesn't really matter. He makes movies just for fun, and whether the audience buys them or not doesn't seem to have much of an impact on him. With the Qin family's current strength, spending 100 million or so to make a movie is no problem at all. Ye Chen. Did you like the surprise I prepared for you? This should count as a surprise, right? I didn't disappoint you, did I? I didn't disgrace the word surprise, did I? Qin Feng's 3 consecutive questions left Ye Chen speechless. Looking at Qin Feng in front of him, Ye Chen was filled with boundless hatred. Qin Feng. I'm going to kill you. Ye Chen struggled to his feet and charged towards Qin Feng. Despite having just experienced such an explosion, Ye Chen's body remained agile. Fortunately, Ye Chen was ultimately affected. Qin Feng was not only able to keep up with his speed but also block his full force attack. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? When did you become so strong? Seeing his fatal blow blocked by Qin Feng, Ye Chen was so shocked he could hardly speak. Even someone like Scarface would have been seriously injured by his attack, but Qin Feng not only blocked it, but also seemed to handle it with ease. Is this really you, Qin Feng? You're not quite what I imagined. In my memory, Qin Feng was a spoiled rich kid, the kind with a powerful background but only average personal strength. He could be easily killed by a few thugs on the street, but how come Qin Feng has become so powerful in such a short time? He can actually hold his own against me? Could it be that it was because he kicked him off the cliff that he met some martial arts master, and that master gave all his skills to Qin Feng? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Qin Feng have such luck? This kind of luck should only belong to me, because he became so strong. It's something like that. Strong, huh? Not bad. More than enough to deal with you. He. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Although he had just casually blocked Ye Chen's attack, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even though Ye Chen was injured, the blow he just received still made his hand hurt a little. But it doesn't matter. This little problem is nothing to Qin Feng now. Qin Feng. I'm going to kill you. Ye Chen's eyes were wide open like copper bells, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets, which showed just how angry he was. Anger? Is anger useful? Will anger bring them back? Will anger accomplish what you want to do? Fang Mei, Lu Ruyan, Jin Gang, Scarface, Xin Yuan, Yili, Tiger, they all died by my hand. These are all your friends, your good brothers, your lover, your family. They're all dead. I killed them all. Does your anger do any good? Does anger bring them back to life? Ha 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 ha. Ye Chen. Stop joking around here. Your anger is just an excuse for your incompetence. You incompetent husband. If there are similar storylines on the island in the future, you should be invited to play the male lead. Your acting just now was amazing. Who can compare to you in terms of dramatic tension? Qin Feng burst into laughter and began to mock him relentlessly. To deal with the protagonist, you have to win his heart, which is even more difficult than killing him directly. As expected, Ye Chen was even more vulnerable after hearing Qin Feng's words. He was already on edge, and hearing Qin Feng say that only brought back those unpleasant memories. Qin Feng, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Enraged, Ye Chen launched another attack on Qin Feng, but this time, he wasn't so lucky. In Qin Feng's view, Ye Chen's actions were full of flaws. After all, when people get carried away, they just want to do it and that's it, so they don't pay much attention to the details. It's just like playing a video game, once you get carried away, it's easy to lose. So, as an old friend once said, you must play games with a smile, and you must not easily get carried away or lose your composure. Of course, given Ye Chen's stats, even if his moves are full of flaws, he can still kill opponents who are not strong enough. Chapter 77, Ye Chen, Die. Unfortunately, he encountered Qin Feng, a major villain, a man with the skills of a martial arts master and a physique more than 20 times that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, Qin Feng also has a damage reduction vest, which can reduce the damage Ye Chen inflicts on him. Qin Feng easily blocked Ye Chen's attack and launched a counterattack. Wing Chun. Tiger and Crane Dual Form. Bagwazang. A series of punches sent Ye Chen reeling, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Wow, so strong. Is young Master Qin really that powerful? Shi Yuan and Wang Meng, who were hiding in the shadows, were shocked. Seeing the two still locked in combat, they immediately gave up the idea of going up to help. The fight between these two is not something someone of their level can interfere with. Wang Meng had previously thought he couldn't beat Ye Chen, but if they were to actually fight, the difference probably wouldn't be too great. However, seeing Ye Chen's current strength, he realized he had overestimated himself. This was Ye Chen with low health and already so strong. He couldn't even imagine what it would be like if Ye Chen were at full health and unleashed his full power. He was afraid Ye Chen could kill him with a single slap. Ye Chen and Qin Feng fought more and more fiercely, their battle becoming a true epic struggle. In the end, Qin Feng prevailed. After a few exchanges, Qin Feng punched Ye Chen in the face, and Ye Chen collapsed to the ground, powerless. Cough cough. Ye Chen coughed up blood. He never dreamed that Qin Feng would become so strong, as if he had been given a cheat code. Qin Feng could find a way to counter all of his moves, and in terms of raw strength, Qin Feng was actually no worse than him. Moreover, when his attack struck Qin Feng, the damage Qin Feng suffered was not as high as he had imagined. I have lost, please let them go, my wife is innocent. Ye Chen pleaded. He was already ruined. The moment he collapsed, Qin Feng didn't give him any chance and crippled him completely. Just as Qin Feng said before, to kill a protagonist like Ye Chen, you have to strike a fatal blow without giving him any chance. Ha 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 ha. Ye Chen. You finally met your match. Qin Feng laughed heartily. He had finally defeated Ye Chen, but he had also paid a price. The damage reduction vest he bought from the system was ruined by Ye Chen. That's 1,000 points. Gone just like that. Ye Chen. Tell me, do you deserve to die? You want me to let them go? Sure. Kneel down and beg me. Qin Feng laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen knelt down. The cold ground made his knees ache, but Ye Chen was completely unaware of it. He was once a star, revered by countless people, but now, for his wife, his dignity has been shattered by his will to survive. The moment his forehead touched the ground, dust covered his face, mixing with the still wet blood, making him look as disheveled as a stray dog. Ha 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 ha. Ye Chen. You finally met your match. As Qin Feng sneered, he also pointed his gun at Zhao Li and the other person. No. No. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ye Chen tried desperately to stop it, but with 2 gunshots, his illusions were shattered. Ayowa. Ye Chen felt as if his liver and gallbladder were about to burst, blood streaming from his eyes. The immense pain caused his whole body to convulse, and his fingernails dug deep into the rubble on the ground, leaving several bloody marks. He wanted to crawl, to pounce on Qin Feng and tear him apart, but his crippled limbs felt like they were filled with lead. Every inch he moved caused excruciating pain in his internal organs, so he could only struggle in vain, letting out a trapped beast-like roar. Sorry, if you have to blame someone, blame yourself for being an unlucky person. Who told you to be so unlucky as to run into someone like me who isn't soft-hearted enough? Qin Feng laughed heartily. Ye Chen had said the same thing to him before, when Ye Chen killed his parents. Now, Qin Feng finally had the opportunity to return those words to Ye Chen. Qin Feng. Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. Ye Chen let out a weak roar. So what? Just because you're a ghost doesn't mean you're so powerful. You couldn't beat me when I was alive, and you think you can beat me now that you're dead? You must be joking. Qin Feng ignored him and fired a shot, shattering Ye Chen's temple. Ye Chen collapsed instantly into a pool of blood, still convulsing, clearly not quite dead. As expected of the protagonist destined by fate. Even after being shot in the head and beaten to this extent, he's still alive. Qin Feng was speechless. This Ye Chen was too outrageous. He survived a headshot. Just as absurd as himself. However, I didn't die immediately because I had a system, but Ye Chen didn't have a system. He's this amazing even without a system. If he had one, he'd be incredible. Qin Feng fired several more shots, emptying the magazine completely, until he shattered Ye Chen's brain, at which point the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully killing the protagonist of Destiny, Ye Chen. All accumulated points have been distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 50,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the inheritance of the divine healer's ghostly hands. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the next protagonist's script. You may open it at any time. Hearing the series of system notifications coming from his mind, Qin Feng felt incredibly refreshed. Dad, Mom, Xiaomo, I've finally avenged you. Qin Feng knelt on the ground, thinking of his parents and the girl who used to like him. The thrill of avenging his great enemy made him burst into tears. Young Master Qin is crying? What's going on? Shouldn't he be happy after killing Ye Chen? Captain Wang, you don't understand. This is called extreme joy turning into sorrow. Sure, Yuan could understand Qin Feng's feelings. The feeling of having a great enemy avenged was something that couldn't be laughed at all. After all, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Even if Ye Chen, Qin Feng's parents, and that girl were killed, they would never come back. Sure, Yuan, Wang Meng, come out and clean this up. Don't forget, do as I said before. Qin Feng calmed himself down a bit, then had the two people hiding in the shadows clean up the battlefield. Yes, young Master Qin. The two didn't dare say anything more, but simply followed Qin Feng's instructions to cremate Ye Chen and Zhao Li's bodies and then scatter their ashes. After doing all this, Qin Feng was gone. At this moment, he had returned to his villa. He sat upright on his bed, somewhat dazed and confused. Now that he had avenged his great enemy, he didn't know what he should do next. Host, please don't be confused. After killing Ye Chen, an even greater challenge awaits you. As the main villain, how can he be so easily defeated? Chapter 78, a new protagonist of Destiny appears. System, that's true, but right now, I'm a bit lost. Ye Chen is dead, my parents are gone, Xiaomo is gone, I don't know what to do. Qin Feng sighed. People often feel this way after they've avenged their great grudge. They feel like life has lost its meaning. Host, don't panic. As long as you have enough points, they can be resurrected. Upon hearing the system's words, Qin Feng's eyes immediately lit up with a long-lost light. Although he didn't know how many points he would need, at least Qin Feng saw hope for now. With a goal in mind, Qin Feng naturally gained motivation, and he felt full of energy again. Name, Qin Feng. Appearance, full marks. Physical fitness, 106 points, normal person has 5 points. Skills, anti-intelligence aura, martial arts master. Points, 66,650. Number of draws, 0. Backpack, the legacy of the divine healer and the ghostly hands, a destined protagonist script. Equipped, none. Mental strength, 1 point, normal person has 0.1. Special, mark of loyalty. After accumulating points over this period of time, Qin Feng's points have reached a terrifying 60,000. So many points. Qin Feng's little hands started to twitch. This was the first time he had ever seen so many points in his life. Is this the protagonist of destiny? Terrifying. The amount he revealed alone far exceeds the combined total of all the previous participants. However, he restrained himself for the time being. After all, money should be spent wisely. Open the script of destiny. As Qin Feng finished speaking, a flood of memories surged into his mind. The legendary healer descends the mountain, Chen Yan. This is the opponent Qin Feng will face this time. It is a story about a divine doctor who descends from the mountain. He grew up in the divine doctor sect and, on the day he turned 20, he descended the mountain to gain experience after learning his master's true teachings. To Qin Feng's surprise, the protagonist this time, Chen Yan, is actually related to the Lin family. 20 years ago, Lin Xiaoxiong sought out the Divine Doctor sect because of a serious illness. The Divine Doctor clan cured his illness, but the price was that Lin Xiaoxiong had to arrange a marriage between his youngest granddaughter and Chen Yan. This youngest granddaughter is naturally Lin Yanran. Lin Xiaoxiong readily agreed. To prevent Lin Xiaoxiong from going back on his word, the Divine Doctor sect had a special plan. If Lin Xiaoxiong did go back on his word, then on the day Chen Yan descended the mountain, Lin Xiaoxiong's old illness would relapse, and he would die with resentment. How vicious. This so-called Divine Doctor sect is no good either. On the surface, they claim to be helping the world and saving lives, but in reality, they use these things to control many wealthy families. Qin Feng thought to himself. No wonder they wanted to pass on their divine healing skills to me. It turns out the protagonist this time is a divine healer. Qin Feng felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. System, use the divine healer's ghostly hands inheritance. Friendly reminder to the host. Receiving the ghost hand inheritance requires a large amount of mental energy. Please raise your mental energy to level 5 before receiving it. So much. 5 points of mental energy, that's 40,000 points. That's no small amount. However, it's worth it to deal with Chen Yan. After all, Chen Yan is the protagonist of the Divine Doctor genre, and as a major villain, how can I not have some medical skills? As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, 40,000 points vanished instantly, and a huge amount of Qin Feng's points disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although it's still 5 figures, it's a world of difference compared to before. As 40,000 points disappeared, Qin Feng immediately felt his mind become incredibly clear, and his whole being was filled with energy. He now possesses 50 times the mental strength of an ordinary person, and he can maintain his energy levels with almost no need for sleep. I feel like I don't need to sleep anymore. If any factory asks me to work there in the future, won't I get double the pay? Qin Feng made a joke. Immediately afterwards, he opened the inheritance, and as a stream of light entered his mind, Qin Feng immediately received countless pieces of knowledge from the Divine Doctor in Ghost Hand. The Divine Healer with Ghost Hands is a name no one knows. He earned the title because of his exceptional acupuncture skills, which are said to be able to bring people back from the dead. Most of what it talks about is about acupuncture, in addition to a lot of medical knowledge. After only a moment, Qin Feng's mind was a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, with the support of 50 times the mental strength of an ordinary person, Qin Feng was able to digest it quickly. No wonder it takes 5 points of mental energy to receive it. It turns out that what's inside requires extremely high mental energy to do. The items in the legacy of the Divine Healer and Ghost Hand can only be used by those with mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. If your mental strength doesn't reach that level, even if you receive the inheritance, the things you can utilize will be limited. 40,000 points for something like this is definitely worth it. Qin Feng thought to himself. A miracle doctor is a miracle doctor. Even if you offered Qin Feng hundreds of billions for the things inside, he wouldn't trade them. Subsequently, Qin Feng spent another 10,000 points to add 20 points to his physique, thus completing the upgrade of his strength. Qin Feng decided to save the remaining points for later, since who knew how many points he would need to revive his parents and Xiao Mo in the future? Name, Qin Feng. Appearance, full marks. Physical condition, 126 points, normal person has 5 points. Skills, anti-intelligence aura, martial arts master. Points, 16,650. Number of draws, 0. Backpack, none. Equipped, none. Mental strength, 5 points, normal level is 0.1. Special, mark of loyalty, legacy of the divine healer and ghostly hands. Looking at the completely redesigned attribute panel, Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. He is now much stronger than Ye Chen was before. Although there may be a difference in physique, Ye Chen would not be a match for Qin Feng unless his physique is 200. Young master. As you instructed, we have disposed of Ye Chen's body. And his woman and child, we have disposed of them as well. Wang Meng and Shi Yuan brought an urn to Qin Feng, as Qin Feng had specifically instructed them to do so. Therefore, the two did not scatter Ye Chen's ashes in the wind as they had done before. I understand. You've all worked hard. Go finding later and each of you can collect your bonus. Qin Feng spoke up. Young master is too kind. Serving you is what we should do, so there's no need for any bonuses. Shi Yuan said modestly. All right, then don't take it. Give your share to Wang Meng. Oh. Shi Yuan was immediately embarrassed. He had only meant to be polite, but Qin Feng was really not being polite at all. Just kidding. How could I possibly refuse? Just don't try to be modest in front of me anymore. Understand. Chapter 79, Guemo, the plan begins. Yes, sir. Shi Yuan said solemnly. Just so you know. Qin Feng nodded. After dealing with Ye Chen's affairs, Qin Feng immediately took Ye Chen's ashes to a cemetery. In the center of the cemetery, in the cleanest spot in the entire cemetery, 5 tombstones stand side by side. On the left are his parents, in the middle is the name Guemo, and on the right are Gumo's parents. Guemo is Qin Feng's childhood sweetheart, and the Gu family was once the third largest family in Shanghai. The relationship between the two families improved because of Guemo and Qin Feng, and even everyone in Shanghai believed that Qin Feng and Guemo would get married. However, all this beauty was shattered with the appearance of Lu Ruyan. After meeting Lu Ruyan, Qin Feng suddenly became a different person, insisting on marrying her no matter what. This saddened Guemo for a long time, and Qin Feng insisted on marrying Lu Ruyan despite his parents' objections. Although Guemo was heartbroken, she still respected Qin Feng's decision and said she would wish them both well. Later, Ye Chen returned, and Qin Feng almost lost everything. At the critical moment, Guemo appeared and took the fatal blow for him. It wasn't until that moment that Qin Feng suddenly realized that the most precious person had always been right beside him, and he had been foolishly deceived for so long. Dad, Mom, Xiaoma, Uncle, Aunt. I, Qin Feng, have finally avenged you. As he spoke, 2 streams of tears involuntarily flowed from Qin Feng's eyes. A man doesn't easily shed tears, unless he's truly heartbroken. Now that his great revenge has been achieved, Qin Feng can finally let loose. He scattered Ye Chen's ashes on the ground and kowtowed several times to the tombstone in front of him. Qin Feng only stopped when all of Ye Chen's ashes had floated into the air. Then, he picked up a bottle of wine and began to drink while talking to himself in front of the tombstone. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng became drunk and fell into a deep sleep in front of the tombstone. Brother Qin Feng. Wake up! Don't sleep anymore. Honestly. How could you drink so much? You promised me you wouldn't drink anymore. Get up now. If you don't get up, I'm not talking to you anymore. Xiao Mo. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he had returned to his bed without even realizing it. It was just a dream. I thought. Qin Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yes. She's already left me, how could she possibly still be here? Perhaps she will come back in the future, but not now. Beside Qin Feng was Ying, who was fast asleep. She had been silently following behind Qin Feng ever since he went to the cemetery. It wasn't until Qin Feng fell asleep that she came to his side and carried him back. Boss, you're awake. Sensing Qin Feng's movement, Ying rubbed her eyes. Her mental strength wasn't as good as Qin Feng's. So many days of busy work, plus dealing with Night Owl, had already exhausted her. I'm awake. How long have I been asleep? Qin Feng asked. Ying glanced at the time and replied, You've slept all night, so it's only the second day now. Ying yawned. You scared me to death. I thought I'd slept for days. Did you bring me back? Yes. Who else could it be? Ying rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Thank you. Qin Feng kissed Ying, and Ying immediately blushed so much that her hair stood on end. Seriously. Boss, you're so mean. How could you do that so suddenly? You scared me. Ying said shyly. After joking around with Ying for a while, Qin Feng decided to get down to business. To deal with the protagonist of destiny, he had to strike first and gain the upper hand. Therefore, Qin Feng set his sights on Rini Medical Clinic in Shanghai. Rini Medical Clinic is a stronghold of the Divine Doctor sect in Shanghai, and it was specially prepared for Chen Yan. After arriving in Shanghai, Rini Medical Clinic was the first place Chen Yan wanted to visit. There, his senior sister Jiang Wei was there to meet him and help him get familiar with the environment of Shanghai. They set up a base on my turf without even asking for my permission? This is outrageous. Qin Feng sneered. Wang Meng. Sure, Yuan. Take your men and surround Rini Medical Clinic according to my plan. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Qin Feng's instructions, Wang Meng and Shi Yuan had no doubts and immediately led their men toward Rini Medical Clinic. Rini Medical Clinic, as usual, was packed with people today. Rini Medical Clinic has been open for less than 2 months, and it is almost always packed every day. There are 2 main reasons. The first reason is that the medical staff here are highly skilled. In the past 2 months, not a single patient has left without being dissatisfied. And, most importantly, it's free. Because it was free, many people who are usually quite healthy joined in the fun. Anyway, it's free, you can get it for free. The second reason is that the doctors here are all beautiful young women, especially the owner, Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei is the clinic's star patient, and she attracts the most patients. Many people even call Jiang Wei a healing sage. Dr. Jian. Can you take a look? Is there anything wrong with me? A middle-aged man stretched out his arm, looking at Jiang Wei with a slightly shy expression. The moment he saw Jiang Wei, he felt all his ailments vanish. There's no way around it, Jiang Wei is just too beautiful. Her graceful figure, stunning physique, and especially her face, were breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy from a painting. Let me see. Jiang Wei's eyes were completely calm, filled only with reverence and respect for her profession. She treats everyone the same, regardless of who they are. Jiang Wei took the middle-aged man's pulse and came to a slightly awkward conclusion. You have a bit of kidney deficiency. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately felt embarrassed, and those around him chuckled. However, the middle-aged man wasn't too embarrassed, on the contrary, he was quite happy because he could talk to Jiang Wei a few more times. It's worth noting that once someone is diagnosed as being healthy, Jiang Wei will not hesitate to kick them out. Ginger. Just as the middle-aged man was about to say something, he was pushed aside. What are you doing? Ouch. Why did you push me? The middle-aged man was a little angry. He looked up at the other person, but after just one glance, he chickened out. What? Do you have a problem with that? Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Wang Meng looked down at the middle-aged man. Compared to Wang Meng, the middle-aged man looked like a tiny kitten. No, I have no objection. The middle-aged man was immediately speechless. He was about to ask those around him for help when he saw something that shocked him. Chapter 80, Quack Doctor, Fraudster. At some point, the clinic was surrounded. Security personnel had completely surrounded Runny Clinic, and several cars had even arrived. He was so engrossed in his conversation with Jiang Wei that he hadn't noticed anything about his surroundings. Wow, what's going on? Before the middle-aged man could figure out what was going on, the next second, he was grabbed by Wang Meng and thrown aside like a chick. Who are you? Seeing her clinic in this state, even the usually aloof Jiang Wei couldn't help but speak up. Your name is Jiang Wei, right? We received a report that a medical accident has occurred here. Now, we have reason to suspect that you are practicing medicine without a license. Please come with us. Wang Meng sneered. Medical malpractice? You must be joking. We've been here for so many days and there's never been an accident. How could that be? One of the disciples retorted. Yes. But it happened today. What can you do? Who knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first? Having followed Qin Feng for so many days, Wang Meng's tongue had become sharp, and his words left the other party speechless. Sir, may I ask your surname? Jiang Wei spoke up. My surname is Wang, you can call me Director Wang. I came here after receiving a tip. Not only that, all the paperwork here is complete. You can see for yourself if you don't believe me. Wang Meng took out the prepared items. As the director of the security bureau, he could easily get these things done with just a word from him. This. Jiang Wei glanced at the materials Wang Meng had prepared and realized that it was true, the other party had indeed brought materials with him. That's true, but Director Wang, if you want to arrest us for investigation, you should at least present some facts. Although you have all the necessary documents, you claim that a medical malpractice occurred here. So, where is the person involved? Jiang Wei retorted. You want the person involved, right? The person involved is right here. Wang Meng casually pulled out a young man whose face showed signs of pain. Your clinic has CCTV footage, so finding this person shouldn't be difficult, right? I can also tell you his name, you must have a record of it. This person became like this after taking the medicine prescribed by your clinic yesterday. Isn't this an accident? Hearing Wang Meng's words, Jiang Wei was somewhat incredulous. She did remember the young man in front of her. Because yesterday, she was the one who treated the young man, who had suffered severe internal injuries, apparently caused by a fight. Because she didn't dare tell her parents, she came to Rini Medical Clinic to find Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei also helped the other person recover and told them not to fight with others again. Therefore, Jiang Wei is very clear that Wang Meng has not lied so far, and this is not something he has just framed by randomly finding someone. Young man. What happened to you? I remember I healed your injury yesterday. Jiang Wei spoke up. Dr. Jiang. I don't know what's wrong with me. I felt really unwell when I woke up this morning. Just like yesterday, it's so uncomfortable. The young man looked at Jiang Wei with a pained expression, which softened Jiang Wei's heart. What she couldn't stand the most was seeing patients looking at her like that. Unconvinced, Jiang Wei examined the young man again, and what she found shocked her. To her surprise, the wound she had personally treated yesterday had reopened. And it was even more serious than before. What's going on? Jiang Wei was shocked. She was certain that the young man had no other external injuries, so it couldn't have been caused by him fighting with someone again. So what exactly happened? Dr. Jiang, I feel so awful. What's wrong with me? Didn't you say I was all better? Why? Why do I feel so bad? I feel like I'm going to die. Wah! I feel so awful, Dr. Jiang. The young man grabbed Jiang Wei's sleeve and, as he spoke, spat out a mouthful of blood, staining Jiang Wei's white clothes with blood. Looking at the scene before her, Jiang Wei also fell into self-doubt. She had clearly checked and there was no problem. What exactly happened? Why did this happen? She couldn't figure it out. She didn't understand. Little did they know, all of this was Qin Feng's doing. After inheriting the divine doctor's ghost hand technique, his medical skills had already surpassed Jiang Wei's. He only needed to use a little trick to push Jiang Wei's level to its limit. It's no exaggeration to say that in Chen Yan's script, the only person who can rival Qin Feng in medical skills is probably Chen Yan's master. If Chen Yan's master were here, he would definitely be able to see something, but unfortunately, he is not here. Dr. Jiang. The young man tried to say something, but he had already fainted. Where's the stretcher? Quickly carry him away. Take him to the clinic. Wang Meng said anxiously. Upon seeing this, the onlookers immediately understood what was going on, and voices of doubt began to rise. Dr. Jiang. What exactly happened? Why did that young man turn out like this? My God. I trusted them so much before, but I didn't expect them to be a bunch of scumbags. Exactly. They said it was cured, but they almost killed the patient. The doubts and indifferent looks from others shattered the confidence of this genius girl from the Divine Doctor sect. This is the first time in so many years that she has made such a serious mistake, which is undoubtedly a huge blow to her self-confidence. I used to call her a miracle doctor. Bah! She actually said I have kidney deficiency. How could someone as strong as me have kidney deficiency? The middle-aged man who had just joined the fray also showed off his muscles. I'm a muscular man, how could I possibly have kidney deficiency? Jiang Wei is definitely talking nonsense. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have believed it, and if anyone dared to say anything about Jiang Wei, he would have dared to fight them to the death. But now, with this incident, the situation is different. Public opinion can shift very quickly. A good person who has done good deeds all their life can be exposed as a scoundrel once they make a mistake. But if a bad person does one good deed, people will say he has turned over a new leaf. Jiang Wei is now facing this situation. The former medical genius and prodigy are no more. Instead, they are called swindlers and quacks. Chapter 81, Killing Someone Over a Mere Disagreement? Miss Jiang. What do you have to say now? You want evidence? I've given you the evidence. You wanted the materials, and I've given you the materials. Now, can you come with me? Wang Meng's lips curled up slightly. Things had come to this point, and he didn't believe that Jiang Wei could still be stubborn. Fine. I'll go with you. I'm willing to cooperate with the investigation. I don't admit to any wrongdoing. There must be some misunderstanding. I'm innocent. Jiang Wei said loudly. She always felt that things weren't so simple, as if there was an invisible hand targeting her. Just yesterday, she received a message from her sect saying that her junior brother was going out to train and asked her to help take care of him and to try her best to help him if he needed anything. As a result, this happened the very next day after the order was issued. Although she had no evidence, she still suspected that things weren't that simple. I have been studying medicine for over 20 years. I started learning medicine at the age of 3, and by the age of 10, I already had the skills of a top-tier hospital. Nowadays, her medical skills can be said to have reached the top level in the Dragon Kingdom. Even industry leaders might not be her match. Incredibly, she made such a big mistake while treating a minor internal injury. Who would believe that? Mistakes are understandable, but why today of all days? All of this is too much of a coincidence. But Jiang Wei wasn't afraid. She had the backing of the Divine Doctor sect, and she wanted to see who dared to oppose them. Miss Jiang is indeed straightforward. In that case, please proceed. Wang Meng took out handcuffs and cuffed Jiang Wei directly. Handcuffs, of course, cannot restrain Jiang Wei. With her strength, she can easily break free. However, Jiang Wei is, after all, part of the protagonist's camp, and she is quite law-abiding. If this were a villain, they would probably have already started fighting with Wang Meng and his group. Quack doctor. Get out of Shanghai. Get out of Shanghai. You owe us an apology. Faced with the crowd's insults, Jiang Wei simply lowered her head and remained silent. She knew that in the face of the current public sentiment, saying anything more would be useless. They won't listen. On the contrary, all that talking will only make you sound like you're making excuses. Therefore, Jiang Wei gave up on defending herself and decided to go to the security bureau first to discuss everything. These people. They really make me angry. How dare they talk about senior sister Jiang like that? That's right. They weren't like this when they first sought treatment from senior sister Jiang. What makes them so special? The disciples of the Divine Doctor sect were all indignant on Jiang Wei's behalf. Why was Jiang Wei being treated like this? Jiang Wei did nothing wrong, but everyone treats her like a criminal. This is absolutely outrageous. If there weren't so many people here, they would have loved to kill them all with silver needles. As Jiang Wei was taken away, the surrounding crowd also left, but the matter was not over yet, because Wang Meng and his group had not left. What are you doing? You've already taken senior sister Jiang away. What are you still doing here? We need to do business. How can we do business with so many of you here? One of the disciples spoke up. That's right. What you're doing makes things very difficult for us. Difficult to handle? Holy crap, then I think we should just give up. Wang Meng flipped the table, and the security bureau personnel immediately started to act. This sudden turn of events left the disciples of the Divine Healer sect stunned. All of this happened so fast. So fast that they didn't even have a chance to fight back. In an instant, they were knocked down. Let me go. Do you know what you're doing? We are members of the Divine Healer sect. You have no right to arrest us. Are you courting death by going against our Divine Healer sect? Even after being arrested, these guys were still so stubborn, and Wang Meng couldn't stand listening to them. They're so noisy and annoying. Shoot them all. Leave no one alive. Wang Meng said coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked on in horror. Something's not right. This script isn't right. Why is Wang Meng so quick to kill people at the slightest provocation? Are you crazy? One of the disciples spoke up. Yes. I've gone mad. What can I do? What can I do? Wang Meng used to have some sense of justice, but he changed after following Qin Feng. Captain Wang. What are you dawdling about? Why is it taking so long to kill just a few people? If you delay the young master's plans, can you take responsibility? Sure, Yuan walked over, he simply couldn't stand it anymore. Shut up. You should call me Director Wang now. Wang Meng rolled his eyes at Shi Yuan. Then, they mercilessly shot the heads off the people in front of them. To prevent them from reviving, they emptied the magazines until their heads were turned to mush, leaving only one female disciple trembling in fear. Don't be afraid. We're good people. Kill them, and we won't kill you. As long as you obey, you'll be fine. Understand. Wang Meng patted the other person's face, and the latter immediately nodded vigorously. These people don't look like security personnel at all. They're clearly a group of terrorists. How could they just walk in and start killing everyone they see? They show absolutely no mercy. This is the first time in her life she's encountered something like this. Clean everything up. Strip their clothes off and clean up the blood. The young master still needs them. Wang Meng gave the instructions. On the other side, Jiang Wei sat in the security bureau's car. She saw that she wasn't blindfolded and could see her surroundings. She suddenly realized that something seemed wrong. This didn't seem to be the way to the security bureau. Comrade. This isn't the right route. This isn't the way to the security bureau. Jiang Wei spoke up. You're right. This is definitely not the way to the security bureau. The driver smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei was about to take action, but the other party's words made her hesitate. Miss Jiang, I advise you not to make a move. Don't forget, your fellow disciples are still in our hands. The driver gave a wicked smile, and Jiang Wei finally realized that it was all a setup. A setup aimed at her. She said, how can there be so many coincidences? Who are you? What are you people doing? Why are you pretending to be from the security bureau? Jiang Wei spoke up. Don't rush, you'll find out soon enough. When you meet the young master, don't get too smitten. Our young master is a very handsome man. The driver laughed. Not long after, Jiang Wei was taken to the Qin family. Led by Qin Feng's men, Jiang Wei arrived at Qin Feng's study. Here, she finally saw the true face of the mastermind behind the scenes. Chapter 82, If it's too difficult, then let's not do it. The driver wasn't lying. The moment she saw Qin Feng, her eyes were fixed on him. There was no way around it. Qin Feng was just too handsome, to the point that she was completely mesmerized. However, she quickly adjusted. Jiang Wei, oh Jiang Wei, this man in front of you is no good. He could very well be a hidden devil. Don't be fooled by his appearance. You're the mastermind behind this? Who exactly are you? Why are you targeting our divine healer sect? What have we done to offend you? Jiang Wei was very puzzled. The divine doctor sect had always had a good reputation because of its outstanding medical skills. Therefore, it had a considerable network of connections in China and even in the world. Jiang Wei really didn't understand why Qin Feng would specifically tie her up here. Although Qin Feng is young, don't his parents, relatives, and friends need medical treatment? You should know that their divine healer sect can cure even terminal illnesses, and it's not a problem for them to extend the life of a dying person by a few years. It is precisely because of these methods that they have been able to gain a foothold in this world. In her opinion, Qin Feng was truly insane, otherwise, why would he think of going against them? To this, Qin Feng would say, it's just medical skills, right? I have those too. And I'm no worse than you. Besides, my parents and relatives are lying in the ground right now. Can you bring them back to life? Of course, that joke is a bit cheesy, so let's get back to the main topic. Let me introduce myself, my name is Qin Feng. Upon hearing the name Qin Feng, Jiang Wei immediately thought of something. So you're Qin Feng. Qin Feng's name is known to everyone in Shanghai. As the young master of the Qin family, he has been the center of attention and adoration since the day he was born. Especially his previous duel with Ye Chen, which became a legendary event in Shanghai. Although Jiang Wei has been treating patients in Shanghai, she is very well informed about this kind of information. Come to think of it, when Ye Chen was alive, she was thinking of trying to win him over. She just didn't expect Ye Chen to die so quickly. She wasn't prepared at all, and Ye Chen was killed by Qin Feng. If there's another person named Qin Feng in Shanghai, then I'm the Qin Feng you know. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Young Master Qin. Our divine physician sect has no grudge against you, why do you want to make an enemy of us? Aren't you afraid of incurring retaliation from our divine healer sect? Jiang Wei spoke up. Do I need a reason to hold a grudge against you? This is ridiculous. You're not young anymore, how can you ask such a question? Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Jiang Wei. Hearing Qin Feng say that she was old, Jiang Wei was a little angry, but after all, this was on his turf. Furthermore, and most importantly, the disciples of the medical clinic are still in Qin Feng's hands. Young Master Qin. What exactly do you want me to do? You've gone to such lengths, even going so far as to slander the reputation of my divine doctor sect. Jiang Wei didn't understand why Qin Feng was treating her this way. If he just wanted to discuss cooperation, given Qin Feng's status, she couldn't possibly refuse. Miss Jiang, I've come to you directly because I want to cooperate with you. If you agree to one condition, I will let you and your friends go. Qin Feng smiled slightly. The disciples of the Divine Doctor sect at Rennie Medical Hall are all Jiang Wei's confidants, and they have a deep bond with her. For their safety, Jiang Wei would definitely agree to do some things he had no choice but to do. What are the conditions? Jiang Wei suddenly had a bad feeling. She didn't know much about Qin Feng. There were rumors that he was a lecherous man who would sleep with at least 3 women every day, and not repeat any of them. Some say he was a demon, and that someone once witnessed him eating a child alive. Some say he was a great philanthropist who did many good deeds behind the scenes. In short, there are many legends about Qin Feng, and Jiang Wei doesn't know which ones are true or false. However, she felt that he wouldn't be the first, since Qin Feng had gone to such lengths to kidnap her just for something so vulgar. She looked down on Qin Feng from the bottom of her heart. You have a junior brother named Chen Yan, right? He'll be coming to Shanghai to see you soon, won't he? I hope that after you see him, you can do one thing for me. Once it's done, you and your best friends will be safe. Qin Feng smiled. What is it? Jiang Wei suddenly had a bad feeling. I want you to slander Chen Yan, saying that he killed a disciple of the Divine Physician sect, who is also your subordinate. Can you do it? Qin Feng gave a wicked smile. If Jiang Wei did this, the Divine Doctor sect would definitely send someone to investigate. Then I can take them all down at once, killing two birds with one stone. After all, the Divine Doctor sect's territory isn't in Shanghai. If people from Hoshi were to wait for them to appear, it would take far too long, who knows when that would be. Since that's the case, Qin Feng had no choice but to go with the flow and push the plot forward. You're insane. Chen Yan is my junior brother. How could I possibly slander him? I couldn't do it. Jiang Wei spoke up. Chen Yan and she were from the same school, and the two had a fairly good relationship, otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent here by her superiors to be Chen Yan's accomplice. How could she possibly slander Chen Yan? Especially something so outrageous. Miss Jiang. You have no choice. Now, I'm only giving you one choice, either obey me, or you and your men die. Qin Feng spoke up. Impossible. I would never do such a thing. Jiang Wei refused decisively. Qin Feng. I respected you before, and the reason I was so polite to you was because I respected you as a man. Even under those conditions, you were still able to turn the tables on Ye Chen and reclaim the Qin family's assets. Now it seems you're nothing but a despicable person. I think there's no point in discussing this matter today. Jiang Wei's words left Qin Feng somewhat stunned. It seemed that he had underestimated the bond between the protagonist and the heroine of Destiny. Jiang Wei actually disregarded the lives of her subordinates for Chen Yan's sake. How interesting. Since that's the case, I'll just have to beat Jiang Wei into submission so she can face reality. Difficult to handle? Holy crap, then let's not do it. Qin Feng flipped the table over and launched the first attack on Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was caught off guard and did not expect Qin Feng to act so quickly. What a despicable person. The table was practically about to smash into her face when he opened his mouth. Chapter 83, The Friendship-Breaking Punch. Although Jiang Wei was somewhat shocked, she still reacted promptly. She stepped back, rolled, and dodged the table that Qin Feng had overturned. In doing so, she also managed to unlock the handcuffs on her hands. Where are they? After Jiang Wei finished this series of actions, she was preparing to counterattack when she discovered that Qin Feng had disappeared. Jiang Wei looked around warily, holding a silver needle in her hand. This was her fighting style. It should be said that the fighting style of the Divine Physician sect is basically like this, using the silver needles in their hands as weapons. Doctors can both kill and save lives. The silver needles in their hands are both divine tools for saving lives and deadly weapons. With her mastery of acupoints, Jiang Wei could easily kill her opponent with a single strike. But if you want to kill someone, you have to let Jiang Wei know where the other person is right now. Qin Feng is now like he's vanished into thin air, you can't find him at all. Look behind you. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Feng's fist was already on Jiang Wei's back. Jiang Wei reacted quickly, dodging the attack while also throwing out a silver needle. The silver needle flew towards Qin Feng's temple. It seemed like an ordinary attack, but it was actually extremely powerful. If this attack had hit, even with Qin Feng's incredible luck, he would have been rendered a vegetable. Did you hit it? Jiang Wei looked at Qin Feng, who had suddenly become motionless in the darkness, and thought she had managed to turn the tables and kill him. It seems that young Master Qin from Shanghai is nothing special. I thought killing Ye Chen made him some kind of big shot. Now it seems that Ye Chen was a fraud too. My previous worries were completely unnecessary. Jiang Wei gave a confident smile, but unexpectedly, a scene that surprised her appeared. Qin Feng moved in the darkness, stepping out of the shadows with Jiang Wei's silver needle still in his mouth. The silver needles turned into toothpicks in Qin Feng's mouth, and he even used them to pick his teeth. You're all right. Jiang Wei was shocked. This was beyond her expectations. Have you made enough of a scene? If you have, then it's my turn to take action. Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly. After the test, he had also figured out Jiang Wei's strength. Jiang Wei's strength is quite good. If she were in the Temple of War, she would at least be at the level of one of the 4 great generals. However, this level of skill is clearly insufficient when it comes to my own abilities. Friendship Breaking Fist. Qin Feng unleashed one of his signature techniques, and as he shouted out the move, he was already in front of Jiang Wei. With a single punch, Qin Feng's fist slammed mercilessly into Jiang Wei's pretty face. As expected of the friendship-breaking punch, this punch disfigured Jiang Wei, causing blood to flow from her nose. Qin Feng. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Wei was furious. She was genuinely angry. In all her years, this was the first time she had been so literally slapped in the face. No woman is indifferent to her appearance. Especially a beautiful woman like Jiang Wei. This time, she held nothing back, taking out all the silver needles in her hand and throwing them out. A celestial maiden scatters flowers. 64 silver needles were thrown out at once, attacking Qin Feng from all directions. Each silver needle is coated with a potent poison. The toxin inside can easily kill an adult elephant. Even a minor scratch would kill an ordinary person within 3 minutes. Faced with Jiang Wei's attack, Qin Feng was not afraid at all, and simply took off his coat. The next second, his coat in his hand acted like a magic bag, instantly taking the silver needles in front of him inside. Then, by using the force dissipating techniques in martial arts, the force inside can be directly dissipated. The silver needles suddenly became limp and powerless inside the coat, just like you guys after taking off. How could this be? Jiang Wei hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so strong, so easily deflecting her ultimate move. I've never failed with this trick before. I never expected it to fail today. Jiang Wei was still in a daze when Qin Feng's fist appeared on her face again. Another friendship-breaking punch sent Jiang Wei flying. If it weren't for her good physical condition, she probably would have died from that blow. Of course, this was also related to Qin Feng holding back, otherwise, if he had struck with all his might, Jiang Wei's face would have been as flat as a deflated balloon. You're so despicable. Why did you slap me in the face again? I'm a girl. What right do you have to slap me? Jiang Wei was devastated by the blows. What was Qin Feng trying to do? Why was he always hitting her in the face? What did my face do to offend Qin Feng? Is being beautiful a sin? There's no other way. Being slapped in the face is doubly damaging, both mentally and physically. See, the effect is there, isn't it? As Qin Feng spoke, he continued to deliver the final blow, determined not to give Jiang Wei a chance to retaliate. It's often said that villains die from talking too much, because villains only like to talk and not to fight. Qin Feng is arguing and blaming while stabbing you with a knife. How many opportunities do you have to fight back? With another whirlwind kick, Qin Feng struck Jiang Wei in the stomach, sending her flying several meters away. With a bang, Jiang Wei slammed against the wall and then lay on the ground in great pain. This blow completely deprived Jiang Wei of the ability to resist. She even felt that after taking this kick from Qin Feng, she would never have the chance to have children again. How can Qin Feng be so powerful? I was completely powerless against him. Jiang Wei coughed up a mouthful of blood. It hurt so much. Jiang Wei had never felt such pain before. You damaged my wall. You'll have to pay for it. Qin Feng approached Jiang Wei, grabbed her hair, and then sealed her acupoints. What are you going to do? Jiang Wei was terrified. She suddenly realized that she couldn't move. This brought her immense fear. What do you think I want to do? Qin Feng revealed a lewd smile, and upon seeing this, Jiang Wei's eyes immediately filled with despair. Does this mean I'm going to fall into the hands of this beast today? I'm sorry, junior brother. For some reason, Jiang Wei suddenly thought of Chen Yin. Then, Jiang Wei closed her eyes, preparing to face her destiny. Although she had little experience in dating, she would occasionally admire other people's masterpieces late at night. This is the most common action. I never expected that my first time would be with Qin Feng. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei felt a sense of despair. She had already figured out how the story would unfold, but as she thought about it, she suddenly felt a little excited. Why was that? Chapter 84, Jiang Wei surrendered. However, the expected situation did not occur. Jiang Wei suddenly had some powdery substance in her mouth. She instinctively wanted to resist, but she couldn't at all and could only be forced to eat it by Qin Feng. What did you give me to eat? After swallowing it, Jiang Wei was able to move. She immediately covered her throat and tried to dig it out with her hands. However, it was too late. She had already eaten Qin Feng's food. My specially made poison. Anyone who ingests it will die within 3 days. Unless they take my antidote regularly. Otherwise, you will die bleeding from all 7 orifices. You will die bleeding from all 7 orifices. Blood is flowing from your eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. You're lying on the ground, eyes wide open, unable to accept it. It must look very beautiful, right? Qin Feng's words only terrified Jiang Wei. She could picture her miserable state and didn't want to die like that. She was still young and couldn't afford to die such a tragic death. No, I don't wanna, please, I don't wanna die. The poison took effect quickly, completely overwhelming the old baby. The sensation was like thousands of ants crawling all over Jiang Wei. No, it wasn't just crawling, it was also tearing at her body, making Jiang Wei feel both pain and itchiness. You want me to let you go? Sure. What about what I asked you to do before? Have you thought about it? Qin Feng spoke up. This. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei hesitated for a moment. It seems you're not genuinely interested in cooperating. Then you might as well die. By the way, after you die, I will treat your men in the same way. Haven't you thought about this? Even if you die, it's the same for me to cooperate with them. You want to protect Chen Yin, but others may not be so sure. Not everyone is as determined as you. If you were still alive, you might be able to help Chen Yin secretly, right? Qin Feng gave a wicked smile, and the devil's whisper began to ring in Jiang Wei's ear. After Qin Feng's words, Jiang Wei realized that what Qin Feng said seemed to make some sense. If I were still alive, I might still have a chance to help Chen Yin. This way, not only could he save the lives of his men, but he could also give Chen Yin a chance to survive. The price is that I might die. After all, such a thing is no different from betraying one's sect. According to the rules of the Divine Healer sect, death is all that awaits him. I understand, I'll do whatever you say. Jiang Wei eventually gave in. Excellent. A wise person knows when to yield. Miss Jiang, you are a smart person. I enjoy working with smart people like you. Qin Feng gave a kind and friendly smile. Jiang Wei found it hard to believe that a man with such good looks and such a smile was actually a devil. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The wisdom of our ancestors still holds true. As Qin Feng spoke, he marked Jiang Wei with a loyalty mark. To Qin Feng's surprise, Jiang Wei's loyalty to him was quite high, actually reaching 80. As expected, the people in the protagonist's camp are all true to their word. Such high loyalty. Qin Feng praised him in his heart. Seeing how well Jiang Wei had behaved, Qin Feng temporarily relieved her pain, but only for 1 day. After that day, if she didn't take the antidote he gave her, the previous symptoms would return until she died. Wow, so amazing, your medical skills are so superb. Jiang Wei was shocked because when Qin Feng first intervened, he didn't use the antidote, but rather his own medical skills to alleviate her pain. Those in the know understand just how incredibly powerful Qin Feng's moves were. That's why Jiang Wei was shocked. Judging from Qin Feng's actions just now, there are no more than 3 people in the Divine Doctor sect who can surpass him. In fact, to put it more broadly, perhaps only her master, the head of the Divine Doctor sect, could surpass him. No, even her master might not be as powerful as Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng is so young and has a promising future. What else could it be? You, perhaps. Qin Feng made a joke. If your opponent is you, then it's not surprising. I never expected that such a formidable figure like you would be hiding in Shanghai. With Qin Feng's medical skills, it's no wonder he was able to defeat Ye Chen and still have so many followers. With such strength, it's not surprising that so many people follow him. No wonder I couldn't figure out how the young man relapsed before, because it was all Qin Feng's doing. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. In this world, you, the Divine Healer sect, are not the only powerful ones. As Qin Feng spoke, he took out a small box of ointment and applied it to Jiang Wei's face. What is this? What do you want to do? Jiang Wei instinctively felt some resistance. She had never seen anything like it before. This is a homemade ointment. Once you apply it, your face will be back to normal, or even more beautiful. You don't want to go out with a face like that, do you? Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Is it really that amazing? Jiang Wei was skeptical. Even her divine doctor sect didn't have such a miraculous thing. This Qin Feng, could he be some kind of immortal reincarnation? Thinking about this, she suddenly felt that it might not be so bad to submit to Qin Feng. Qin Feng is handsome and capable, who wouldn't want him? Not long after the ointment was applied, a miraculous scene unfolded. Jiang Wei's previous wound not only healed completely, but her skin even became smoother and firmer. Looking at herself in the mirror, Jiang Wei felt somewhat incredulous. Was this really her? Wow, that's amazing. Jiang Wei was truly impressed. She genuinely admired Qin Feng. Ding! The heroine Jiang Wei has submitted, indirectly suppressing the protagonist. Reward, 5,000 points. Ding! The host has successfully eliminated the stronghold of the Divine Doctor sect, indirectly suppressing the protagonist. Reward, 500 points. With this move, another 5,500 points were gained. Jiang Wei truly lives up to her reputation as an important character in Shen Yan's early storyline. The points she's generating are impressive. After her injuries were healed, Jiang Wei returned to Rini Medical Clinic, which had now changed its appearance. His former subordinates were gone, replaced by Qin Feng's men. Her only subordinate was Xiao Hong, who had been terrified before, and was also the only survivor among their group. Of course, Xiao Hong dared not say much about this. Chapter 85, The Wedding Night. Senior Sister Jiang. You're finally back. Wah! They were so scary. When Xiao Hong saw Jiang Wei return, she couldn't help but hug her. It wasn't that she was acting, she was genuinely scared. Wang Meng and his gang killed her fellow disciples right in front of her, even slapping their faces until they were a mess. How could she not be afraid? She was truly afraid that she would end up like them, but thankfully, she was lucky. Seeing Jiang Wei return now, she breathed a sigh of relief. If even Jiang Wei had died, she would have been truly desperate. I'm fine. Where did everyone go? Jiang Wei looked around in confusion. She could tell at a glance that the people standing there were not her subordinates, even though they were wearing masks and the same clothes. Everyone's been arrested. They said we'd all die if we didn't cooperate. They left me here alone to deliver the message to you. Xiao Hong wasn't lying about this, she really did stay here to deliver the message. I see. Jiang Wei nodded, a slight ripple in her heart. Although she had been prepared, she still felt a little strange when the situation actually occurred. Senior Sister Jiang. We won't die, will we? I'm so scared. Xiao Hong clung tightly to Jiang Wei, she was genuinely terrified. Don't worry. We won't die. As long as we do as they say, we'll be fine. Jiang Wei comforted her. That's right. As long as you obediently follow my boss's orders, you'll be fine. Shadow spoke. She was sent by Qin Feng to monitor Jiang Wei. Among Qin Feng's subordinates, she was the only one with that ability. Of course I know you don't need to tell me. Jiang Wei said irritably, it's fine if she can't beat Qin Feng, but who do you think you are to lecture me? It seems you're quite dissatisfied. Ying sneered. Of course, I will obey Qin Feng's orders. Who do you think you are to order me around? Jiang Wei sneered. She was already furious and had nowhere to vent her anger, and Ying had just walked right into her line of fire. Not worthy? Fine, fine, fine. Instead of getting angry, Ying laughed. She didn't rush to make a move, but instead took out her gun and pointed it at Xiaohong, who was standing to the side. I have 10 guns right here, and there are snipers pointing at you from a distance. You might be fine if we go all out, but the woman next to you. That's not necessarily true. Ying twirled the weapon in her hand as if it were a fun toy, and looked at Jiang Wei and Xiaohong with a look of utter contempt, which made Jiang Wei extremely angry. Despite her anger, Jiang Wei could only rage helplessly. Because she knew that Ying was right, she could indeed survive, but Xiaohong could not. It's not that it's uncertain, it's that it's impossible. The strength speaks for itself. Senior Sister Jiang. Xiaohong hid behind Jiang Wei, trembling. Hey buddy, didn't you promise not to kill me? Why did you go back on your word? I'm sorry, it was my fault, I'll be good. Jiang Wei finally gave in. It's good that you know you're wrong. I'm always a magnanimous person, as long as you don't make the same mistake again. Of course, if you do this again next time, you know the consequences. They'll be very serious. Ying patted Jiang Wei's face, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Because she noticed that Jiang Wei's skin had suddenly improved, even though it wasn't like this before. Needless to say, it must have been Qin Feng who did it. She didn't know about Qin Feng's little ointment, but she had heard that another ointment applied to the face had the same effect, although it might have a stronger smell. Ying was jealous because she suspected Qin Feng and Jiang Wei. Ahem, those who know, know. Late at night, Qin Feng was scrolling through videos in his room, waiting for Chen Yan to come to him, so he was a little bored. With mental strength dozens of times greater than that of ordinary people, he doesn't need much rest at all, he can only watch videos. Why is this kind of stuff flooding the internet late at night? Are the moderators asleep? Don't they care at all? Qin Feng looked at the push notification and was speechless. After seeing so many beautiful women, he had become immune to these things. I have 2 incredibly beautiful women in my family. What can this thing do besides getting styes? Knock knock knock. Just as Qin Feng was getting bored, there was a knock on his door. Come in. Qin Feng spoke up. A beautiful figure walked in from outside the door. Lin Qingqing appeared in front of Qin Feng completely unprepared, wearing a transparent nightgown. Qingqing. What brings you here? Qin Feng was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lin Qingqing to appear at this time. The worst part is, who taught Lin Qingqing to dress like this? Not only is she dressed so sexily, but she's also completely unprepared. Are you out of your mind? A child's life matters too. Honey, I can't sleep, so I came to see you, is that alright? Lin Qingqing said with some embarrassment. She regretted making this decision, it was all because of Lin Yanran's teaching. Otherwise, given her style, how could she possibly make such a bold outfit? It's worth noting that even at the banquet that day, when everyone else was dressed to the nines, Lin Qingqing was very conservative. If Lin Qingqing hadn't encouraged him, how could he have done something so audacious? Of course, Lin Qingqing was doing it for her own good. After all, when she and Qin Feng were preparing for their wedding night, it was forced to stop because of Ye Chen's arrival. Later, after the matter was resolved, Qin Feng didn't come to find her, which made her feel a little lonely. Then, Lin Qingqing gave her this terrible idea. She bought this shameful outfit from somewhere and made her wear it. At first, she resisted, but under the encouragement of her good younger sister Lin Yanran, she gave in. Sis. Just trust me. Once you put this on, your husband will be absolutely smitten. If you can't even handle this, then come back to me directly. I'll atone with my death. Lin Yanran said confidently. She learned this from adult films. Even she, a girl, couldn't resist the figure of the female lead wearing such clothes in those films, let alone Qin Feng. Therefore, she had reason to believe that Lin Qingqing would achieve the same effect after wearing this outfit. After all, Lin Qingqing wasn't ugly, and her figure was perfect. Although I'm usually clumsy and seem unable to do anything right, this is different. For this kind of thing, all you need to do is show the numbers, you don't need any brainpower at all. Chapter 86, Seducing Someone. Who taught you to dress like that? Qin Feng was a little curious. Given Lin Qingqing's conservative personality, this kind of outfit was clearly not her style. So Qin Feng was quite curious. It was Ye Chen who taught me to dress like this. She said you would definitely like it. Lin Qingqing said hesitantly. Qin Feng, you're not angry, are you? Don't you like me like this? If you don't like it, I can change it back. Also, don't blame Ye Chen. This was all my decision, it has nothing to do with her. Don't blame her. Lin Qingqing thought Qin Feng was unhappy, so she turned around and wanted to leave. As soon as Lin Qingqing turned around, Qin Feng hugged her from behind and affectionately placed his bag on her shoulder. How could that be? What made you think I was unhappy? I was just a little surprised that you would appear in front of me like this. Qin Feng smiled. After all, Lin Qingqing's style wasn't like this before, so he was just a little surprised. As he laughed, Qin Feng closed the door and then locked both safety locks. So you're happy about that? Lin Qingqing showed a happy expression, and only then did she realize what was going on. Of course. If I weren't happy, I wouldn't be like this now. Qin Feng smiled. That's great. I'm glad you're happy. I thought you'd be unhappy. You scared me to death. Lin Qingqing patted her chest, relieved. She really thought Qin Feng was unhappy. Then why did you dress like this? This isn't your usual style. So daring. Qin Feng was quite fond of Lin Qingqing's figure, it was simply too perfect. Although there are some differences between them and Ing, they are still very close, and each has its own strengths. Have you forgotten? Before, because of Ye Chen, you haven't consummated the marriage with me. I thought you didn't like me, that's why you've been ignoring me. Lin Qingqing pouted. She was a little disappointed that Qin Feng hadn't come to help her complete this final ceremony. Although she knew that their marriage was a political alliance, and that Qin Feng's feelings for her wouldn't be that deep. But no matter what, I still have to go through the wedding ceremony, right? I can't be so lacking in charm, can I? Oh. I see. I thought it was something serious. I remember everything. Don't worry. Qin Feng said that, but if Lin Qingqing hadn't come over like this tonight, he would have really forgotten. After killing Ye Chen, all he could think about was how to earn points and then take revenge. As a result, he neglected the people around him. This is absolutely wrong. Just like my past self, I only had Lu Ruyan on my mind, which resulted in me neglecting the people around me. Qin Feng absolutely cannot let this happen again, he has already experienced it once. This time, I must truly value the people around me. You haven't forgotten. Then why didn't you come looking for me? Lin Qingqing asked curiously. I've been too busy. The Qin family has had a lot going on lately, and a new rival has emerged, so. Qin Feng wanted to say something, but the next second, Lin Qingqing's soft lips touched his. Honey, I know you're busy, but don't neglect me even when you're running around like this. Although I can't help you much, I can still offer you physical comfort. I am not ugly, am I? Although I don't have much experience, I'll learn slowly. These conversational techniques were all figured out by Lin Qingqing herself, they weren't taught to her by Lin Yanran. Although she was slow-witted, she wasn't brainless, she had heard people in those shows say that before. When you're sad, confused, or don't know what to do, what you need most is comfort from someone of the opposite sex. And the best way to comfort someone is undoubtedly with those alluring eyes and the glimpses of snow-white skin. Even Qin Feng, with his superhuman willpower, couldn't resist at this moment. There's no way around it, Lin Qingqing is just too tempting in her current state. How could such a beauty exist in this world? And she's my wife. If I could still tolerate this, would I even be a man? Qin Feng turned around, shoved Lin Qingqing down, and violently tore off her disguise. Lin Qingqing covered her head with her hands, turned her face away shyly, and dared not look at Qin Feng. She was truly defenseless right now. Without any warning, without any hesitation, you just appeared in my world. The next day, Qin Feng stretched and yawned. Next to him, Lin Qingqing had already fallen asleep peacefully. Qin Feng still vividly remembered the madness of last night. Lin Qingqing's love for him was beyond his imagination. Even though Lin Qingqing was already on the verge of collapse, she stubbornly held on until the end. If I hadn't stopped in time, I probably would have died. Qin Feng smiled, ruffled Lin Qingqing's hair with a look of doting affection, and after doing all that, he changed his clothes and prepared to start today's business. Today, he's going to the Lin family's house. Upon seeing Qin Feng's arrival at the Lin family residence, the bodyguards immediately greeted him respectfully as Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin. Please come in. The bodyguards dared not delay and immediately notified Lin Xiaoxiong before taking Qin Feng inside. Upon receiving the notification, Lin Xiaoxiong quickly changed his clothes and shoes and came out of the room. Young Master Qin, what an honor to have you here. You didn't even give me a heads up. I wasn't prepared at all. Lin Xiaoxiong left in such a hurry that he even put his shoes on backwards. Patriarch Lin. You're wearing your shoes on the wrong feet. Qin Feng offered a reminder. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiong blushed, realizing he had made such a basic mistake. Lin Xiaoxiong quickly changed his shoes back and then invited Qin Feng to sit down. Young Master Qin. What brings you here today? After submitting to the Qin family, Lin Xiaoxiong was basically free of trouble and lived a pretty easy life. He handed over most of the Lin family's businesses to Qin Feng to manage, keeping only a small portion for himself. Of course, Qin Feng simply didn't want to deal with that part, so he left it to the Lin family. Otherwise, wouldn't that make him the one supporting the Lin family? Qin Feng wasn't that kind-hearted. Patriarch Lin, you're right. I did have something important to discuss with you today. This matter concerns your life or death. You must treat it with utmost care. Qin Feng spoke mysteriously, which immediately terrified Lin Xiaoxiong. Chapter 87, The Past of the Divine Doctor Sect. Young Master Qin. I don't know what I did wrong to offend you. I will definitely change. I will definitely change. Lin Xiaoxiong immediately knelt down and desperately begged for mercy. Qin Feng was capable of killing even Ye Chen, so he had no intention of resisting. Back then, even a scar terrified him, let alone Ye Chen. Qin Feng was even more monstrous. He not only killed Ye Chen, but also King Kong, Scarface, and Tiger. How could he dare offend such a formidable person? That's why he obediently submitted to Qin Feng. If Ye Chen is a devil, then Qin Feng is undoubtedly a demon king. The demon king is greater than the devil, that goes without saying. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, he thought that Qin Feng thought he was useless and was going to execute him. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxiong panicked. He was still young, only in his 70s. With the Lin family's financial situation, he could easily live for several more decades. He doesn't want to die. Patriarch Lin, what are you saying? How could I possibly kill you? You're overthinking it. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He had only meant to scare Lin Xiaoxiong, but he hadn't expected such a strong reaction. However, a strong reaction is a good thing. It shows that Lin Xiaoxiong is genuinely afraid of him. It's a good thing to be afraid of yourself. Being afraid of yourself means you've truly submitted to yourself, which shows you have a high degree of loyalty. Qin Feng checked and found that it was indeed as he had imagined. Lin Xiaoxiong's loyalty to him had reached a terrifying 90. This is second only to the shadow, Shi Yuan. You are my right-hand man, Qin Feng. If I kill you, wouldn't that be like cutting off my own arm? Get up. You're a grown man, and we're in-laws. You're kneeling before me like this. Don't you feel ashamed? I feel ashamed. Qin Feng said, but he did not help Lin Xiaoxiong up. After all, Lin Xiaoxiong had hands and feet and would get up on his own. Lin Xiaoxiong breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Qin Feng didn't intend to kill him. Young Master Qin, you really scared me to death. Next time you speak, could you please not be so frightening? I'm already quite old, and I don't have many years left to live. With you causing me all this trouble, I'm afraid I'll lose a few more years of my life. Lin Xiaoxiong said obsequiously. Come on. You're only missing a few years of life. You seem to be in great health, you could live for decades to come. Qin Feng smiled. He wasn't talking nonsense. Don't forget, he now possesses the inheritance of the divine healer in ghost hands, and he can clearly see Lin Xiaoxiong's physical condition. It's hard to imagine that a person in their 70s could be so healthy and energetic without any health problems. Lin Xiaoxiong doesn't look old, he looks to be only in his 50s, a healthy old man. Of course, this is on the premise that Lin Xiaoxiong's old injuries do not recur. Young Master Qin is joking. Then, young Master Qin, you said that my life might be in danger. What is the situation? Lin Xiaoxiong asked curiously. He knew that Qin Feng had come all this way for a reason, not just to scare him. Qin Feng wasn't that bored, he had serious things to do, so why would he scare himself like that? Do you remember what happened 20 years ago? If I remember correctly, you made a deal with the Divine Doctor sect 20 years ago, right? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Xiaoxiong was stunned, feeling extremely terrified. 20 years ago, Qin Feng was only a few years old. I never expected that he would know such a thing. Just how terrifying is Qin Feng's intelligence network now? It probably knows everything, even when he got up and took a piss. Thinking of this, he respected Qin Feng even more. He had to be loyal to such a terrifying being. That's absolutely true. Young Master Qin really has connections everywhere. You even know about things that happened so long ago. I truly admire you. I wonder how this matter is related to what young Master Qin mentioned. Lin Xiaoxiong was puzzled. 20 years ago, he suffered a relapse of an old injury and sought treatment from many people without success. Then, on someone's recommendation, he found the Divine Doctor sect. The Divine Doctors truly live up to their name. They can cure so many Western doctors who can't do it with just a few acupuncture needles. At first, Lin Xiaoxiong couldn't believe it, but after the examination, it turned out that he had no problems at all. From that day on, he was completely impressed by the Divine Doctor sect. To express his gratitude, he promised to grant them one request and give them a reward of tens of millions. The Divine Doctor sect refused his gift of gratitude and instead made a request to arrange a marriage between him and his youngest granddaughter, Lin Yanran. Although Lin Xiaoxiong did not know what the other party's purpose was, he had many granddaughters and would not make a difference if he had one more, so he agreed. Back then, the Lin family wasn't that powerful, but now their influence is vastly different. Lin Xiaoxiong was somewhat reluctant to agree to the marriage. After all, wouldn't that mean there's just another outsider dividing up the Lin family's assets? Furthermore, he had never told Lin Yanran about this matter. If Lin Yanran found out, she would probably scold him to death. So he kept thinking that if the other party really came, he would just be a deadbeat and renege on the agreement. Anyway, he's too old for that kind of thing. However, he had no idea how this matter had anything to do with what Qin Feng had said. Of course we're in touch. 20 years ago, your old injury flared up, and you sought treatment from the Divine Healer sect. But you probably never dreamed that the people from the Divine Healer sect wouldn't cure your illness. He only suppressed it for 20 years. After 20 years, without the help of the Divine Healer sect, you will die instantly within an hour. Qin Feng's words sent a chill down Lin Xiaoxiong's spine. Young Master Qin, don't lie to me. This joke isn't funny at all. I've had no health problems for the past 20 years, how could I suddenly die? Although Lin Xiaoxiong believed Qin Feng, what he said was simply too outrageous. For 20 years, a full 20 years, my health has remained completely intact. Now you're telling me I'm going to suddenly die in a few days? How is that possible? When have I ever lied to you? Do you think I'd be so bored as to make a joke like that? Qin Feng smiled. But why is that? They don't need to do this. It makes no sense. Lin Xiaoxiong didn't understand why the people from the Divine Doctor sect would do this, it was just too pointless. Chapter 88, Qin Feng is amazing. Of course it's meaningful. The purpose is to prevent you from changing your mind. Don't think others don't know your little scheme. Faced with Qin Feng's teasing, Lin Xiaoxiong felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected his purpose to be so obvious that even Qin Feng knew. They've already calculated the timing. 20 years from now, on the day you go for treatment, your injury will relapse. You do the math yourself, see how much time you have left. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiong thought for a moment and suddenly realized that this time was not far off. That means tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day I went for treatment, which means I only have 1 day left to live. Young Master Qin, save me. I'm still young, I don't want to die. I'm only 70 years old, I still have a long life ahead of me. Lin Xiaoxiong immediately hugged Qin Feng's leg and burst into tears. All right, stop pretending. Didn't you just say you were getting old? Now you're saying you're still young. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Lin Xiaoxiong. You are my subordinate. Since you have chosen to follow me, I will naturally take responsibility for your life. Qin Feng is still a very conscientious person. Thank you so much, young Master Qin. Thank you so much, young Master Qin. Lin Xiaoxiong quickly spoke up. All right, now lie down. I'll treat you. Qin Feng's words startled Lin Xiaoxiong. Young Master Qin, did I hear that right? You mean you're here to treat me? Lin Xiaoxiong picked at his ears, wondering if they were blocked by earwax, otherwise how could he have heard such outrageous things? What? Are you not satisfied with my treatment? Or do you have some objection? Countless people want me to treat them, but none of them have the good fortune to do so. You're the first 1 inch. Qin Feng gave a wicked smile. Well, upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiong felt that he was not far from death. I don't know what's gotten into Qin Feng, what medical skills he's learned, that he's now using me as a guinea pig. He had never heard of Qin Feng having any medical skills before. Wasn't this obviously using him as an experiment? Serving a ruler is truly like serving a tiger. Qin Feng is too terrifying. Lin Xiaoxiong just wants to go home now. Wait, isn't this my own home? Qin Feng is blocking the fountain to kill me. Why, young Master Qin? After I die, you must give me a proper burial. Lin Xiaoxiong was heartbroken. He felt like he was already dead and only hoped that Qin Feng would give him a proper burial after his death. Damn it, stop talking so much nonsense. Qin Feng immediately sealed Lin Xiaoxiong's acupoints, preventing him from speaking further. After Lin Xiaoxiong shut up, Qin Feng began his healing technique. Without Lin Xiaoxiong's constant nagging, Qin Feng was noticeably more focused. He took out a set of silver needles, which he had taken from Jiang Wei. After all, he didn't have this thing before, so he just grabbed Jiang Wei's. Qin Feng lifted Lin Xiaoxiong's back and, in order, inserted the silver needles into Lin Xiaoxiong's back. In his early years, when Lin Xiaoxiong was still in his prime, he personally led his men to conquer territory. Back then, the public order wasn't so harmonious, and many times, people would fight each other face to face without fear. It is precisely because of this that the Lin family has been able to gain a foothold in Shanghai. After all, with a fearless leader like Lin Xiaoxiong, everyone is naturally willing to follow him. After inserting the needles, Qin Feng used his mental power to slowly release the stagnant blood from his body. Chen Yan's master was also a formidable figure. His medical skills were undoubtedly among the best in the Dragon Kingdom. To be able to suppress Lin Xiaoxiong's hidden illness for 20 years and keep it so stable is something even Qin Feng would find difficult now. This person wasn't described much in Chen Yan's script, but Qin Feng guessed that he was probably already somewhat like an immortal. Of course, this is just his own guess. After Qin Feng began treatment, Lin Xiaoxiong felt warm all over his body, as if a warm current was nourishing his body. He could feel a magical change taking place in his body. Qin Feng treated Lin Xiaoxiong and also activated the cells in his body, which temporarily brought Lin Xiaoxiong back to his peak condition. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng had released the stagnant blood from Lin Xiaoxiong's body. Looking at the bruises on the ground, Qin Feng felt a little scared. If this were to erupt, given Lin Xiaoxiong's age, he might just die instantly. The Divine Doctor clan is truly vicious. Although Lin Xiaoxiong broke his promise, they are capable of taking your life at the slightest provocation. Lin Xiaoxiong's crimes do not warrant this. What protagonist, what villain? We're all no good, so let's not judge each other. Qin Feng thought to himself. How are you feeling now? Qin Feng released Lin Xiaoxiong's pressure points. Upon realizing he could move again, Lin Xiaoxiong got excited and immediately did a somersault. Holy crap! Young Master Qin. You're practically a miracle doctor. Lin Xiaoxiong stared at his body in shock, finding the changes within him unbelievable. Is this really his own body? A 70-year-old man, that old geezer, can actually do a somersault? If this had happened in the past, and someone dared to say that to him, he would have slapped them across the face. However, Qin Feng succeeded, so Lin Xiaoxiong dared not slap him. Instead, he slapped himself. Young Master Qin. I deserve to die. I actually doubted you before. I deserve to die. From now on, whatever you say goes, young Master Qin. Even if you ask me to die, I won't blink. Lin Xiaoxiong was truly convinced. If he had been forced to submit to Qin Feng in the past out of fear of Qin Feng's power, he was now willing to submit to Qin Feng. That's not necessary. I've already said, you're my subordinate, I won't let you die. Qin Feng smiled. Lin Xiaoxiong was extremely excited, only he knew the true value of those words. All right. Now you should rest and recover. You're all better now, so you should know what to do, right? Qin Feng patted Lin Xiaoxiong on the shoulder. Don't worry, young Master Qin. Those guys from the Divine Doctor sect, I gave them money and agreed to their demands, but they couldn't even heal my injuries. Not only did it fail to cure me, but it also tried to control me with this thing. That's outrageous. Lin Xiaoxiong was furious. If Qin Feng hadn't intervened, he would probably have been killed by the Divine Doctor sect by this time tomorrow. At that time, the Lin family's assets, as well as his precious granddaughter, will all belong to the Divine Doctor sect. Chapter 89, Chen Yan appears. Lin Xiaoxiong would never let something like this happen. It's all thanks to Qin Feng's intervention. It's good that you're sensible. I'll stay here tonight. Have your sons come out, and I'll take a look at them to see what's wrong with them. I'm in a bad mood today. This is a rare opportunity, so don't say I didn't give you a chance. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiong's eyes lit up. This was a golden opportunity. He knew that a divine doctor like Qin Feng was extremely rare in this world, and for him to take action, it wasn't a matter of money. Therefore, Lin Xiaoxiong would not miss this opportunity. He immediately called over his 4 sons, including Qin Feng's father-in-law, Lin Yu. Dad! Why did you call us here in such a hurry? Is something urgent? Lin Badian was a little puzzled. They were all dealing with some matters when they received a notification from Lin Xiaoxiong. Lin Xiaoxiong said that no matter what he was doing right now, whether he was working or having sex, he should drop everything immediately because something big was going on. The urgent tone made them all wonder if the Lin family had encountered some life-or-death situation. But they haven't heard of any danger. What father? This is your father. From now on, whenever you see young Master Qin, you have to call him father. Lin Xiaoxiong said irritably. The 4 then noticed that Qin Feng had arrived at some point. It seemed that the reason Lin Xiaoxiong had called them back in such a hurry was because Qin Feng had come. Greetings, young Master Qin. The group greeted him respectfully. Father, young Master Qin may be our master, but it's a bit much to ask us to call him father. Lin Badian said quietly. Hehe, you'll find out why in a bit. Lin Xiaoxiong's lips curled up slightly. Once they witness Qin Feng's prowess, they'll probably call him Qin Feng without him even having to say it. He knew very well that his sons had some bad habits that they hadn't corrected. Especially his eldest son, Lin Badian, who has had kidney deficiency for a long time and has never been able to get better. I'd heard his wife complain about this before, and this time, I reckon I'm going to lose 4 sons. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiong say this, the 4 of them approached Qin Feng with some skepticism. After Qin Feng's outburst, a chorus of dad erupted around them. Seeing the four men's comical appearance, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. How come he had 5 more sons after coming to the Lin family? The next day, at the Shanghai bus station, a young man dressed in white with a somewhat strange appearance appeared around the station. This person was none other than Chen Yan. After a long journey, he finally arrived in Shanghai. Seeing the things around him, he was curious, but he did not forget his purpose. My master said that I came down the mountain this time to gain experience, and also to retrieve something from the Lin family. When the Lin family was mentioned, Chen Yan's expression immediately became somewhat smug, because his master had said that Lin Yanran, the granddaughter of the Lin family patriarch, was a rare beauty. Even compared to her senior sisters, she was in no way inferior. No wonder my master always opposed me getting too close to my senior sisters. It turns out he had already made arrangements for me. Master, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I always thought you wanted me to be a eunuch like you. I didn't expect you to have arranged all this for me. Thank you so much, Master. Chen Yan knelt down on the ground and bowed in the direction of the Divine Doctor sect. Anyone who didn't know better would think that his master had died. People around Chen Yan immediately cast questioning glances at him. Such strange behavior made others afraid to approach. Alright, that's all for now. As instructed by my master, I should now take a taxi to find my third senior sister. Jiang Wei, my third senior sister, is 7 years older than me. They say that a woman 3 years older than you is like holding a gold brick. At Jiang Wei's age, I could hold more than 2 gold bricks. Jiang Wei is also the one with whom he has the best relationship among his several senior female classmates. To be honest, he hadn't seen Jiang Wei for a long time since she went down the mountain to train. Now, I'm finally going to see my beloved third senior sister. Master, could you please take me to Rennie Medical Clinic? Chen Yan hailed a taxi at random. Young man, are you going to Rennie Clinic? Are you there to see a doctor? After getting in the car, the driver and Chen Yan started chatting. No, that's not it. Rennie Clinic is run by my senior sister. I came here mainly to see her. Chen Yan explained. Young man, you don't know this. A major event has recently occurred at Rennie Medical Clinic. What important matter? Upon hearing that Jiang Wei might be in trouble, Chen Yan immediately became anxious. I heard from them that Rennie Medical Clinic seems to have treated someone who died, and they were arrested by the Security Bureau a few days ago. However, it seems they've been released now, but I wonder what the situation is. The driver sighed. Sigh. Back when Rennie Medical Clinic was established, many people went there because of its reputation. Now that this has happened, their clinic's business is completely ruined. The driver sighed. He used to be a fan of Rennie Medical Clinic, but after that incident, he kept his distance from it. These are the kinds of people who, once bitten, twice shy, so for at least a while, Rennie Medical Clinic's business won't get much better. Such a thing actually happened to my senior sister. Chen Yan could hardly believe it. His third senior sister was, after all, a genius girl in the Divine Doctor sect. Her medical skills, while not particularly outstanding, were simply too outrageous to claim that someone had died. Chen Yan didn't believe it. There must be some unspeakable secret involved. Alright, young man, we've arrived. Thank you, master. Chen Yan took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the driver without giving change. The driver accepted the money and left satisfied. Such customers are so rare. He needs to take advantage of this stroke of good fortune and find a few more. Just as the driver said, Rennie Medical Clinic was not doing well today. It used to be packed. After that incident, the number of people decreased significantly, with only a few scattered patients waiting to see a doctor. There was only one doctor on duty, Jiang Wei, and the entire clinic was filled with a strange smell at this moment. Chen Yan didn't suspect anything. After all, it was normal for the atmosphere to be off after what had happened. Now that I'm here, I have to help my senior sister change this situation. Chen Yan felt that this was the first step in his training. Chapter 90, Prepare to go to the Lin family. Senior sister. I'm here. Chen Yan greeted him warmly. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Jiang Wei looked up and saw a rather handsome young man standing in front of her. This person was none other than Chen Yan. "Boss, the target has been spotted. Chen Yan has arrived at Rini Medical Clinic and is currently in contact with Jiang Wei." Upon seeing this, Ying immediately reported the news to Qin Feng. "I understand. Everything will proceed according to my plan, understand?" "Yes, sir." Ying nodded. "Junior brother Chen. You've arrived." Jiang Wei quickly got up and went to greet her. "Dr. Jiang. How is my condition?" The patient was puzzled as to why Jiang Wei had suddenly left. "Brother, your blood and energy are stable, you're just a little sleep deprived, it's nothing serious." Chen Yan could tell at a glance that the other party was perfectly fine. "Really? Dr. Jiang?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei nodded. It was exactly the same diagnosis she had just received. "Chen Yan's medical skills are getting more and more amazing. I feel like my own level can't compare to his anymore." "My junior brother wasn't wrong, his diagnosis is exactly the same as mine." Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, the other party was overjoyed. He had been feeling dazed and confused all day, even thinking he was going to die. It seemed that it was because he had been in the air for too long last night. "Thank you so much, Dr. Jiang." "You're welcome." After seeing the other person off, Jiang Wei and Chen Yan began to reminisce. The moment Jiang Wei saw Chen Yan, she couldn't help but recall the past. "When Chen Yan was little, I was the one who helped take care of him. Back then, she helped Chen Yan with laundry and cooking, and Chen Yan even joked that he wanted to marry her. However, now, all these beautiful memories will be gone. Now, for the sake of her junior sisters, she has no choice but to make Chen Yan suffer a little. Chen Yan is so powerful, even if Qin Feng really wanted to do something to him, Chen Yan would still be able to leave safely, right? Senior sister. Long time no see. You've become even more beautiful." Chen Yan smiled. He wasn't talking nonsense. Jiang Wei's skin is visibly good, he doesn't know what method she used. Even Chen Yan was a little jealous of such skin quality, let alone other girls. "No way. You're talking nonsense again." Jiang Wei smiled, making sure not to reveal the slightest flaw. "Senior sister. This time, Master sent me down the mountain not only to give me experience, but also to ask the Lin family to return a 20-year marriage contract." "A marriage contract? What marriage contract?" Hearing these two words, Jiang Wei was also a little surprised, as she had never heard of such a thing before. "I only recently heard about it from my master. My master said that 20 years ago, Lin Xiaoxiong, the head of the Lin family in Shanghai, suffered a relapse of an old injury and came to him for treatment. After curing his illness, he made a marriage agreement with our divine healer sect, and the person he was engaged to was me." Chen Yan explained. He never expected that he would get a wife when he was 20 years old. He had seen Lin Yanran's photos before. Although those were of her when she was 18, she was now about the same age as him, so she couldn't be much worse off. Lin Yanran. She's truly a beauty. Chen Yan, a young man full of vigor and passion, had been holding back for 20 years. Now that he heard he had a wife, he was definitely going to pay close attention to her. "I never imagined that Master had such a past with the Lin family. However, given the Lin family's power, they might not agree." Jiang Wei continued Chen Yan's topic. "Don't worry, senior sister. Master said that when he treated Lin Xiaoxiong back then, he didn't completely cure him. His hidden ailment will flare up today, and without my medical skills, he will die suddenly. So, the Lin family will agree to this marriage. Even if they don't agree, they'll still agree unless he's courting death." Chen Yan said confidently. "I see." Jiang Wei nodded. This was indeed a safe approach. Under the threat of death, Lin Xiaoxiong would have no choice but to agree. "All right, senior sister, please arrange a place for me to rest. I've been traveling all day, I'm exhausted." Chen Yan is not used to modern transportation. It's normal to feel dizzy after sitting for a while. "All right. Then you go upstairs and rest for a bit." I'll go to the Lin family with you at this time tomorrow. Jiang Wei spoke up. Nothing happened the next day. Chen Yan had fallen asleep after going upstairs the day before and didn't wake up until the next morning. All of this was part of Qin Feng's plan. He was just waiting for Chen Yan to take the bait. Senior sister. Good morning. I'm sorry, I was too tired last night and fell asleep right away. Chen Yan said somewhat awkwardly. It's all right, junior brother, I understand. After all, you've been on the road for so long, you must be tired. I can understand. I used to get like this when I sat in a car for a long time. Jiang Wei gave a kind smile. Speaking of which, senior sister, where are all the staff at our clinic? How come you're the only one here in such a big clinic? Chen Yan spoke up. This is a long story. Jiang Wei made up a reason on the spot, roughly that the clinic's reputation had been damaged due to a previous medical accident, so she gave everyone else a day off. She had to bear all the consequences alone. Senior sister. You're so kind. How could I let you shoulder this all by yourself? Chen Yan felt indignant. And also, those medical malpractice claims are obviously fake. With your medical skills, senior sister, how could there be any problems? It's utterly absurd. Chen Yan became increasingly angry as he spoke. Alright, junior brother, let's stop talking about it now. It's all in the past. We can earn back our reputation and goodwill slowly. Besides, you're still here, aren't you? As long as you're here, these things will come back sooner or later. Jiang Wei smiled. Hearing Jiang Wei say that, Chen Yan was overjoyed. It seemed that Jiang Wei had become a little dependent on him. That would be terrible. Senior sister Jiang, you're my senior sister. Saying things like that is practically tempting me to commit a crime. No, Chen Yan, how could you have such thoughts? Senior sister needs your help, and all you're thinking about is her health. How can that be? You already have a beautiful wife who's 20 years old, how can you be so greedy? Chen Yan suppressed the filthy thoughts in his heart. Don't worry, senior sister, leave everything to me. I promise I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Chen Yan said confidently. Chapter 91, Heading to the Lin family. However, before that, we still need to go to the Lin family to settle the engagement. Chen Yan changed the subject. Let's not delay, let's set off now. Jiang Wei spoke up. After saying that, Jiang Wei closed the door of the clinic and then drove her car to the Lin family home with Chen Yan. Please inform Patriarch Lin that we have come to see him about something important. It's about something that happened 20 years ago. Once Patriarch Lin finds out, he'll let us in. Chen Yan spoke to the bodyguards who were guarding him. Upon hearing the keyword 20 years ago, the bodyguard immediately understood, Chen Yan had arrived. Yesterday, Lin Xiaoxiong had instructed him that Chen Yan would be coming, and all he needed to do was focus on the three keywords, Divine Doctor Sect, Chen Yan, and 20 years ago. I understand. Please wait a moment. The bodyguard quickly turned around and pretended to take out his phone to call Lin Xiaoxiong. How could he do it so easily? Didn't he even suspect anything? Jiang Wei sensed that something was wrong, but she didn't say anything to warn them. Although things were going a little too smoothly, she knew that there was a mastermind behind it all. Not long after, the bodyguard returned. Please come in. The bodyguard gestured for Jiang Wei and Chen Yan to enter. Upon arriving at the Lin family's main hall, Lin Xiaoxiong was already waiting for them. So you're a distinguished guest from the Divine Physician sect. It's been a long time. We haven't seen each other since that incident 20 years ago. Lin Xiaoxiong said politely. If Chen Yan comes to help him recover from his hidden ailment today and doesn't mention the marriage agreement, then he won't make things difficult for Chen Yan. If he dares to bring up the engagement, being so ungrateful, then he shouldn't blame me for being impolite. So you are the head of the Lin family. Chen Yan took a sip of tea and spoke. Indeed, this is Lin Xiaoxiong, the patriarch of the Lin family. I wonder what the relationship is between this young man and Taoist Qin Feng. Master Qin Feng was Chen Yan's master, but no one knew his real name. All we know is that he calls himself Master Qin Feng. Master Qin Feng and his 3 companions are already legendary figures in the medical community of China. In terms of reputation, it is in no way inferior to the legendary miracle doctor. Thanks to the head of the Torlin family. My master has been doing very well lately, and he often mentions you. Chen Yan made polite remarks. Oh? I never expected that an old relic like me would be remembered by Taoist Qin Feng. I am truly honored. Lin Xiaoshan laughed. May I ask your name, young man? You're so young to have become Master Qin Feng's disciple, your reputation must be quite renowned. Lin Xiaoshan spoke up. Patriarch Lin is joking. My name is Chen Yan, Yan is in Shijian. After being flattered by Lin Xiaoshan, Chen Yan suddenly became a little smug. This Lin Xiaoshan is such a braggart. He's making me a little embarrassed by his boasting. So it's Brother Chen. I'm so sorry. To become Master Qin Feng's disciple at such a young age, you're sure to achieve great things in the future. Lin Xiaoshan's flattery made Chen Yan extremely happy, to the point that he felt like he was on cloud 9. May I ask who this young lady is? Lin Xiaoshan looked at Jiang Wei. My name is Jiang Wei, and I'm his senior. Jiang Wei spoke up. So it's Dr. Jiang. I've heard so much about you. I've heard of your Rini medical clinic. My good-for-nothing sons used to come to you for treatment, I don't know if you remember them. Lin Xiaoshan wasn't lying. Lin Yu and his group really did go to Jiang Wei for medical treatment. Jiang Wei was quite well known in Shanghai. This achievement is nothing to brag about. Compared to you, Patriarch Lin, I am just a nobody. Jiang Wei said modestly. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. You two have come all this way, surely not just to catch up with me. After the pleasantries, Lin Xiaoshan got down to business. That's right, Patriarch Lin. We've come to see you this time for something else entirely. I wonder if you remember, 20 years ago, you and my master were engaged. I am the person I'm engaged to. I'm here today mainly to meet my fiancée, whom I've never met before. Chen Yan's words made Lin Xiaoshan a little unhappy, as if Lin Yanran was already his person. Hehe, Brother Chen, you jest. Although I am old, I am not dead yet. Of course I remember this matter. Lin Xiaoshan said in a pretentious manner. Since that's the case, why don't we bring her out to meet us? It'll be a good opportunity for us to get to know each other and build rapport. Chen Yan was somewhat excited. He had been coveting Lin Yanran's beauty for a long time, and now he finally had the chance to see her in person. That's true, but there's a problem I forgot to tell you, Brother Chen. Lin Xiaoshan gave a wicked smile. What problem? Chen Yan was taken aback. I have never talked to my granddaughter about marriage, and she has never had any dating experience. Now that a fiancé has suddenly appeared, I'm afraid she won't be able to accept it. Lin Xiaoshan laughed. Patriarch Lin, it's all right. If you're not familiar with it yet, you can get to know it gradually. It takes time. Chen Yan disagreed. He felt that he was still very outstanding, and that there weren't many young people like him anymore. He believed that once Lin Yanran met him and got to know him a little better, she would definitely fall in love with him. Hehe, that's not necessarily true. Lin Xiaoshan's lips curled up slightly. Patriarch Lin. What do you mean by this? Chen Yan realized that something was wrong. Things had been going so smoothly at first, so how did things get to this point? What do I mean? My meaning is very clear. My granddaughter doesn't want to marry you, don't you understand? Moreover, it's not just him, I also disagree with this marriage. Do you understand? With Qin Feng backing him up, Lin Xiaoshan spoke with more confidence. If it were before, he definitely wouldn't have dared to offend the Divine Doctor sect. Patriarch Lin. Do you know what you're saying? You're breaking the contract, do you know that? Chen Yan was shocked, he never expected things to turn out this way. Of course I know. So what if you broke the contract? You Divine Doctor sect think you can get your hands on my Lin family's assets for free? Let me tell you, no way. Dream on. In your next life. Lin Xiaoxiong mocked. Fine. Fine. Lin Xiaoxiong. I see you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Chen Yan sneered. 1, 2, 3. Chen Yan began the countdown. Chapter 92, Are you counting the koan? What are you counting down to? Lin Xiaoxiong was a little confused. Had Chen Yan gone mad? Why was he suddenly starting to count? Patriarch Lin. To tell you the truth, my master had long foreseen this day would come. 20 years ago, my master never fully cured the hidden ailment you had. It was all to prevent you from going back on your word. 20 years later, I never expected you would actually go back on your word. Chen Yan sneered. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiong also put on an act, pretending to show a frightened expression. You're telling the truth. Lin Xiaoxiong said, trembling. Of course. We're on guard against scoundrels like you. I never expected you to be the first 1 inch. Chen Yan said confidently. That's true, but how do you prove your identity? You can't just say whatever you want, can you? Lin Xiaoxiong coaxed. Look closely. The token of the Divine Healer sect is here. This token is enough to prove my identity, isn't it? Moreover, I also have a jade pendant given to me by my master. These 2 items are enough to prove that I am a disciple of the Divine Healer sect. Chen Yan said confidently. Okay, you've recorded everything. Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, Lin Xiaoxiong blurted out this sentence. What's the meaning? Chen Yan was taken aback, not expecting Lin Xiaoxiong to say that. Don't worry, Dad. I recorded it all, and it's in 4K high definition. I wrote down everything this person just said. Lin Guang held the camera and took a close-up shot of Chen Yan's face, capturing Chen Yan clearly. To prevent Chen Yan from fabricating evidence and to ensure that the evidence was sufficient, Lin Xiaoxiong even tricked Chen Yan into recording his identity token. Lin Guang owns several influencer companies. If this gets released, it'll generate tons of traffic. He had already thought of a title, exposing the true face of the legendary miracle doctor's sect. If these things are exposed, even if they can bring down the miracle doctor gang, damaging its reputation will definitely not be a big problem. Patriarch Lin. You're practically dead by now and still won't learn your lesson. Do you think our Divine Healer sect cares about that? Don't forget. Your life is still in my hands. In a little while, you will. Fuck your mother. You idiot. Can't you see I'm perfectly fine? Stop yelling like that. Before Chen Yan could finish speaking, Lin Xiaoxiong immediately launched into a tirade. Damn it. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. I don't have any hidden ailments. You idiot, trying to blackmail me with something that doesn't exist? Do you think I'm an idiot? Chen Yan. I was being polite to you earlier, but I didn't expect you to actually think you're something special. Who do you think you are? You dare to talk back to me, Lin Xiaoxiong? When I was making my way in the underworld, you weren't even born yet. With a brain like yours, you think you can marry my granddaughter? Dream on. Lin Xiaoxiong launched into a tirade of abuse at Chen Yan, leaving Chen Yan completely bewildered. What? Chen Yan was incredulous. He examined Lin Xiaoxiong's body and found that the man was truly without any problems. Forget about any hidden ailments. Even though Lin Xiaoxiong is 70 years old, his physical condition is no different from that of a 50-year-old. What's going on? Did Master lie to me? Chen Yan said in surprise. Of course your master didn't lie to you. It's just that there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. I discovered the evil intentions of your Divine Healer sect a long time ago. Fortunately, I was cautious and invited another master to treat me. Otherwise, I would have truly fallen for your trick. Lin Xiaoxiong sneered. Miss Jen. I never imagined that your Divine Healer sect would be full of such scoundrels. I am truly disappointed in you. I thought you, as a renowned healer, would be a good person. I never expected you to collude with them. Lin Xiaoxiong's words made Jiang Wei feel a little sad. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. Alright, I won't say any more. I will not agree to the marriage. You think you can threaten me? Maybe in your next life. Get out of the Lin family before I lose my temper. Otherwise, if I lose my temper later, it won't be as simple as just telling you to get out. Lin Xiaoxiong sneered. You. Chen Yan was seething with anger, never expecting things to turn out this way. He went from being full of confidence to being furious and embarrassed. At this moment, his 20 years of confidence were about to be destroyed. He never expected Lin Xiaoxiong to be so cunning. Lin Guang. Show these guests out. I don't want to see them again. Brother Chen, Miss Jiang. Please. The Lin family does not welcome you. Lin Guang gestured for him to proceed. Chen Yan wanted to say something more, still unconvinced, but Jiang Wei stopped him. Junior brother, let's go. Jiang Wei felt ashamed. If she stayed here any longer, she didn't know how they would edit her image. But senior sister, my marriage. Chen Yan was indignant. He had finally gotten such a beautiful wife, and now she was gone just like that? What about the wedding? Aren't you embarrassed enough? I'm embarrassed too. Get out of here. If we don't see each other again, the whole world will see our shameful state. Jiang Wei said in an annoyed tone. It's all Chen Yan's fault. She's embarrassed herself too. This is definitely the second most humiliating moment of her life. The most humiliating moment was naturally when Qin Feng trampled under his feet. Okay, alright, senior sister, I understand. Hearing Jiang Wei say that, he lost his temper. His master had told him that when he was out in the world, he should listen to Jiang Wei. Before leaving, Chen Yan gave Lin Xiaoxiong and Lin Guang a fierce look, and he memorized their appearances. What are you looking at? Get out of here. There's no wife or mother here for you. Go back and drink your milk. Lin Xiaoxiong cursed. Chen Yan and Jiang Wei slunk away, and Lin Xiaoxiong and Lin Guang felt extremely relieved to see each other's departing figures. It's all thanks to young Master Qin. Without young Master Qin, I wouldn't be enjoying myself so much right now. Lin Xiaoxiong spoke up. Dad. You're wrong. It's not some young Master Qin. Isn't that our father? Lin Guang spoke up. You've gotten quite clever lately. Upon hearing Lin Guang's words, Lin Xiaoxiong was taken aback, then revealed a satisfied smile. Lin Guang is quite clever. I learned all of that from you. Lin Guang scratched his head. Let's report what's going on here to our father. Yes, father. Lin Guang stood up and then picked up his phone to report the situation to Qin Feng. Chapter 93, Am I That Charming? Ding. The host indirectly caused the protagonist to suffer a setback, reward, 500 points. Ding. The host indirectly caused the protagonist to lose face. Reward, 500 points. Qin Feng, who was still watching the show, suddenly received a system notification and was involuntarily stunned. Looking at the time, it was time for Chen Yan to go to the Lin family. It seems that, due to his own scheme, Chen Yan suffered a great loss at Lin Xiaoxiong's hands. Sure enough, not long after, Qin Feng received a message from Lin Guang. Young Master Qin. As you instructed, Chen Yan has been driven away. Furthermore, I also captured some interesting photos. I wonder if they will be of any help to you, young Master Qin. As Lin Guang spoke, he sent a video file to Qin Feng. Upon seeing the contents of the video file, Qin Feng immediately laughed. Judging from Chen Yan's performance in the video, even without considering anything else, with just a little editing, the reputation of the Divine Doctor sect would probably be affected by him. Well done. I didn't expect you to be so clever. You even thought of this kind of trick. This wasn't arranged by Qin Feng, it was entirely the Lin family's idea. Young Master Qin is joking. These ideas were my father's, and have nothing to do with me. Lin Guang dared not take all the credit, he was not that kind of person. Excellent. Well done. I'll give you guys priority consideration if I get any good stuff in the future. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. This Lin Xiaoxiong did have some skills, at least he had helped him. It seems that I made the right decision to subdue the Lin family. At this moment, inside the Rini medical clinic, Chen Yan was seething with anger. He had just returned and couldn't help but complain. Senior sister. Why did we hold back just now? That Lin Xiaoxiong is so untrustworthy. He not only broke his promise, but he also insulted me and even insulted you. How can I tolerate this? Chen Yan sat down and drank the water in his glass in one gulp. Junior brother, I know you're anxious, but don't panic. If we had attacked again in that situation, it would have only led to more serious consequences. The consequence is that the reputation of our divine healer sect will be affected. Can you bear the responsibility for that? Jiang Wei spoke up. So what? I'm not afraid of them. Besides, if they dare to leak information, I'll just kill them all. Besides, even if we let them go, it won't solve anything. Chen Yan said, unconvinced. Jiang Wei sighed and didn't say much. After all, Chen Yan's current emotions had already exceeded her expectations. I still have things to do at the clinic, so I won't say anything more. You should calm down first. After Jiang Wei finished speaking, she left. After Jiang Wei left, Chen Yan sat alone in a chair, sulking. He couldn't understand why Jiang Wei would do such a thing. He felt that Jiang Wei seemed like a completely different person, she wasn't like this before. How could Jiang Wei endure such humiliation? Chen Yan couldn't understand it. Moreover, letting the Lin family go like this is no different from releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Just as Chen Yan was feeling indignant, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. Senior brother Chen, what's wrong? You look so downcast. Xiao Hong appeared before Chen Yan wearing a sexy nightgown, her eyes alluring. The pajamas were a bit loose, and Xiao Hong's figure was absolutely stunning. The glimpses of her snow-white skin only fueled Chen Yan's desire. He was already irritated, and now seeing such a sensual scene, he felt like he couldn't take it anymore. Junior sister Xiao Hong, what brings you here? Chen Yan swallowed hard, his eyes filled with greed for Xiao Hong, but he quickly suppressed it. Can't I come here? Faced with Xiao Hong's question, Chen Yan quickly said, of course you can come. I didn't mean that. I never said you couldn't come. Chen Yan's fawning smile, could it be that her spring was about to arrive? Although he and Xiao Hong had some prior acquaintance, it wasn't much. But judging from the current situation, it seems that she has a slight special feeling for him. It's not that Chen Yan is narcissistic, just imagine, what girl would appear in front of a man dressed like that? Since senior brother has no objections, then isn't that fine? Xiao Hong smiled charmingly and then sat down next to Chen Yan. Senior brother Chen. I just overheard your conversation with your senior sister, and I think what you did was right. That Lin family dared to insult you, senior brother, and senior sister Jiang. They should be taught a lesson. Senior sister Jiang has been here for a long time, and her temperament has changed. She wasn't like this before. Xiao Hong's approval satisfied Chen Yan, that's why men are said to love green tea. You should know that green tea girls are masters at making men feel good and then controlling them. This kind of pleasure is not just physical, but also mental, which is the most important thing. Of course, mental pleasure is several times more comfortable than physical pleasure. Yes. I think so too. I agree with you, junior sister. I didn't expect that senior sister would. Chen Yan hesitated, but he was afraid that Jiang Wei would hear him, so he stopped halfway through his sentence. Sigh. Forget it, junior sister, let's not talk about this anymore. It's all in the past. What's done is done, and we can't go back in time to change it. In contrast, what brings you here, junior sister? Chen Yan really wanted to say, why are you dressed like this and appearing in front of me? What do you want? Are you trying to seduce me, or are you trying to seduce me? But that would be too direct, and Chen Yan wouldn't make such a basic mistake. What do you think I want to do, senior brother? Xiao Hong suddenly sat on Chen Yan's lap, startling him. Seeing this, Xiao Hong revealed a loving mother's smile, which made Chen Yan almost lose control. I never expected my second spring to come so soon. I never thought I'd miss out on Lin Yanran and junior sister Xiao Hong. Chen Yan couldn't help but swallow. Xiao Hong's figure and looks are not much worse than Lin Yanran's. He would be very happy to be with her or for anything to happen between them. However, he never expected that Xiao Hong would be interested in him. It seems he has quite the charm. That Lin Yanran, she actually looks down on me. So what? If you don't like me, someone else will. Chen Yan thought to himself. Chapter 94, Slandering Chen Yan. Junior sister, how would I know what you're planning? I'm not a mind reader, how would I know what you're thinking? Chen Yan said, feigning seriousness. Senior brother. Actually, I've admired you for a long time. Xiao Hong stretched out her finger and gently pulled it down slowly from Chen Yan's chest. Then, Xiao Hong also took off Chen Yan's clothes. I was really hurt when I heard my senior sister say that about you. Senior brother. Let me comfort you. As Xiao Hong spoke, she gradually moved closer to Chen Yan. If it were before, Chen Yan would definitely have been more reserved, but because of the previous incident with Lin Yanran, he was different. Chen Yan is no longer able to care about anything else. As he said, he was very angry and needed someone to help him cool down. And the object of this cooling down is naturally the little red in front of us. Junior sister Xiao Hong, you said you admire me. Is that true? Chen Yan swallowed hard, looking at the alluring figure before him. Which cadre could resist such temptation? Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Just think, how many girls in this world would joke about their chastity? As she spoke, Xiao Hong lifted Chen Yan's chin, and Chen Yan gradually closed his eyes. Just as the two were getting closer, Jiang Wei suddenly opened the door to the room. Junior brother Chen, I think what you just said. Jiang Wei walked in and was incredulous at the scene before her. Hearing the door open, Chen Yan quickly opened his eyes. The moment he saw Jiang Wei, he felt inexplicably guilty. Senior sister I. Chen Yan was about to explain when Xiao Hong spoke first. Senior sister. Help me. Chen Yan tried to assault me. Xiao Hong ran crying into Jiang Wei's arms. Junior sister Xiao Hong. What do you mean by this? When did I molest you? Didn't you come up to me on your own? Chen Yanran is about to explode. We're not sisters, didn't you just come up to me and say you've admired me for a long time? How did it come to this, that I'm supposed to be the one molesting you? Senior sister. I wouldn't joke about my innocence. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Xiao Hong lay in Jiang Wei's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. For a moment, Jiang Wei didn't know what to do. Qin Feng hadn't mentioned this part. In other words, it's very likely to be true. Xiao Hong, his junior sister and confidant, was betrayed by Qing Yan. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei was also a little angry. Chen Yan clearly came here to train, but he attacked his junior sister and even used forceful methods. This was obviously against the rules. Junior brother Chen. What's going on? Xiao Hong couldn't possibly be lying. You must have done something. If you confess now, I can let Xiao Hong treat you leniently. Jiang Wei spoke up. Hearing this, Chen Yan could no longer hold back. It was clearly Xiao Hong who slandered him first, but Jiang Wei slandered him without even distinguishing right from wrong. Fine. Is this how everyone plays the game? Chen Yan was already seething with anger, and now he was finally about to explode. Damn it! I already said, this bitch slandered me first. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I admit it? Senior sister. Don't you believe me? How could I possibly do such a thing? Although Chen Yan said this, he was actually already prepared for a fight. If Jiang Wei dares to lay a hand on him, Chen Yan will quickly retaliate. Hearing Chen Yan's words, Jiang Wei hesitated, but when she saw Xiao Hong's pitiful face and eyes, she ultimately chose to believe Xiao Hong. Senior brother Chen just said that he's been holding back his anger towards Lin Yanran and wants to vent it on me. After Xiao Hong reminded her, Jiang Wei remembered that something like this had just happened. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Chen Yan was upset at the Lin family's house and wanted to vent his anger on Xiao Hong. All of this is perfectly reasonable. I'm sorry, senior sister Chen, I think junior sister is right. I'm sorry to trouble you. Hearing this, Chen Yan laughed in anger. He hadn't expected Jiang Wei to distrust him so much. Senior sister. Since you don't believe me, what else is there to say? According to the rules of the Divine Doctor sect, he should be confined, but Chen Yan had finally come down the mountain, how could he willingly be locked up? Therefore, this conflict was inevitable. As soon as Chen Yan spoke, his attack followed. Fortunately, Jiang Wei reacted quickly, otherwise she would have already fallen into Chen Yan's trap. Junior brother Cheng Yu. Jiang Wei was shocked. She never dreamed that Chen Yan would actually lay a hand on her. In fact, Chen Yan had already stopped. If it weren't for the fact that her opponent was Jiang Wei, she would probably be dead by now. I'm sorry, senior sister. Since you don't trust me, then our cooperation ends here. Don't even think about locking me up. I've been with the Divine Healers sect for 20 years, and I finally managed to go down the mountain to gain experience. You still want to lock me up? You're dreaming. Chen Yan sneered. Hearing the lack of respect in Chen Yan's tone, Jiang Wei knew that a rift had appeared in her relationship with him. Senior brother Chen. Don't leave. Senior sister said you have to accept her punishment. Just as Chen Yan was avoiding Jiang Wei, a disciple dressed in the robes of the Divine Doctor sect blocked his way. Get out of the way. Don't block my way. Chen Yan struck out with his palm, and the disciple fell to the ground. I'm sorry, junior sister. Chen Yan was running, wondering where he was going next, when he suddenly heard Jiang Wei screaming from inside the Divine Doctor's sect. A. Jiang Wei stared at the corpse lying on the ground and let out a deafening scream. She couldn't be mistaken, the corpse was none other than that of one of her former subordinates. Just now, she heard the sounds of Chen Yan fighting with the other party, and when she arrived, she saw this scene. Chen Yan has disappeared without a trace. Senior sister. What happened? Hearing the screams, Chen Yan eventually rushed back. After all, it was his senior sister, and perhaps she hadn't thought things through and that's why she did it. Chen Yan returned to the spot where he had been, only to find a corpse lying there. Not only that, but the shape of this corpse and its clothing looked somewhat familiar. Isn't this the guy I just fought? How did he suddenly end up lying on the ground? Moreover, it seems that he is dead. Chapter 95, the destined protagonist and the destined heroine fight each other. Senior sister. What exactly happened? What's going on? Chen Yan was somewhat surprised. He was perfectly fine when he left, so how could he suddenly be dead? Isn't all of this just too much of a coincidence? You're asking me what happened? Don't you know better than I do? You were the one who just had contact with her. Besides you, who else? Jiang Wei was going crazy. She never expected that Chen Yan would be so ruthless as to kill even her fellow disciples. Jiang Wei broke down. She had previously thought that if Qin Feng's plan were to proceed, she would still give Chen Yan a chance to live. But who knew that Chen Yan would walk straight to his death? There's no need for Qin Feng and myself to slander them. Chen Yan's actions are already a fact. A murderer. Junior brother. I never expected you to be such a vicious person. You only wanted to molest Xiao Hong because of your dissatisfaction at the Lin family. She was just trying to stop you, and you actually attacked her with deadly intent. You killed her outright. I'm asking you, what did she and Xiao Hong do to you? Why are you treating them like this? Junior brother. I am so disappointed in you. Killing a fellow disciple and molesting a fellow disciple, either one of these acts is enough to sentence you to death. Jiang Wei enunciated each word more and more heavily, almost uttering these words through gritted teeth. Unexpectedly, her good junior brother did something so earth-shattering in less than 3 days after arriving here. Wow! That's wonderful! Jiang Wei was at a loss for words to describe it. This is insane. She really misjudged Chen Yan before. This guy is a complete bastard. Senior sister. Listen to me. I've been wronged. I only touched her. How could she? Chen Yan looked as if he had eaten shit. He hadn't tried to kill him, he had only pushed the other person away. How could he have died? This was too much of a coincidence. With their physical abilities, even if they accidentally bump their heads on the corner of the table, nothing bad will happen to them. The evidence is irrefutable, what else do you have to say? You yourself admitted that you just laid a hand on her, didn't you? Besides you, who else is here besides the one who was about to attack? Did I kill her? Jiang Wei was furious, she wished she could chop off Chen Yan's hands and feet. I didn't. It really wasn't me. I'm innocent. Chen Yan was on the verge of a breakdown. How could such things keep happening to him? Damn it, what did he do wrong? For the past 20 years, he'd had a smooth and successful life. I finally got a chance to go down the mountain for training, so why am I running into obstacles everywhere after only 2 days? First the Lin family, and now here, Chen Yan felt he couldn't take it anymore. Senior brother Chen. I never imagined you were this kind of person. It's one thing to take your anger out on me, but to kill someone. Senior brother. You are really terrifying. You are so terrifying. Little Red said, trembling. Shut up, you bitch. It's all because of you. Chen Yan realized that Xiao Hong wasn't admiring him at all, she was clearly trying to slander him on purpose. Whether it was just now or now, this is all a trap that Xiao Hong has set for herself. What had he done to offend her? Why was she treating him like this? He simply couldn't understand. However, he didn't have a chance to figure it out, because Jiang Wei had already made her move on him. Chen Yan. You have murdered your fellow disciples. From this day forward, you are no longer a member of my divine physician sect. I order you to come back with me immediately. To face the judgment of your sect. Otherwise, I have the right to kill you on the spot. Jiang Wei spoke up. Senior sister. I've already said it wasn't me. This is clearly a slander against me. Chen Yan is going crazy. Why won't Jiang Wei believe him? If Jiang Wei catches me and takes me back to the Divine Doctor sect, then I'm truly doomed. I've committed such a serious crime, even my master might not be able to protect me. Of course, there is no danger to my life, but I will definitely have to pay the price. Even within the Divine Healer sect, not everyone is optimistic about them, there are also those who are their enemies. The evidence and witnesses are all there, and you still say it wasn't you? Do you think I'm stupid? Jiang Wei and Chen Yan were locked in combat, with Jiang Wei attacking while Chen Yan kept dodging. He knew that this matter was not Jiang Wei's fault at all, the fault lay with Xiao Hong. Yes, Xiao Hong. She's the culprit behind everything. He doesn't know why she's targeting him, but he has to kill that bitch today. Chen Yan dodged and pushed Jiang Wei aside, then charged straight towards Xiao Hong. You bitch. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Today I'll show you the consequences of your actions. Chen Yan shouted and slapped Xiao Hong's chest with his full strength. Ah! Xiao Hong let out a miserable scream as she was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily against the wall, her breath growing weak. After doing all this, Chen Yan left. This time, he stopped and didn't kill Xiao Hong immediately. The main reason was that he wanted to inflict a fatal wound on Xiao Hong and then let her die slowly. In addition, there's another point: if Xiao Hong dies immediately, Jiang Wei might immediately go after him to kill him. If Xiao Hong still has even the slightest chance of survival, Jiang Wei will definitely try to save her with her medical skills. This gives me time to escape. What happened today was too bizarre. It's as if some invisible hand was pulling things along. No. I must find the real culprit. This Xiao Hong is definitely not the real mastermind. Chen Yan thought to himself. Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong. Are you all right? Just as Chen Yan had expected, Jiang Wei discovered that Xiao Hong was still breathing and rushed over to try to save her. Senior sister. Xiao Hong looked at Jiang Wei weakly, her pitiful eyes melting Jiang Wei's heart. Senior sister, am I going to die? No. You won't die. I can save you. I'm from the Divine Healer sect, I know medicine. Senior sister, how did senior brother become like this? Is he still the senior brother I remember? Xiao Hong seemed to know she was going to die, and Jiang Wei was still struggling desperately, but it was all in vain. No matter how hard she tried, Xiao Hong's breathing only grew weaker and weaker. What happened? How did it get like this? Just when Jiang Wei was in despair, Qin Feng appeared in front of her. Chapter 96, Qin Feng makes his move, Jiang Wei completely submits. The moment Jiang Wei saw Qin Feng, hope was rekindled. Yes. Qin Feng. I almost forgot about Qin Feng. His medical skills are better than mine, there's definitely hope. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei immediately knelt down in front of Qin Feng. Young Master Qin. Master Qin. Master Feng. Please save Xiao Hong. I'll do anything you ask if you can save her life. From now on, even if you ask me to go through fire and water, I won't even blink. Jiang Wei immediately knelt down, and upon seeing this, Qin Feng quickly helped her up. Oh. Wei Zi. What are you saying? We're business partners now. You're mine now. Your business is my business. Let me see what's going on. Qin Feng's attitude was surprisingly good, which was beyond Jiang Wei's expectations. She didn't expect that Qin Feng would actually agree. She thought Qin Feng would refuse, or make an exorbitant demand. To her surprise, Qin Feng agreed so readily. Although she was a little puzzled, she didn't think much of it. Right now, saving Xiao Hong's life is the most important thing. Young Master Qin, how is Xiao Hong? Is there any hope for her? Jiang Wei leaned closer. If Qin Feng had no other options, she really had none either. It's all Chen Yan's fault. If it weren't for Chen Yan, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Thinking about this, Jiang Wei's hatred for Chen Yan entered another dimension. She hated Chen Yan, from the third dimension directly to the fourth dimension. Don't worry. There's still hope. It's just a fatal wound, you're not dead. What's the panic? Qin Feng said calmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei's eyes lit up. Although she didn't know if Qin Feng was telling the truth, she could only place her hopes on him now. Great. Is there anything I can do for you? Jiang Wei spoke up. She figured she had some medical skills, so helping out shouldn't be a problem, right? The biggest help you can give me is the fact that you're not causing me any trouble here, understand? Get out of my way. Don't interfere with my treatment, or I'll blame you if I die. Qin Feng pushed Jiang Wei aside in an annoyed manner, and Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment. Was I being rejected? I was actually rejected. She never imagined that this day would come. It would never have happened before. Although she was a little unhappy, Jiang Wei still obediently walked to the side and watched. After the person in the way left, Qin Feng took out 7 silver needles and inserted them into Xiao Hong's body one by one. He was about to use the strongest move from the Divine Doctor's Ghost Hand technique, a move called 7 stars lighting the lamp. Once this move is used, as long as the person is not dead, even if they only have one last breath left, it can revive them. The moment the silver needle pierced the acupoint, the faint, almost stagnant rise and fall of Xiao Hong's chest suddenly stopped, and then a wisp of white vapor swirled out from the end of the needle, much like a candle flame flickering in the wind. Qin Feng's fingers flew, each twist of the silver needles precise to the millimeter. Beads of sweat rolled down his chin and splashed onto the ground, leaving a small wet patch. Even Ghost Hand himself only used this move 3 times in his entire life. But every time, he succeeded. Although it was Qin Feng's first time using it, he believed that he was capable of doing it. Using this technique would be extremely taxing on his mental energy, but given his mental strength was 50 times that of an ordinary person, he could still accept the current level of damage. Jiang Wei was completely dumbfounded by Qin Feng's incredibly subtle movements. What kind of medical skill was this? She had never seen anything like it before. It was simply too amazing. However, although Jiang Wei didn't understand it, she didn't raise any questions. Because she clearly saw that Xiao Hong's condition had obviously improved after Qin Feng used this move. She had only been able to inhale, but not exhale. Now, her breathing has gradually stabilized. Wow, so strong. Is this Qin Feng? He's so many times more powerful than Chen Yan. Jiang Wei was extremely shocked. If Qin Feng was a member of the Divine Doctor sect, then he would undoubtedly be the next sect leader. This person's medical skills are truly extraordinary. Chen Yan and his ilk are simply not in the same league. Perhaps only her master, Taoist Qin Feng, could compare to Qin Feng if he were here. No wonder Qin Feng wouldn't let her come closer. This medical skill requires too much energy. If I were there, I would undoubtedly be causing trouble. Thinking about this, Jiang Wei was no longer surprised. About 15 minutes later, Qin Feng suddenly shouted rise and the 7 silver needles trembled at the same time. The wisp of white energy surged instantly, enveloping Xiao Hong like a net. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Xiao Hong, shrouded in white mist, coughed lightly, and a mouthful of black blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Qin Feng took out a small red pill from his pocket and gave it to Xiao Hong. Nailed it. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He never expected that the 7 stars lighting the lamp would consume so much of his energy. In just over 10 minutes, it felt like he had been working non-stop for several days. He felt like he was going crazy. Fortunately, he managed to do it in the end, even though it was his first time using this thing. Young Master Qin, how is Xiao Hong? Jiang Wei couldn't help but speak up. Don't worry. She's fine now. She just needs a day of rest and she'll be fully awake. Qin Feng smiled. That's wonderful. Wah-ah. Thank you so much. Young Master Qin, I really don't know what I would have done without you. Jiang Wei hugged Qin Feng tightly. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of security from Qin Feng. Moreover, her affection and loyalty to Qin Feng reached an unbelievable level. 90. At this level, betrayal is impossible. Currently, only Ying, Shi Yuan, Lin Xiaoxiong, and now Jiang Wei can achieve this. Wang Meng is also very close to being over 80, but there's not much difference between being over 80 and 90. Many of his subordinates are also in their 80s. Unless they are the kind of Suicide Squad members, a 90% favorability rating is practically a pipe dream. Ding! Host has completely subdued the destined heroine Jiang Wei, reward, 5,000 points. Ding! The host has caused a conflict between the destined female lead and the destined protagonist. Reward, 1,000 points. Ding! The host has set a trap for the protagonist, rewarding 1,500 points. Hearing the series of system notifications, Qin Feng smiled. All his efforts had just been worthwhile. Chapter 97, Stop Pretending, You've Been Pretending the Whole Way. Young Master Qin. From now on, I'm yours. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. Jiang Wei was completely impressed by Qin Feng. This man was just too strong. It was hard for her not to admire him. Moreover, he was quite kind to himself. Judging from the medical skills he just used, it must have required a lot of energy and physical strength. As a result, Qin Feng actually did this for Xiao Hong, which makes him far better than many others. Alright, no need for further explanation. Tell me what just happened. Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly. It's like this Chen Yan killed one of my men and even tried to molest Xiao Hong. Jiang Wei recounted everything that had just happened in detail. Now you know why I targeted Chen Yan, right? I've met this guy before. I knew he wasn't a good person. The reason I was so insistent on cooperating with you before was because I knew he wasn't a good person. Now, do you understand my good intentions? Before today, you probably thought I was trying to harm you, right? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Jiang Wei suddenly realized why Qin Feng had been targeting Chen Yan for no apparent reason. It turned out that he was a person with a wicked heart. What just happened is enough to prove that Qin Feng's decision was correct. Poor thing, she was still kept in the dark, naively believing that Qin Feng was a bad person and Chen Yan was a good person. Now it seems that the roles should be reversed, at least Qin Feng really helped her. I'm sorry, young Master Qin. I misunderstood before. I thought you were slandering Chen Yan with ulterior motives. Now it seems there's no need for slander, his true nature has been revealed directly. Such a despicable person is actually my junior brother. I am ashamed of this. Jiang Wei felt extremely ashamed, and she was saddened by the fact that Chen Yan was her junior. You don't need to be so sad. I'm also quite upset about what happened. After all, who would have thought that someone I've known for so many years would turn out to be this kind of person behind my back? Qin Feng could empathize with this, just like Xin Yuan before him. The Qin family helped him so much before, but instead of being grateful, he joined forces with Ye Chen to try to take over the Qin family. If it weren't for the system I awakened, these people would probably still be living a carefree life right now. Young Master Qin. I was wrong before. I will report to my sect now and have them send people to arrest this traitor. Jiang Wei spoke up. Sure. If you see any trace of him, you can let me know, and I'll help. Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly. I understand, young Master Qin. Jiang Wei nodded. As for this body, I'll cremate it for you. So you won't be too heartbroken if you see it. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Jiang Wei agreed without hesitation. I'll do whatever you say. Jiang Wei nodded. After Jiang Wei left, she quickly wrote a letter to the Divine Doctor sect using the method of sending a letter by flying crane. This is their usual way of contacting each other, even though the Divine Doctor's sect isn't completely out of touch with modern society. They simply felt that those things were too easy to fake, so they used this ancient method. This is probably the only organization in China that still uses this method to convey information. The letter has been sent out. It should arrive at the sect's location in a day at most. After the message was sent by carrier pigeon, someone would use modern communication methods to contact the Divine Healer sect. Therefore, the speed at which the news spreads is still very fast, so there is no need to worry about that. Chen Yan. Don't let me find you. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Jiang Wei stared in the direction the pigeon had gone, her eyes filled with rage. On the other side, Qin Feng carried the corpse into the crematorium. All right, stop pretending. I've been carrying you the whole way, isn't that enough? Qin Feng spoke to the corpse in front of him. Oh. Boss. I've worked so hard for so long, what's wrong with giving me a hug? Ying rolled her eyes at Qin Feng, then tore off her disguise. Indeed, all of this was just a scheme by Qin Feng, he didn't tell the truth to either side. On one side is Jiang Wei, and on the other is Xiao Hong. These two people are nothing more than his playthings. Jiang Wei thought she was going to slander Chen Yan, but in reality, this was a misconception created for her by Qin Feng. Of course, Qin Feng did ultimately slander Chen Yan, but not in the way Jiang Wei claimed. As for Xiao Hong, Qin Feng had previously told her that as long as she helped seduce Chen Yan, he would spare her and Jiang Wei's safety. He only told half the truth to both sides, and when combined with what happened later, the two of them couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. It was all a trap set by Qin Feng. Poor Chen Yan. He had only been down the mountain for a short time when he lost his wife and was even wanted by his own sect. If it were him, he'd probably be frantic with worry by now. I've carried you all the way. It's time to get down. Qin Feng smiled. Hearing this, Ying reluctantly got down from Qin Feng's arms. What should we do next? Qin Feng pinched his chin. Just as Qin Feng was pondering, Ying suddenly brought him some news. Boss. I just received a message that the Zhou family is hosting a charity gala and has invited you to attend. Should I decline it for you? Upon hearing Ying's words, Qin Feng suddenly remembered that this plot also existed in Chen Yan's script. Zhou Siyu, the daughter of the Zhou family, possesses a special constitution that can enhance a person's physical condition. Whenever Zhou Siyu has sex with someone, the energy contained within her body will be transferred to that person. Shen Yin met Zhou Siyu by chance, and one day, Zhou Siyu suddenly fell ill, and Shen Yin took the opportunity to win her over. I didn't expect things to develop so quickly. According to the script, this plot shouldn't happen until near the middle of the story, right? Qin Feng thought to himself. However, the plot has already deviated from its original course, and it's likely that some unseen force is pushing it forward in some way he can't even imagine. Now that he had a system, Qin Feng's thinking jumped around quite a bit. Since there was a system, could the so-called heavenly Tao or something similar also exist? Of course, this was just Qin Feng's guess. Go! Of course I'll go. I've heard that the Zhou family's daughter is incredibly beautiful. I have to go see her. Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly. The Zhou family was considered a large family in Shanghai, with a net worth of tens of billions. Chapter 98, The Zhou Family, Charity Gala. The Zhou family holds a fairly good position in Shanghai, and their patriarch, Zhou Dequan, has a good network of connections in the city. This guy is a really nice person, he's always doing charity work and has a lot of influence among the general public and in high society. The Qin family and the Zhou family have a fairly good relationship. Since the other party took the initiative to invite him, he has to go, whether for Zhou Siyu or for the Qin family. Boss. You've taken a fancy to the Zhou family's daughter too? Aren't you afraid her father will get angry? Ying said, somewhat jealously. Qin Feng already has two women, one is her, and the other is Lin Qingqing. Behind the scenes, who knows how many other women are waiting to take his place. Now, hearing Qin Feng say this, Ying naturally felt a sense of crisis. I was just joking. The Zhou family's daughter has a special constitution that is of great help to me. So, this time, I'm determined to win. You understand what I mean, right? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Ying suddenly realized that she had thought Qin Feng had suddenly become a lecherous man and would sleep with anyone he saw. That evening, at the Zhou family's residence, a black Bentley slowly pulled up in front of the Zhou family villa. Qin Feng got out of the car first and reached out to help Lin Qingqing out of the passenger seat. Tonight, she wore a champagne-colored strapless dress with tiny rhinestones adorning the hem. Her long hair was styled in a low bun, and she wore a pearl necklace given to her by Qin Feng, which made her skin appear fair and radiant. She had shed her usual naivety and gained a touch of gentle elegance. Isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Lin Qingqing gripped Qin Feng's sleeve, her voice tinged with nervousness. It was her first time attending such a high-society charity gala. In the distance, waiters carried trays and moved about, while the guests, dressed in fine clothes, chatted and laughed in hushed tones, creating an atmosphere she found unfamiliar. The Lin family had held similar events before, but she had always been a marginal figure, like a nobody. But things are different now. She is now the wife of the Qin family, and things are different from before. Now, she is the center of attention with every step she takes, which makes her inexplicably nervous. Don't worry. You'll get used to it after a few more times. You're my woman now, you're my wife. You need to be more confident. No matter what happens, I'll be there to back you up. In the whole of Shanghai, who dares to say anything against you? Qin Feng's words gave Lin Qingqing a great sense of comfort and security, which is why she couldn't help but be attracted to him. Women are creatures of instinct, and Lin Qingqing was no exception. Beside Qin Feng, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. Most importantly, after becoming Qin Feng's woman, her identity and status also changed. She used to be a nobody in the Lin family, but now things are different, she is Mrs. Qin. Once this identity is revealed, both Lin Xiaoxiong and her father Lin Yu will have to look at her differently after learning about it. This made her feel great, as if she had finally released years of pent-up anger. Honey. You're right, I'm Mrs. Qin now, I can't let you down. I need to be confident. Lin Qingqing nodded. After the two got out of the car, Ying also got out. Seeing the two holding hands together, Ying felt a little jealous. This time, she appeared as Qin Feng's assistant, but it didn't matter. As long as she could participate with Qin Feng, she was very happy. She didn't ask for much, she just wanted to be with Qin Feng. Zhou Dequan personally greeted guests at the door, showing them the utmost respect, which is one of the reasons why he has such a good network of connections. How many people can do what Zhou Dequan did, acting as a servant while serving as an organizer? Zhou Dequan spotted Qin Feng from afar. Although he didn't recognize Ying, he knew Lin Xingqing and Qin Feng. He was also present at the Lin family's engagement banquet that day, and he knew that Lin Xingqing was Qin Feng's wife. Although there are rumors that the Lin family's marriage was a political alliance, the two of them look very affectionate, which doesn't seem to be the case at all. Zhou Dequan was quite adept at reading people, he knew he couldn't afford to mess with either of them. Zhou Dequan immediately strode forward to greet him, his face beaming with just the right amount of enthusiasm. He then bowed slightly to Qin Feng with his hands clasped in a respectful gesture. "Young Master Qin, we've been waiting for you. Please come in, the party's looking forward tonight." Zhou Dequan adopted a very humble attitude, after all, he and Qin Feng were not on the same level. One shouldn't hit a smiling face, and Qin Feng didn't dampen Zhou Dequan's enthusiasm. "Patriarch Zhou, you flatter me. Your presence is enough, my arrival is merely icing on the cake. To put on a show of support would be too awkward. I, Qin Feng, don't have that kind of clout." Qin Feng smiled. As they spoke, Zhou Dequan's gaze turned to Lin Xingqing, who was standing next to Qin Feng. "This must be Miss Lin. I only caught a glimpse of her at the engagement party last time and didn't have a chance to say hello properly. But seeing her today, Miss Lin looks even more stunning than she did that day. She and Miss Qin look so well matched. You two are a match made in heaven. You're such a perfect couple. I'm so envious." As Zhou Dequan spoke, he couldn't help but think of his wife who had been dead for many years. He once had this perfect woman by his side, but unfortunately, you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Lin Xingqing blushed slightly at the compliment, but remembering Qin Feng's words, she straightened her back and nodded gently in response. "Patriarch Zhou, you flatter me. I am not as capable or as good as you say." Although Lin Xingqing's voice wasn't loud, she was no longer as nervous as she had been when she first got off the bus. She knew that her current stance was not only for herself, but also for Qin Feng and for the identity of Mrs. Qin. "No matter what, I can't afford to lose face." Qin Feng raised his hand and patted Lin Xingqing's hand as encouragement and praise. "You're too kind, Patriarch Zhou. Of course I have to come and support your charity gala. My parents have collaborated with the Zhou family on quite a few projects back in the day. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is my assistant, you can call her Ying." Qin Feng singled out Ying for a special introduction, a privilege that even Lin Xingqing didn't receive. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Ying was also somewhat pleased, and her previous unhappiness vanished. "So it's Miss Ying. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhou Dequan's attitude also became more respectful. He realized that Ying held a very high position, perhaps even higher than Lin Xingqing. Otherwise, Qin Feng wouldn't have singled out the other person to introduce to him separately. After chatting for a while, most of the guests had arrived, and Zhou Dequan then led Qin Feng and the other two to the venue. Chapter 99, Zhou. Lin Xingqing linked arms with Qin Feng, and their intimate behavior naturally attracted the attention of countless people. "Greetings, young Master Qin." "Greetings, Mrs. Qin." "Young Master Qin. It's been a long time. Madam Qin is truly beautiful." Faced with everyone's praise, Lin Xingqing felt a little embarrassed, but when she thought that she was now Mrs. Qin, she straightened her back a little. Afterwards, Zhou Dequan led Qin Feng and the other two to the front, where they were among the most powerful and influential figures in Shanghai. Besides Qin Feng, there's also Zhou Ming, the top official in Shanghai, and Lin Xiaoxiong is among them. "Young Master Qin." Upon seeing Qin Feng appear, Lin Xiaoxiong was the first to greet him. In fact, he really wanted to call him Dad, but that would be too embarrassing. "Young Master Qin. It's been a long time." Zhou Ming smiled as well. "Long time no see. Mayor Zhou. Patriarch Lin." Qin Feng also responded politely. Just then, a pale blue figure walked out from the crowd. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of those around her. Jo Siyu appeared in the crowd, dressed in a light blue dress and with elegant manners. Her appearance undoubtedly made her the center of attention. Miss Jo is truly a beauty. So gorgeous. Yeah. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also good at studying. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. I heard that Miss Jo is still unmarried. She's never even been in a relationship. I wonder if I have a chance. Come on. You think you have a chance? With your looks, how could anyone possibly be interested in you? Jo Siyu paid no attention to the whispers around her. She had heard such voices since she was a child. Qin Feng's gaze was also drawn to Jo Siyu's appearance. At this moment, Jo Siyu, trailing a long dress, walked towards Qin Feng. Honey. She's so beautiful. Lin Qingqing said quietly. She felt that she was quite a bit inferior to Jo Siyu. Today, Jo Siyu is slightly better than her in terms of both temperament and figure. Really? She's so pretty, how about I ask her to be your best friend? They say that when beautiful women hang out with other beautiful women, they all become even more beautiful. Qin Feng bluffed. Lin Qingqing was stunned. She had actually been fooled by Qin Feng. Really? Honey. You're not lying to me. Lin Qingqing asked in surprise. Of course. You'll find out for yourself when you try it. Qin Feng smiled. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing fell into deep thought. If she agreed, wouldn't she be sharing Qin Feng with Jo Siyu in the future? Will Qin Feng still value himself as much as he does today by then? But she also really wanted to become beautiful. Like, as beautiful as Jo Siyu. Silly girl. I was just teasing you. When Qin Feng said tease, he meant the fact that beautiful women become even more beautiful when they get together. As for winning over Jo Siyu, he wasn't just teasing Lin Qingqing, he was determined to get her. Honey, you're so mean. She's already a bit silly. And you're still teasing her. Lin Qingqing and Qin Feng started playfully fighting, and Zhou Ming and Lin Xiaoxiong, who were standing nearby, laughed when they saw this. Seeing that Lin Qingqing and Qin Feng had a good relationship, Lin Xiaoxiong felt extremely gratified. After all, she was his granddaughter. Lin Xiaoxiong had previously worried that Qin Feng might mistreat her, but now it seems that Qin Feng had not done so at all. In a shady spot, Chun Yan had somehow slipped in as well. After leaving Rini Medical Clinic, he ran around, but he didn't know where to go or where to start his search. He wandered aimlessly through the streets of Shanghai, eventually arriving at the Zhou family's dinner party. This woman. She actually possesses the legendary innate spiritual vein physique. With just one glance, Chen Yan could tell that Jo Siyu was different from the others. The innate spiritual vein body is an extremely rare and special constitution that can spontaneously absorb the energy of heaven and earth into the body. Such people absorb the energy of heaven and earth from a young age, resulting in not only excellent physical health but also unparalleled intelligence. Therefore, Jo Siyu has never been sick since she was a child, and she always ranks first in every exam or whatever she does. Zhou Dequan thought he had struck gold, and indeed it was a treasure, because this kind of physique was extremely rare in the world. Of course, besides being able to use it itself, it can also transfer its energy to others. There are many ways to transfer desires, but the most effective and reusable one is through sexual intercourse. In this way, the two people's bodies form a connection point, and the one with a special constitution can transfer their energy to the other through this method. Moreover, it can be reused, although the efficiency will decrease with each reuse. The first time is when the effect is most obvious. I've struck gold. I never imagined I'd encounter such a rare constitution. Chen Yan felt that his luck was absolutely incredible, he had actually stumbled upon such an extraordinary physique. Moreover, judging from Jo Siyu's appearance, she clearly doesn't know that she has this kind of constitution. Generally speaking, people with this constitution reach their energy absorption limit around the age of 20. If this is not dealt with in time, the energy within her body will explode. The final result was that he died from his body exploding. Judging from Jo Siyu's current situation, it seems like it's almost over. It should only take a few more days. A few days? Impossible. By the time a few days have passed, the daylily will be too cold. If Chen Yan were still at Rini Medical Clinic, then he could certainly wait these few days. But things are different now. After that incident, Chen Yan no longer has that power. Damn it! I wonder who framed me. Don't let me find out. Chen Yan thought to himself. But before that, he still needs to figure out how to get his hands on this woman with the special physique in front of him. Although Chen Yan didn't know Zhou Siyu's identity, judging from her attire, it was clear that she was someone of high social standing and wealth. If I could win over a woman like that, not to mention how great the feedback would be after I gained my special physique, it would also be of great help in finding the person behind the scenes. I had barely come down the mountain when the other side started making plans, which shows that their power is extraordinary. I absolutely cannot fight against them alone. Without further ado, Zhou Siyu's internal energy had not yet reached a critical point. Before that, I need to add a little something extra to her flavor. Fortunately, there was something readily available here. I don't know who it was, but they brought out some Chinese medicine. Chapter 100, The Insidious Chen Yan. Hehehe. This is truly heaven's help. Chen Yan couldn't help but let out a villainous laugh. These Chinese herbs are all highly nourishing, and the energy they contain goes without saying. Chen Yan quickly mixed the ingredients into powder, then casually grabbed a glass of Lafite and poured it into the powder. Immediately afterwards, he rushed to Zhou Siyu's side. Hey beautiful lady. Chen Yan didn't know Zhou Siyu's name, so he could only call her that. As a result, when he shouted that, many people looked at him, and these people were all beautiful enough to be called women. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Chen Yan felt a little embarrassed. Then he noticed that Zhou Siyu was already walking away. Excuse me, beautiful lady in the light blue dress, could you please wait a moment? Chen Yan said loudly. Hearing this, Zhou Siyu stopped and turned around, only to see Chen Yan walking towards her with a glass of wine in his hand. Upon seeing Chen Yan's attire and appearance, Zhou Siyu immediately fell into deep thought. Chen Yan was a complete stranger. She had never appeared in Shanghai before. She had no recollection of anyone like her in Shanghai's high society. Did you call me? Zhou Siyu stopped in her tracks. She wanted to see what Qin Yan was up to. Upon hearing Qin Yan's voice, Qin Feng turned around, and when he saw the familiar figure, he was stunned. Chen Yan? What's he doing here? Did he just stumble upon this? Qin Feng thought to himself. As the villain, the protagonist is destined to be the main character, and naturally, they will find themselves appearing around the host without warning. The system's voice came from my mind. I see. So, I don't have to do anything, and the main character will just come to me. Qin Feng came to this conclusion. That's about right. The system replied. Ing and Lin Xiaoxiong, who were standing nearby, also noticed Chen Yan. Qin. Lin Xiaoxiong wanted to speak up to remind him, but Qin Feng had already noticed. Don't worry, I've noticed everything. Everything is under my control. Let's see what he's up to. Qin Feng was also very curious about what Chen Yan wanted to do by appearing here. Is it a mutual attraction between the destined protagonist and the destined heroine, or does Chen Yan have ulterior motives? Beautiful lady in the light blue dress. I've finally managed to call you over. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, so I can only call you this. Chen Yan scratched the back of his head and revealed an innocent smile. Seeing Chen Yan's appearance, Zhou Siyu felt no emotion whatsoever, mainly because Qin Feng was present. Under Qin Feng's influence of his brain-degrading aura, Chen Yan's protagonist aura naturally prevented her from exhibiting any brain-degrading behavior. Otherwise, Zhou Siyu would probably subconsciously develop some feelings for Chen Yan. My name is Zhou Siyu. May I ask how I can help you? Out of politeness, Zhou Siyu still acknowledged Chen Yan. In her opinion, Chen Yan was probably trying to chat her up. She'd seen plenty of people like that. However, Chen Yan was one of the bolder ones among so many people. It was the first time Zhou Siyu had ever encountered such a situation, as he called out to her in front of so many people. Miss Show. I've admired you for a long time. I wonder if you could do me the honor of having a drink with me. Chen Yan revealed a confident smile. In the past, he had used this trick to defeat many people. He believed that with his charm, Zhou Siyu would definitely give him face. Putting everything else aside, it's just letting her have a sip of wine, there doesn't seem to be any problem, right? Heh, young man, do you know what you're saying? A hint of anger flashed across Zhou Siyu's face. This idiot who appeared out of nowhere was asking her to drink right away. Who did he think he was? If he were someone like Qin Feng, that would be one thing, but who do you think you are, Chen Yan? Of course I know. Miss Shou, this is a drink I specially mixed for you, it'll be very good for your health. Chen Yan was taken aback, and then explained. Someone, throw this idiot who popped up out of nowhere out of here. And while you're at it, check if he has an invitation. I don't know how he even got in here. As soon as Zhou Siyu spoke, several bodyguards wearing sunglasses and suits blocked Chen Yan's way. All the bodyguards present were 195 centimeters tall. Even though Chen Yan was about 175 centimeters tall, he looked like a small potato in front of them. Excuse me, sir, we suspect you do not have an invitation. Please show us your invitation. The bodyguards were still very polite. They knew that Zhou Siyu had just said it in anger and that she would never throw Chen Yan out in front of so many people. An invitation? What invitation? Chen Yan answered subconsciously. How did you get in without an invitation? I think you're just here to cause trouble. A hot-tempered bodyguard immediately grabbed Chen Yan, intending to throw him out. The other person looked like a fool, and he simply couldn't take it anymore. Dare to make a move. Chen Yan couldn't take it anymore. He had been furious for the past few days and had originally planned to vent his anger by relying on Xiaohong, but he didn't expect to get himself into trouble instead. Perfect timing. This bodyguard just happened to show up at my doorstep, so don't blame me for being impolite to him. Chen Yan attacked with one hand, grabbing the other's collar with a backhand and throwing him away. Holy crap! The bodyguards next to him were dumbfounded by this scene. That person must have weighed at least 200 pounds, but Chen Yan threw him away with one hand. Damn it! This kid's probably sent by the enemy. Take him down. Several bodyguards rushed forward, and the tense and exciting scene frightened the surrounding guests, who couldn't help but scream loudly, thinking that some terrorists had appeared. Damn it! Get out of my way. Chen Yan had no intention of getting entangled with these people. His goal was to get Zhou Siyu to drink the wine. Once you drink this glass of wine, all your difficulties will be resolved. Chen Yan, single-handedly holding the pass against 10,000, carved a bloody path through it with just one hand. After all, he is the protagonist destined by fate. These ordinary bodyguards can handle ordinary people, but they are completely inadequate when they encounter the protagonist. They can only become his experienced babies. Chen Yan rushed in front of Zhou Siyu. Before she could even react, she saw Chen Yan rushing towards her. This scene immediately terrified Zhou Siyu, who let out a piercing scream. See you! Zhou Dequan shouted, trying to rush over to protect Zhou Siyu, but it was too late. Chen Yan walked up to Zhou Siyu and poured the wine directly on her. Chapter 101, Caught Off Guard. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Zhou Siyu couldn't help but swallow. Ha ha ha. It worked. It worked. Seeing Zhou Siyu drink the wine, Chen Yan couldn't help but laugh. His plan had finally succeeded. You fucking bastard. Are you sick? It's just a sip of wine, is it really that big of a deal? Zhou Siyu was speechless. At this moment, her face and dress were still covered in the smell of alcohol that Chen Yan had just splashed on her. It was sticky and disgusting, and Zhou Siyu couldn't wait to take a hot shower. What the hell are you doing? Zhou Dequan rushed over and punched Chen Yan in the face. Chen Yan took the blow head-on without even dodging. Zhou Dequan is over 50 years old and not someone like him, so this amount of force is no big deal for him. Who are you? What are you doing here? Why did you throw wine at my daughter? Zhou Dequan was furious. Where did this lunatic come from? Damn it, this is inhuman. When Zhou Dequan lost his temper, the bodyguards rushed over and restrained Chen Yan. Chen Yan did not offer any resistance. This was exactly the moment he had been waiting for. Hehehe, you'll see then. You'll be begging me for help. Chen Yan revealed a wicked smile. Are you crazy? Zhou Dequan was speechless. Bring him down here. Lock him up and find out what he's up to. Even Zhou Dequan, who is usually good-tempered, couldn't hold back anymore. What was supposed to be a good charity gala has turned into this mess. Sorry everyone, there's been a problem today. The party will be postponed until tomorrow night. I'm so sorry for taking up everyone's time. I will make up for all the losses you've suffered. Hearing Zhou Dequan's words, everyone expressed their understanding. After all, it wasn't Zhou Dequan's fault. If it weren't for Chen Yan's appearance, how could the wonderful gala have turned out like this? Take him away. Damn it. Zhou Dequan pointed at Chen Yan's nose and cursed. Soon, Chen Yan was taken away by bodyguards. Dad. Wah-ah. My clothes are all soaked. Zhou Siyu said with a pitiful expression, her heart melting at the sight of Zhou Dequan. This is his only daughter. Since his wife left, he has poured all his love into Zhou Siyu. I'm sorry, Siyu. It's Daddy's fault for not protecting you properly. You were frightened. Zhou Dequan hugged Zhou Siyu and comforted her. Just then, Qin Feng also walked over. Young Master Qin. I'm so sorry. You must have found this amusing. Zhou Dequan saw Qin Feng and quickly walked over. It's all right, Patriarch Zhou. I was also very surprised by what happened. Is Miss Zhou all right? Qin Feng asked with concern. Looking at Qin Feng in front of her, Zhou Siyu suddenly felt a little shy and looked him up and down. I have to say, Qin Feng is really handsome. He's exactly what she's looking for, tall and with a great physique. Such perfect men are becoming increasingly rare. Thank you for your concern, young Master Qin. I was just startled. I'm fine. Zhou Siyu tossed her hair aside, looking shy. Being frightened doesn't necessarily mean you'll be fine. As far as I know, many illnesses are caused by being frightened. I happen to know a little about medicine. How about I take your pulse for you? Faced with Qin Feng's words, Zhou Dequan and Zhou Siyu hesitated. They had never heard of Qin Feng having medical skills before. Don't worry, Lao Zhou. Young Master Qin's medical skills are top-notch. He's the one who cured my old ailment. Lin Xiaoxiong gave Qin Feng a thumbs up and praised him. Really? Zhou Dequan said with some doubt, I've never heard of Qin Feng's medical skills being so amazing before. Don't you believe me? If you don't, have him check it out and you'll see. Lin Xiaoxiong laughed. Is it really that amazing? Young Master Qin. Then you'll have to take a look and see if I have any problems. Zhou Dequan stretched out his arm with some skepticism. The moment Qin Feng's fingertips touched Zhou Dequan's wrist, his previously tentative expression immediately turned serious. He gently felt the pulse with his fingertips, his brows furrowing slightly. He withdrew his hand after a short while. Has Patriarch Zhou been experiencing heart palpitations lately, and slight dizziness upon waking in the morning? Zhou Dequan was startled and instinctively sat up straight. How did you know, young Master Qin? This problem of mine only started appearing in the last 2 weeks. I thought it was because I was tired from working on the gala, so I didn't take it seriously. He was the only one who knew about this, but unexpectedly Qin Feng found out. If that's the case, then Qin Feng does seem to have some skill. It's not from being tired. Qin Feng shook his head. Your irregular sleep schedule and tendency to be tense have led to a weak pulse. If left untreated, it may affect your sleep and even cause occasional chest tightness. Over time, problems will gradually accumulate, and by then, it might be too late. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dequan was immediately terrified. He was only in his 50s and didn't want to die at such a young age. Does young Master Qin have a solution? I would be so grateful if this ailment could be cured. Zhou Dequan pressed for an answer. Zhou Siyu, who was standing to the side, also forgot her grievances from earlier and looked at Qin Feng with curiosity in her eyes. She initially thought Qin Feng was just good-looking, but she didn't expect him to actually know medicine, which made her like him even more. It's just a minor ailment. I'll give you an acupuncture treatment, and it won't be long before it takes effect. This minor ailment doesn't actually require acupuncture, but Qin Feng had no choice but to show off his skills and achieve his goal. 10 minutes later, Zhou Dequan felt refreshed and invigorated, as if he had become more than 10 years younger. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. A miracle doctor. Young Master Qin. You truly are a miracle doctor. Zhou Dequan almost knelt down before Qin Feng. Damn it, Qin Feng is really amazing. How come I never noticed before that Qin Feng was so amazing? Just a little trick. Not worth mentioning. Qin Feng smiled. Young Master Qin. Quickly, take a look at me. Is there something wrong with me? Seeing this, Zhou Siyu also stretched out her arm. Seeing such fair and smooth arms, Qin Feng silently swallowed. No wonder they have a special constitution. Their skin is unlike anything a human could have. Qin Feng felt like he had been dead for 3 days, yet he wasn't as fair-skinned as her. Evening paled in comparison to Zhou Siyu. Of course, apart from that, Zhou Siyu and Ing cannot be compared. Chapter 102, Take off your clothes first. Qin Feng placed his hand on Zhou Siyu's wrist. In fact, he didn't even need to look to know that someone like Zhou Siyu could possibly have a problem. Shenyan's script already states that someone like Zhou Siyu will never have any problems growing up. Even if someone poisons her, the natural energy within her body can automatically eliminate it. Such a person is truly enviable. He wanted to check it simply to verify his hypothesis. As expected, after taking Zhou Siyu's pulse, Qin Feng immediately discovered that the energy of heaven and earth within Zhou Siyu's body was beginning to fluctuate. He could feel that this energy was about to fill Zhou Siyu up. If not dealt with promptly, it could very likely lead to the body exploding and causing death. How so? Qin Feng frowned slightly. According to the plot, it shouldn't be this fast. However, Qin Feng quickly realized the problem was related to the glass of wine Shenyan had just drunk. This glass of wine probably contains a lot of energy. The reason Shenyan forced Zhou Siyu to drink it was to activate her special physique in advance. By then, apart from Shenyan, probably no one will know how to treat Zhou Siyu. Unfortunately, he encountered Qin Feng, a major villain. As we all know, only villains can suppress protagonists, and Qin Feng is a major villain. Hehehe. I never expected this, Shenyan. You're such a good person. I was thinking of waiting a few more days before I could eat her, but you really did me a huge favor. Qin Feng smiled inwardly. Young Master Qin. What's wrong with my health? Seeing Qin Feng's solemn expression, Zhou Dequan and Zhou Siyu felt a little uneasy. Miss Shou, if you'll forgive my bluntness, your current health condition is a bit different. Qin Feng spoke up. What's wrong? Zhou Siyu was puzzled. If it's not treated promptly, it could be life-threatening. Qin Feng spoke up. He wasn't talking nonsense. According to the plot, this is exactly what will happen. Young Master Qin. You must be joking. My daughter has never had any health problems since she was a child. Once, she even accidentally ate a poisonous mushroom, but she recovered in no time. Zhou Dequan could hardly believe that Zhou Siyu, who had never had any health problems since childhood, was in mortal danger. That's true, but Patriarch Zhou, you've probably forgotten about that person and that glass of wine. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dequan realized something. Is there something wrong with that glass of wine? Zhou Dequan spoke up. That's right. Actually, your daughter has a special constitution, which is why she is immune to all poisons and has been so intelligent since childhood. However, that person just now used a special method to mess it up. If this isn't dealt with promptly, the consequences will be severe. Qin Feng spoke up. Although he was talking nonsense, it was only half true and half false, and Zhou Dequan had no reason not to believe him. Besides, I've already demonstrated my strength. How could this be? I have no grudge against him, why would he do this to me? Zhou Siyu was about to cry. What was wrong with her today? Why did she have to run into Chen Yan, that jinx, for no reason? She asked herself, I've never offended him, so why is he treating me like this? What did she do wrong? I'm so angry. That beast. I'm going to kill him right now. Zhou Dequan was furious and was about to take a knife and chop Chen Yan up. Patriarch Zhou, don't be impulsive. You are no match for him. If you go there now, you'll just be a lamb to the slaughter. Qin Feng spoke up. How could that be? I've already caught him. Isn't he just fish on the chopping block? Is it possible that he did this on purpose? If you go there now and get taken hostage, that would be a real problem. Qin Feng spoke up. This week, Dequan is a good person, but he's a bit slow on the uptake, he couldn't even think of this. That's true. Thank you for the reminder, young Master Qin. Zhou Dequan then realized that since the other party dared to do this, they must not be afraid of him. Don't worry about him. His target is Miss Zhou. As long as I heal her, his plan will fail. Qin Feng smiled. That's right. Young Master Qin. I almost forgot, with your medical skills, there's definitely no problem. Zhou Dequan said excitedly. Patriarch Lin, please take Qingqing back. Send her to a safe place. Something unpleasant might happen next. Qin Feng spoke up. I understand, young Master Qin. Lin Xiaoxiong nodded. Seeing this, Lin Qingqing didn't say anything more. She was a sensible child and knew that being here would only cause trouble for Qin Feng. Should I go and protect her? Shadow spoke. You go ahead, I'll take care of things here. Qin Feng nodded. His purpose in coming here was for Zhou Siyu. As for Chen Yan, Qin Feng didn't want to kill him yet. After all, Chen Yan has the Divine Doctor sect behind him, a big fish. If he waits for the Divine Doctor sect to send people over and then wipes them all out in one fell swoop, wouldn't he just be getting numb from accumulating points? Afterwards, Qin Feng followed Zhou Siyu to a room. Patriarch Zhou, I do not wish to be disturbed while I am receiving treatment. Please leave. Qin Feng spoke up. I understand, young Master Qin. Zhou Dequan didn't think much of it and nodded. Oh, and lock the door. No matter what sounds you hear or what noises occur later, don't pay attention. Understand. If anything goes wrong and my treatment fails, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Qin Feng reminded him. I understand, young Master Qin. In that case, I'll just clear the area. From now on, only you and Siyu will be in this villa. Zhou Dequan was also very decisive. Hearing this, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Zhou Dequan to be so decisive, which saved him a lot of trouble. At this moment, only Zhou Siyu and Qin Feng remained in the room. With a man and a woman alone together, an ambiguous atmosphere quickly filled the air. Young Master Qin, what should I do? This was the first time Zhou Siyu had been so close to a man, and now that it was just the two of them, it was hard for her not to overthink things. Miss Zhou, I'll just ask you one question, do you believe me? Qin Feng spoke up. Of course I believe you, young Master Qin. Zhou Siyu nodded, she had witnessed Qin Feng's performance just now. Since you trust me, you'd better behave and listen to me. Qin Feng gave a wicked smile. I understand, young Master Qin. In that case, why don't you take off your clothes first? Zhou Siyu, question mark. Chapter 103, Winning over Zhou Siyu, A Great Harvest. Young Master Qin, did I hear that right? You mean you want me to take my clothes off? Zhou Siyu subconsciously covered her chest, 2 circles of blush appearing on her face. Was this a bit too direct? Did I not explain myself clearly enough? Take off your clothes right now, otherwise how can I treat you? Qin Feng spoke up. Oh. Zhou Siyu suddenly realized that this was to cure her illness. She remembered that in some movies she had seen before, people would take off their clothes when they were treating patients. Moreover, Qin Feng used acupuncture, so it's not surprising, that's how it's portrayed in movies. Upon realizing this, Jo Siyu understood. Jo Siyu was a little slow in undressing. After all, Qin Feng's eyes were fixed on her the whole time. Young Master Qin, could you turn around first? I'm a little embarrassed by this, I'll get shy. Unlike Qin Feng, Jo Siyu wasn't shameless. Being stared at like that made her heart flutter, and she also felt an indescribable sense of shame. Back when she was in school, she would change her clothes alone in the bathroom before coming out of the dormitory. Okay, I'll go ahead and turn around. Qin Feng turned around, his back to Jo Siyu. Now, Jo Siyu felt less ashamed, and taking this opportunity, she removed all her outer garments as Qin Feng had instructed. Young Master Qin, I'm all better. Jo Siyu called out to Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned around and saw a somewhat cute little bear, but his expression was one of dissatisfaction. What I mean is, you have to get rid of them all. All of them, you understand? Not a single one of those left. Qin Feng repeated it again. This. Jo Siyu hesitated for a moment, feeling that something was wrong. Even in movies, there's no need to go this far. Only a film in another sense would need to go to this extent. I know what you're thinking. I'll tell you the truth. That's exactly what you want. You have a special constitution, so this method is the most efficient, painless, and comfortable. If you're unwilling, I can use another method, which is to bleed you out. Qin Feng never lies, and he directly and honestly told Jo Siyu his thoughts. Bleeding. That's really scary. It involves taking a knife and making a cut on your arm. And you can't have anesthesia, you can only watch your blood slowly flow out. During this process, you might die from excessive blood loss, or you might scare yourself to death out of fear. After Qin Feng's persuasive words, Jo Siyu's eyes immediately filled with fear. Now, I'm giving you two choices, do what I do, or let me bleed you out. Qin Feng pulled out a small knife from somewhere, and seeing the glint of light flashing from the blade, Jo Siyu finally gave in. She was afraid of pain, didn't want to be bled, and even less did she want to watch her own blood slowly flow onto the ground. Therefore, she ultimately chose the gentlest and safest approach. I understand, then let's do it your way. You made the right choice. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Jo Siyu's change of mind was happening faster than he had imagined. Then, Jo Siyu removed all her disguises, and her perfect, pure white body appeared in front of Qin Feng, the sixth brother. Qin Feng's gaze was hard to look away from, no matter how resolute a cadre's will was, seeing this scene would shake them. You shouldn't look at me like that. It makes me really shy. Jo Siyu instinctively protected herself, feeling both shy and expectant. My opinion is that you would look even better if you wore the clothes on. Qin Feng smiled. The saying clothes make the man is absolutely true. Without the adornment of clothes, most of the time, you're just an ordinary person. For someone as worldly and knowledgeable as Qin Feng, the allure was still somewhat lacking. Qin Feng approached Jo Siyu and tried to kiss her, but Jo Siyu instinctively shrank back. Is this also part of the treatment? Jo Siyu asked curiously. Yes, this will help you get into the zone faster. Qin Feng nodded. Oh well. Jo Siyu stopped resisting, and the two gradually moved closer together. This is my first kiss. Jo Siyu bit her lip, looking at Qin Feng with a pitiful expression. After what had just happened, she was somewhat aroused, and her eyes held a hint of love. Will you take responsibility for me? Jo Siyu lay down and looked at the man in front of her. Don't worry. I, Qin Feng, am not the kind of person who starts something and then abandons it. Hearing Qin Feng's answer, Jo Siyu felt relieved and opened her arms, like a pair of wings, to embrace Qin Feng. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting the protagonist's momentous opportunity. Reward, 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully won over the destined heroine. Reward, 2,000 points. 12,000 points. Qin Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected that Jo Siyu would give him so many points. However, this is all due to Jo Siyu's special physique. In reality, Zhou Siyu herself did not contribute many points. It's so hot. My body is so hot. After it was over, Qin Feng suddenly felt as if he were being roasted over charcoal, his whole body burning hot. Qin Feng. What's wrong with you? Zhou Siyu tried to get closer, but Qin Feng pushed her away. Don't come near me. I'm in a bit of danger. Change your clothes first and wait for me. Qin Feng's tone was somewhat urgent, and Zhou Siyu obediently followed his instructions. He sat cross-legged and began to slowly regulate his breathing. He knew this was because he had absorbed energy from Zhou Siyu's body. Now, these energies are running rampant in my body, and all I need to do is absorb them all. Half an hour later, Zhou Siyu stayed by Qin Feng's side, watching his breathing gradually stabilize. Mission accomplished. Qin Feng opened his eyes and was slightly surprised to see himself become so strong and powerful. And it's not that his looks were already perfect, he's probably even more handsome now. Needless to say, Qin Feng is now a level above his former self in terms of strength. If he were to face someone like Scarface now, it would be a miracle if Qin Feng didn't kill him with a single kick. Young Master Qin. Are you alright? Zhou Siyu quickly came to Qin Feng's side. Chapter 104, Staying at the Zhou family residence. After Qin Feng had that kind of relationship, Zhou Siyu's mindset also changed. Qin Feng is now her man, her husband, and her current identity is Qin Feng's wife. Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Qin Feng smiled. Name, Qin Feng. Appearance, full marks. Physical fitness, 180 points, normal person has 5 points. Skills, anti-intelligence aura, martial arts master. Points, 42,650. Number of draws, 0. Backpack, none. Equipped, none. Mental strength, 5 points, normal level is 0.1. Special, mark of loyalty, legacy of the divine healer and ghostly hands. 40,000 points. Before he knew it, Qin Feng had accumulated almost as many points as when he killed Ye Chen. In addition, what surprised Qin Feng even more was that his physique had actually reached 180 points. That's a whopping 54 points. That's incredible. Qin Feng had reason to suspect that if his own physical constitution hadn't been so high, Zhou Siyu could have improved even more. My physique is now stronger than Ye Chen's before. I feel like I can become a king of soldiers. Qin Feng thought to himself. It's good that you're alright. You really scared me to death. Zhou Siyu breathed a sigh of relief. Your treatment isn't over yet. After I absorbed the energy from your body, you're now in a vacuum. I'll write you a prescription. During this period, take 1 dose every day according to the prescription. I'll come back to check you out in a week. Qin Feng was obviously talking nonsense. The medicine he prescribed for Zhou Siyu consisted entirely of highly nourishing ingredients. Following this prescription, after about a week, Zhou Siyu's energy levels will be roughly the same as before. I see. Zhou Siyu nodded. These medicinal herbs are quite precious. If you don't have them, you can use these cheaper alternatives. Qin Feng was very considerate. The substitute wouldn't be as effective, so he would check it regularly. So he decided to find an excuse to stay at the Zhou family's house. That way, he could keep an eye on Zhou Siyu at any time and also improve their relationship. The two walked out of the room hand in hand. When they saw Zhou Dequan, Zhou Siyu was shy and subconsciously let go of Qin Feng's hand. Dad! Zhou Siyu rushed to Zhou Dequan. Siyu! Are you alright? Zhou Dequan waited outside for a long time, but Qin Feng had previously told him not to disturb him no matter what. Zhou Dequan did a very good job of following the doctor's orders. He waited for ages before Zhou Siyu and Qin Feng finally came out. I'm alright. It's all thanks to young Master Qin. If it weren't for young Master Qin, you wouldn't have an idea how dangerous I was just now. Zhou Siyu wasn't lying. When Qin Feng first tried to do that with her, she felt a little bit of resistance. But soon, she felt that her body suddenly became very uncomfortable. If Qin Feng hadn't intervened in time and connected him with Qin Feng, he would probably be in mortal danger by now. That's why she said it was so dangerous just now. Thanks to you, young Master Qin. As Zhou Dequan listened to Zhou Siyu's description, his heart was in his throat. He never expected that so many things would happen in just a few hours. I have accomplished my mission. Patriarch Zhou. If it weren't for your daughter's cooperation, I probably wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly. Qin Feng said politely. By the way, this is the prescription I wrote for Miss Siyu. Her condition is not completely cured yet. Please give her 1 dose every day according to the instructions on the prescription. I'll come back to check again in a week. Zhou Dequan was shocked when he saw the prescription Qin Feng had given him. This prescription alone must have cost at least $1 million. Eating over $1 million a day for 7 days. That's terrifying. However, none of this matters. Zhou Dequan can still come up with this amount of money. Understood, young Master Qin. I will follow your orders. Zhou Dequan's attitude became increasingly respectful. He used to be respectful to Qin Feng because the Qin family was powerful, but things are different now. Now that Qin Feng has saved Zhou Siyu and done him such a big favor, he is truly grateful. Dad. Young Master Qin has helped us so much. Why don't we invite him to stay for dinner? Zhou Siyu said coquettishly. Alright. I'll do as you say. But that depends on young Master Qin's consent first. Zhou Dequan laughed. Then I'll stay for a meal. It just so happens that guy is still at the Zhou family's place. When Chen Yan was mentioned, Zhou Dequan's expression also became serious. He had almost forgotten about him. Speaking of which, young Master Qin, you previously said that Chen Yan's strength was extremely terrifying. You ruined his plans. Will he retaliate against you and Siyu? Zhou Dequan was somewhat frightened. Qin Feng was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Dequan to say that, which gave him a reason. He pretended to be deep in thought, as if he had been pondering for a while. Patriarch Zhou is right, there is indeed a risk, but it's not a big problem. In that case, I'll just stay at the Zhou family for now. This way, I can also protect Siyu at the same time, which is a win-win solution. Hearing this, Zhou Dequan was overjoyed. He had the same idea before and was just about to say it when Qin Feng spoke up first. Thank you so much, young Master Qin. I can never repay your kindness. As Zhou Dequan was speaking, he was about to kowtow to Qin Feng. Get up quickly. Patriarch Zhou. What are you doing? Qin Feng laughed inwardly. He had swindled money from him and won over Zhou Siyu, and now the guy should be thanking him. Qin Feng didn't know what to say. Zhou Siyu watched the scene with a smile, and after meeting Qin Feng's gaze, the two smiled at each other. In contrast to the harmonious atmosphere here, Chen Yan was in a terrible situation. He was locked in the Zhou family's basement, a place that was dark and gloomy. Next to Chen Yan lay several bodyguards. They had tried to attack Chen Yan, but Chen Yan had taken them down. This is ridiculous. I was just pretending to be captured and playing around with you guys, but you actually want to fight me. Do you have the ability to fight me, Chen Yan? Chen Yan sneered. But then again, so much time has passed, why hasn't the medicine taken effect yet? At this point in time, it should have already started. Could it be that something unexpected has happened? Chen Yan was very puzzled. Logically speaking, this accident shouldn't have happened, since he had handled it very well. Chapter 105, Chasing Chen Yan Away. I guess they're still looking for help from outside doctors. Chen Yan guessed. After all, given that this situation suddenly occurred, they didn't immediately realize that they were also normal. Do these people really think those other people can help them? Right now in Shanghai, besides me, nobody knows how to solve her problem. Chen Yan was very confident. Just as Chen Yan was pondering, a figure appeared in front of him. This person was none other than Qin Feng. So you finally arrived. When he saw Qin Feng appear, he thought that the Zhou family had finally realized that those people outside couldn't help and had finally remembered him. If you let me go and apologize to me, I can help you with this. Chen Yan was very confident and thought that Qin Feng was someone sent by Zhou Dequan to rescue him. Are you an idiot? Qin Feng pulled out his gun and pointed it at Chen Yan. You think you can threaten me with this and I'll give in? Don't even think about it. If you kill me, your boss's daughter won't get medical treatment either. Only I can help her now. Don't you understand? Chen Yan thought Qin Feng was deliberately threatening him, and he wasn't afraid at all. You're such an idiot. Qin Feng was speechless. Were all these main characters so confident? They acted as if they had everything under control without me saying or doing anything. It's hilarious. This is a slap in the face to you. Without hesitation, Qin Feng pulled the trigger, and Chen Yan reacted instantly the moment the gun was fired. Are you fucking crazy? How dare you shoot me? Does your boss's daughter have a death wish? Chen Yan said loudly. Ignoring Chen Yan's babbling, Qin Feng continued firing, but Chen Yan was very agile, leaping and bounding like a monkey, dodging all the shots. Qin Feng was not surprised by this. After all, Chen Yan was a protagonist. If he couldn't even dodge bullets, would he still be a protagonist? As for why bombs weren't used, it's simple: the protagonists of Destiny are always given warnings. If bombs were used, the opponent would likely just run away. That's why Qin Feng chose to come directly to Chen Yan. Is it possible that she's perfectly fine? What are you thinking? Qin Feng smiled. Impossible. The energy within her body is about to explode. If she hadn't received immediate treatment, she would have died long ago. In the entire city of Shanghai, besides me, who else knows how to treat this? Chen Yan found it unbelievable. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Don't you even know that? Is it possible that I'm the one who cured you? Moreover, I have absorbed all the energy of heaven and earth that you mentioned. It's all thanks to you. If you hadn't interfered, how could I have eaten the fruit ahead of time? Qin Feng revealed a mischievous smile. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Yan was dumbfounded. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. How is this possible? Chen Yan never expected that all his calculations would backfire and benefit Qin Feng, that bastard. In an instant, a surge of anger ignited in Chen Yan's heart. He wanted to kill the man before him. I'll kill you. Chen Yan broke free of the restraints. These things couldn't control him at all. If he hadn't deliberately let himself be captured, no one in the entire Zhou family could have kept him in check. Chen Yan and Qin Feng were locked in a fierce battle, and it must be said that Chen Yan did possess some skill. His physical abilities are already very close to Ye Chen's, but unfortunately, he is still not as good as him. Tiger and Crane Dual Form. Qin Feng used a move called Tiger Crane Double Form, leaving a bloody claw mark on Chen Yan's chest. How is this possible? How can you be so amazing? Chen Yan found it hard to believe that after so many years of hard training on the mountain, the first opponent he encountered after coming down the mountain was so much stronger than him. Is there no justice left? This is not how I should have written my own script. Wind God Leg. Qin Feng ignored him and focused solely on his actions, offering no further explanation. With the support of a martial arts master, his fighting skills far surpassed Chen Yan's. Coupled with their superior physical abilities, they quickly forced Chen Yan into a series of defeats. Friendship Breaking Fist. Qin Feng punched Chen Yan, disfiguring him. My face. Chen Yan clutched his bleeding nose, erupting in impotent rage. He relied on his looks for a living too. How dare Qin Feng harm his face? Although I don't know who you are very strong. In that case, I will not hold back any longer. Chen Yan took out silver needles and quickly inserted them into several acupoints on his body. This is his unique technique. After it's applied, it not only releases his body's potential but also speeds up recovery and makes him forget the pain. In 20 years. You're the first person I've had to use this move on. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless nobodies. Chen Yan pointed at Qin Feng and said. War God Temple, Ye Chen. Qin Feng bluntly stated Ye Chen's name. So it was Ye Chen. No wonder he's so powerful. Chen Yan had heard about it, but he wasn't afraid at all. He was currently at his peak. As expected, this time, fighting Qin Feng was no longer as strenuous as before. After fighting for a while, Chen Yan realized he couldn't defeat Qin Feng, so he decisively said he was going to run away. They run pretty fast. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, but he hadn't originally planned to kill Chen Yan at this time. His target is the entire Divine Doctor sect. Young Master Qin. Are you alright? Only after the commotion inside subsided did Zhou Dequan lead his men in. Looking at the damage on the ground, he was shocked. With such terrifying destructive power, were the two people who were just fighting really human? Zhou Dequan even suspected that Qin Feng might be some kind of alien, and so might Chen Yan. No wonder Qin Feng told him not to lay a hand on Chen Yan. That guy is simply inhuman. Don't worry. I'm fine. It's just that the guy got away. Qin Feng said calmly. He ran away. Zhou Dequan was a little scared. If they retaliated against them, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Don't worry. Didn't I say I'd be at the Zhou family's place for a while? You can relax. Qin Feng smiled. That's true. With young Master Qin around, what do I have to worry about? Look at my own brain. Zhou Dequan laughed heartily. If Qin Feng hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten about this matter. Young Master Qin. Are you alright? Zhou Siyu suddenly ran out and threw herself into Qin Feng's arms, her eyes filled with worry. Chapter 106, The Divine Healer's Decision. Young Master Qin. Are you alright? Let me touch you and see if you're hurt. Zhou Siyu lifted Qin Feng's clothes and started groping around. Wow! Those abs are so defined. Wow! What well-developed pectoral muscles. Wow! What a stone! Realizing something was wrong, Zhou Siyu quickly withdrew her hand. Siyu! What are you doing? How can you treat young Master Qin like this? Zhou Dequan immediately scolded, how could you lay a hand on someone in front of so many people? No, that's not right. Zhou Dequan suddenly realized something. Could it be that his daughter had taken a liking to Qin Feng? What are we going to do? If he remembers correctly, Qin Feng is married, isn't he? His own daughter has fallen for a married man. This is just too outrageous. Impossible. I must be overthinking it. How could Siyu be that kind of person? However, when he saw the way Zhou Siyu looked at Qin Feng, he immediately realized something was wrong. There's a hint of something between them. Sigh. Forget it. I'm getting old, I won't get involved in the affairs of young people. Qin Feng is no weakling. If we're talking about it, the Zhou family is actually climbing the social ladder. Mind your own business. Young Master Qin hasn't said anything. And you're lecturing me. Zhou Siyu pouted and said. Ha ha ha. It's nothing, it's nothing. It's not a big problem. Qin Feng stood up. And so, Qin Feng naturally moved into the Zhou family's residence. Late at night, Qin Feng was sleeping in Zhou Siyu's room, and Zhou Siyu was sleeping soundly next to him. Yes, you read that right, Qin Feng is sleeping in Zhou Siyu's room. This was Zhou Siyu's own request, because she was afraid that Chen Yan would come to retaliate in the middle of the night. Zhou Dequan initially refused, but he couldn't withstand Zhou Siyu's anger and pressure. Left with no other choice, Zhou Dequan had to follow Zhou Siyu's advice. Hehehe, young Master Qin, you smell so good. Zhou Siyu, still half asleep, suddenly grabbed Qin Feng's arm and sniffed it hard, as if it were something delicious. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at the other person, then began to examine his recent loot. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing the protagonist destined for greatness. Reward, 2,000 points. Ding! The host has successfully suppressed the protagonist, causing damage to the protagonist's mentality. Reward, 3,000 points. So his mentality is damaged already? It seems this protagonist's mentality isn't very good. Qin Feng thought to himself. Of course you should think about it. You are Qin Yan, you have endured 20 years, and you can finally go down the mountain to gain experience. On the second day after he went down the mountain for training, he found that his wife was gone and he was kicked out like an idiot. Then, back at my senior sister's clinic, I thought a sweet and gentle junior sister would come to comfort me, but you told me she wanted to kill me. In addition, he was falsely accused of being a traitor by Wu. He finally found a chance to turn the tables, but then he encountered Qin Feng, such a big boss. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo protecting him, Chen Yan would have died 800 times over after all the things he'd been through. Poor child. Qin Feng sighed, then held Zhou Siyu as they drifted off to sleep. The next day, Qin Feng had the previous video uploaded online, and soon Chen Yan's ugly face began to spread throughout the internet. The video was quickly seen by the people of the Divine Doctor sect. Upon learning of this, Master Qin Feng was furious. What exactly happened? Who uploaded this video? Who did it? Master Qin Feng was furious. How dare they humiliate his beloved disciple? This person clearly didn't respect the entire Divine Doctor sect. Sect leader. According to our investigation, these were all taken and posted online by the Lin family of Shanghai. An elder said, his voice trembling. The video was filmed by Lin Guang, and uploaded by one of Lin Guang's subordinates. It has absolutely nothing to do with Qin Feng. Don't blame Qin Feng, he won't take the blame for this. The Lin family? You must be mistaken. The life of the Lin family head is in my hands. How dare he? Master Qin Feng found it hard to believe. If he remembered correctly, he had been careful when he treated Lin Xiaoxiong. He foresaw that a person with great fortune might emerge from the Lin family, which is why he set up this scheme for Lin Xiaoxiong. But things didn't seem to turn out quite the way I imagined. Sect leader. According to intelligence, Lin Xiaoxiong's hidden ailment has been cured, though we don't know what happened. When Chen personally came to their door, he was immediately kicked out. The elder told Master Qin Feng the whole story. Upon learning the truth, Master Qin Feng was furious. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. How dare the Lin family treat my disciple like this? I will make them pay. With a single palm strike, Master Qin Feng pulverized the table in front of him. Sect leader, there's one more thing regarding disciple Chen. One of the elders hesitated, unsure whether he should tell Master Qin Feng about this, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided to do so. What is it? Upon hearing that it was related to Chen Yan, Master Qin Feng's anger subsided somewhat. He had thought something good was about to happen. According to the message sent by Jiang Qinchuan via carrier pigeon, I have received some shocking news. Master Chen, it seems he murdered a disciple of the Divine Physician sect, and she has requested the sect to send someone to arrest him. The elder's voice trembled slightly as he spoke, and so did those around him. Killing a fellow disciple is a capital offense. If Chen Yan really did it, he would surely die. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Master Qin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Everyone, do you really believe that Chen Yan is the kind of person who would kill his own fellow disciples? Master Qin Feng glanced coldly at everyone, and no one dared to utter a sound. With such a blatant threat, who would dare to speak up? Since no one believes it, it means the information is false. Therefore, Jiang Wei, who provided the false information, has undoubtedly committed the crime of slandering her fellow disciples. Slandering a fellow disciple is punishable by 5 years of confinement. If I remember correctly, that's the rule of our divine healer sect, isn't it? Master Qin Feng sneered. Although Jiang Wei is also his disciple, he now has to make a choice between the two. He can only choose one between Jiang Wei and Chen Yan, and he would definitely choose Chen Yan, leaving Jiang Wei to suffer a bit. Besides, it's just a few years of solitary confinement, he'll be released after that, and that's it. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and finally it was someone from the criminal law department who spoke up. That's the rule, sect leader. Chapter 107, Seeking External Help. Since that's the case, what are you waiting for? Quickly bring this traitor who slandered his fellow disciples back to me. However, Jiang Wei is my apprentice after all. I'll handle the trouble she caused. Upon hearing this, everyone knew what Master Qin Feng was planning. He wanted to protect both of them. However, no one dared to say anything. After all, his strength was undeniable. Sect leader. What should we do about Disciple Chen? It seems he's encountered some trouble over there. In that case, I'll go down the mountain myself. As for Jiang Wei and Qing Mei, you can handle them. Master Qin Feng looked at the woman beside him. Yes, Master. When Qing Mei agreed. How could this be? Why did this happen? Upon receiving the letter from the Divine Doctor sect, Jiang Wei was incredulous. She had witnessed Chen Yan commit murder with her own eyes, yet her sect did not trust her. Not only did they not trust her, they even sent people to arrest her. If Wen Qingmei hadn't been her senior sister, she would probably still be in the dark. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei immediately wanted to find Qin Feng, but at this moment, Xiao Hong suddenly woke up. Jiang's senior sister Jiang. Hearing Xiao Hong's voice, Jiang Wei turned around and saw that Xiao Hong was already sitting on the bed. She seems to be recovering quite well. Xiao Hong. You're awake. That's great. You're all right. Jiang Wei quickly hugged Xiao Hong into her arms. Senior sister Jiang, what happened? I only remember senior brother Chen suddenly attacking me, and then I lost consciousness. Xiao Hong felt dizzy and couldn't remember many things. That damned Chen Yan. He said you slandered him, and as a result, he attacked you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong visibly reacted, as if she wanted to say something, but Jiang Wei's next words dissuaded her from doing so. If it weren't for young Master Qin saving you, you'd probably be dead by now. Jiang Wei said gratefully. It's all thanks to Qin Feng, otherwise she wouldn't know what to do now. I see. So how is the situation now? Xiao Hong swallowed back the words she was about to say. The current situation is that I reported the situation to my sect, but my master said that I slandered junior brother Chen. He has already sent senior sister Wan to arrest me. They will be here in at least 3 days. Jiang Wei replied. Then we need to tell young Master Qin about this situation so that we can be prepared. Xiao Hong reminded her. That's true, but speaking of which, why did you suddenly think of young Master Qin? Jiang Wei felt something was off. Young Master Qin saved me. It's only right that I repay his kindness. I think it's necessary to tell him about this. Moreover, we are already considered traitors by the Divine Doctor sect. If we don't want to be captured and taken back, we can only rely on young Master Qin's help. Xiao Hong's words dispelled Jiang Wei's concerns. You're right, but that would mean we'd have to go against our sect. Would you like to come with me? Jiang Wei spoke up. Of course I'm willing. Senior sister. Wherever you go, I'll go. I'll always follow you. Xiao Hong nodded. All right. Let's go find young Master Qin together. Jiang Wei nodded. Boss, breaking news. After Jiang Wei told the Divine Doctor sect about Chen Yan's situation, the Divine Doctor sect sent a woman named Wen Qingmei over. Furthermore, there is another crucial piece of information. The leader of the Divine Physician sect, Taoist Qin Feng, is also coming to Shanghai. Ying told Qin Feng everything she had overheard, and Qin Feng was somewhat surprised by the result. How much time do they have left? Qin Feng asked. If it's Wen Qingmei, she'll appear in Shanghai by tomorrow at the latest. As for Master Qin Feng, he'll arrive in 3 days. Shadow replied. This is quite unexpected. I didn't expect that even Taoist Qin Feng would come. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised, but he wasn't. He was not surprised by Wen Qingmei's appearance. She was Qin Feng Taoist's mole in the enforcement hall, a sharp sword specifically used to deal with illegal activities within the sect. She is also Jiang Wei and Chen Yan's senior, and her strength is probably even greater than Jiang Wei and Chen Yan's at the moment. Her arrival was within Qin Feng's calculations, but he did not expect that Taoist Qin Feng would also come. It's like you're playing a dungeon, and before you've even finished the first level, you suddenly encounter the final boss. Who can you complain to? In that case, I'll have to find some outside help. Master Qin Feng is very strong. Even Qin Feng, in his current state, is not confident in dealing with him. If Qin Feng were to use up all his points, he would be somewhat confident, but that would be too wasteful. He saved up all those points. His main purpose was to revive his parents in Gumo. That was his original purpose. Since that's the case, we'll have to find some outside help. After leaving the Zhou family, Qin Feng, led by Ying, arrived at the Qin family's dungeon. This place is specifically for detaining those who oppose the Qin family or who have committed some wrongdoing. In the Qin family dungeon, Night Owl was bound in a corner, his hands and ankles chained together. She had been in this dark and gloomy place for who knows how long. In such a place, she had lost her sense of time and was about to forget about it. During this time, someone would occasionally bring her food. The person who brought her the food was the woman who had defeated her. She would never forget the woman's face. This was the third failure of her life. The first defeat was when he faced his own father, and the second defeat was when he was defeated by Ye Chen. The third time was being filmed. It's been so long, and Ye Chen still hasn't come to save me. What is he doing? Night Owl was somewhat angry. Even she would feel overwhelmed in this dark and gloomy place. If it weren't for Ying occasionally coming over to mock her, she probably would have committed suicide by now. As for Ye Chen, I don't know what he's doing. So much time has passed and he still hasn't come to rescue her. This was something she hadn't expected. She had never doubted that Ye Chen had been killed by Qin Feng. In her opinion, Ye Chen could never lose to Qin Feng, so the most likely reason why Ye Chen didn't save her was that he was having a romantic time with the vixen jelly. Just as Night Owl closed his eyes to rest and complain, two footsteps grew closer and closer, and Night Owl's gaze immediately fell on the door. Soon, the door was opened, and a familiar figure appeared in front of Night Owl. This person was none other than Shadow. It's you again. Can't you find someone new? Before Shadow could even speak, Night Owl had already started to mock him. Chapter 108, Night Owl. Through her observations over the past few days, Night Owl realized that Shadow wouldn't kill her, presumably because she was still useful. As a result, she became somewhat reckless. A prisoner acting so arrogantly? Looks like you're still not convinced after I beat you so badly back then. Ying revealed a kind smile. Upon hearing this, Night Owl was momentarily disarmed. She had confidently accepted Shadow's challenge back then. Unexpectedly, the challenger turned out to be herself. Shadow's strength was beyond her imagination. Moreover, she was wearing some kind of mysterious clothing, so when her attacks hit her, she felt nothing at all. As a result, Night Owl was easily captured. Go ahead and try again. Last time, it was just my mistake. If you've got the guts, let me out, and we'll have a one-on-one fight. This time, I'll beat you to death. Night Owl knew that Shadow wouldn't let her out, which is why she said that. Alright. I'll let you out now. Let's fight. As Shadow was about to step forward, Night Owl was terrified. Dude, are you serious? Night Owl isn't stupid. Last time, even at her peak, she couldn't beat Shadow. Now that she's so weak, if she were to fight Shadow one-on-one, she'd be beaten to a pulp. Seeing that Night Owl had chickened out, Shadow chuckled. Ha 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 ha. If I really asked you to come out and fight one-on-one, you wouldn't dare. Of all your things, your mouth is the only thing you're really tough on. Faced with the other party's mockery, Night Owl blushed. This Shadow was unexpected. He didn't play by the rules. However, she overlooked the fact that when it's portrayed like this in TV dramas, the person shouting is always the one who can beat the other. She can't beat Ying, yet she's still making such a fuss, which naturally has the opposite effect. Alright, stop teasing him. He's already simple-minded. Why are you still teasing him? Isn't that bullying an honest person? Qin Feng's voice came from outside the door, and then a handsome figure walked in with a frown. Qin Feng. You're not dead? Where's Ye Chen? Night Owl was surprised to see Qin Feng appear, as she knew what kind of person Ye Chen was. Given Ye Chen's personality, how could he possibly let Qin Feng go after Qin Feng had captured his mother, wife, and children? Therefore, Night Owl was extremely shocked by Qin Feng's appearance. Of course, she had never considered the idea that Ye Chen was dead. She knew Ye Chen's strength. In this world, apart from her own father, probably no one could kill him. Watch your mouth. Are you surprised my boss isn't dead? Isn't that expected? Shadow spoke. Qin Feng, although I don't know why you didn't die, you offended our war god temple and killed our people. The war god temple will not let you get away with this. Before Ye Chen finds you, I advise you to release me obediently. Otherwise, you probably won't even leave behind a complete corpse. Night Owl sneered. Qin Feng was taken aback when he heard Night Owl's words. Has she always been this arrogant? Qin Feng looked at the shadow. He never expected that Night Owl, a prisoner locked up here, would dare to speak to him like that. He must be asking for trouble. I'm sorry, boss, this is my fault. It's my negligence. I've been too busy lately, so I haven't been able to properly supervise her. Ying said apologetically. Qin Feng had originally given her the task of disciplining Night Owl, but there were too many tasks, and Ying was simply too busy to handle them all. After all, even if she were Superman, she couldn't do so many things at the same time. It's okay, I understand you're busy, but this won't happen again. Qin Feng smiled. Qin Feng. Are you deaf? I'm telling you to let me go, can't you hear me? The owl said loudly. Smack. A loud slap landed on Night Owl's face, leaving him stunned. She was beaten? Beaten by Qin Feng? Anger, humiliation, and other emotions arose in Night Owl's heart. She never expected that one day she would receive a slap in the face from Qin Feng. Qin. Just as Night Owl was about to speak, before he could even utter a word, another slap landed on his other cheek. Smack. Qin Feng used force this time, and Night Owl's other cheek immediately swelled up. Feeling Qin Feng's strength, Night Owl immediately became obedient. She was genuinely afraid. If I slapped myself twice more, wouldn't I gain several pounds? Have you calmed down? Seeing that Night Owl dared not speak, Qin Feng finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Night Owl immediately nodded, and this time, she became completely obedient. See? From now on, we have to deal with people like this just like I did. So arrogant. Anyone who didn't know better would think I'd been locked up by them. Qin Feng education film. I understand, boss. Boss. Those two moves you just made were absolutely awesome. Ying revealed an admiring look, her emotional value towards Qin Feng reaching its peak. Qin Feng, what exactly do you want? The owl had completely lost its previous arrogance, and its eyes had become clearer. This Qin Feng really doesn't know how to cherish women. Even if she's a villain, he wouldn't slap her twice when she's facing such a beautiful woman. This guy is unlike anyone I've ever met before. He truly treats everyone equally, regardless of gender. What do I want? It's simple. Just submit to me and I'll let you go, okay? Qin Feng smiled. Qin Feng still coveted the war god temple behind Night Owl, especially her father, Yen Luo. The fact that Yen Luo could teach a disciple like Ye Chen speaks volumes about his strength. However, he has a fatal weakness: he still cherishes his daughter very much. Although Yama gave Ye Chen the position of the Temple of War God, he still cared a great deal about Night Owl. Moreover, if he weren't incompetent and could only give birth to a girl like Night Owl, he would have had no choice but to let Night Owl inherit his mantle in order to prevent the Temple of War from being destroyed. However, after meeting Ye Chen, he changed his mind and decided to let Ye Chen inherit his mantle. It's not that he favored boys over girls, it's just that this burden was too heavy for him to bear, so he entrusted it to Ye Chen. Through years of observation, Yen Luo knew that Ye Chen was a trustworthy person, which is why he decided to hand over the position of Hall Master of the War God Temple to Ye Chen. However, Night Owl clearly misunderstood his good intentions and went to fight Ye Chen one-on-one. Chapter 109, Killing a Person. Although the process was bad, the result was not bad. Night Owl actually fell in love with Ye Chen by a twist of fate. For Yama, this is good news. But for Ye Chen now, that's not good news. Because there are cows. Submit to you? Are you kidding me? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Night Owl almost died laughing. Qin Feng was now her enemy, and he actually wanted her to submit? Wasn't that ridiculous? Moreover, given her status, why would she submit to Qin Feng? You're not still fantasizing that Ye Chen will come to your rescue like a god descending from heaven, just like before, are you? Qin Feng sneered. Take a look at this. Qin Feng pulled out the video recording of his killing Ye Chen, a precious victory he had recorded clearly. The owl stared blankly at the contents of the video, unable to recover for a long time. How is this possible? Night Owl was incredulous. How could Ye Chen, who was practically invincible, have died at Qin Feng's hands? No wonder. No wonder Ye Chen hasn't come to save her all this time. It's because Ye Chen is already dead. No. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Ye Chen is so strong, how could he die? How could he die? You must be lying to me. You must be lying to me. Qin Feng. I won't fall for your tricks. Night Owl laughed heartily. She had gone somewhat insane after learning of Ye Chen's death. Idiot. Can videos be photoshopped? Do you think I'm that bored? Would I record a fake video to fool you? Wouldn't it be better to use this free time to pick up girls and have a good chat about life? Qin Feng was amused by Night Owl. That's true, Ye Chen's death was indeed too shocking for Night Owl. If I hadn't received the system, I probably would have reacted the same way she did upon hearing this news. There's no way around it. Ye Chen's previous performance was just too supermodel-like, it's simply not something a human could do. And you're telling me that such a person actually died? And died at the hands of one of his own spoiled brats? If you said that out loud, everyone would think you were bragging. However, that was the truth. Ye Chen died at his own hands, kicked to death by himself. Ye Chen is dead, it's time for you to find a new master. Oh, no, the Temple of War was originally yours. You should say you're taking back what's rightfully yours. Qin Feng smiled. Heh, you killed Ye Chen, and so many people from my war god hall, and you still expect me to submit to you. Are you dreaming? Night Owl sneered. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Qin Feng thought about it and realized that it was indeed absurd for him to want Night Owl to submit. However, it's not a big problem, I have another idea. As he spoke, Qin Feng almost forgot why he had come here. He took out the Night Owl's computer that he had previously seized. It had been smashed by Ye Chen and then retrieved by Qin Feng, who had repaired it. Come on. Look at the camera. Qin Feng forcibly restrained Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao didn't know what Qin Feng wanted to do with her computer, but she instinctively resisted. She had no choice but to resist. Qin Feng definitely wasn't planning anything good, so how could she let him succeed? However, Night Owl's resistance was futile, and Qin Feng eventually managed to turn on Night Owl's computer. After turning on Night Owl's computer, Qin Feng directly connected to it remotely. On the other side, in the Temple of the God of War, Yama was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly received a secret call. This was specially designed for Night Owl. Unless there is any danger, this emergency contact will never appear before him. This is the first time in all these years that Night Owl has contacted him in this way, which means that Night Owl and Ye Chen have met with misfortune. The video call connected quickly, and on the other end appeared a handsome, unfamiliar face. This person was none other than Qin Feng. Who are you? Where is my daughter? Why is her computer in your hands? Who are you? Yama was extremely anxious. Lord Yama, hello? If I'm not mistaken, you are that man who was so powerful abroad, the one known as Yama, right? Qin Feng exchanged pleasantries. You know who I am. Yama was somewhat surprised. Of course. Who told me to have such an inseparable relationship with your Temple of War? After all, my Qin family was destroyed by Ye Chen of your war god temple. Qin Feng sneered. The Qin family? You're from the Qin family. Yan Luo was somewhat surprised. He naturally knew that Ye Chen had destroyed the Qin family, but he didn't expect that he hadn't wiped them out completely. Ye Chen made a grave mistake by cutting the weeds at the root. Now, Night Owl is in deep trouble because of him. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Feng, and I am the young master of the Qin family. Qin Feng spoke calmly. Qin Feng, what exactly do you want? Yama said. It's very simple. You just need to do me a small favor if you want your daughter's life. Qin Feng smiled wickedly and casually grabbed Night Owl from the side. Father. When the owl saw his father, he instinctively called out. Seeing Night Owl's disheveled state, Yen Luo felt a pang of heartache. How could his daughter have become like this? What on earth was that Ye Chen good for? Stop thinking about it. I know you're cursing Ye Chen, cursing him for not protecting your daughter. In fact, Ye Chen is already dead. I scattered his ashes, as did those of his other subordinates. If she weren't your daughter, I'd be giving you face, otherwise, she'd be dead by now. Qin Feng sneered. What, Ye Chen is dead? Yama never expected that he would receive news of Ye Chen's death at this time. However, he had no time to grieve. After all, his daughter was still in Qin Feng's hands. Compared to his daughter, Ye Chen and Jin Gang were no big deal if they died. His daughter's safety was the most important thing. What do you want? I'll do anything you ask, just let my daughter go. Yama said. My request isn't much, I just need you to kill one person for me. Just one person. Qin Feng said with a mischievous grin. Just kill one person? It's that simple. Yama answered instinctively. However, he soon realized that he had been thinking too simply. Qin Feng was willing to use this method to get him to take action, so the other party's identity must not be simple. Chapter 110, Getting the Masters of the Two Protagonists to Fight Each Other. Killing someone is just a matter of a head falling to the ground. Killing just one person is certainly easy. But this person is probably not as easy to kill as you think. Qin Feng told Yen Luo about Taoist Qin Feng's matter. That's right, he wants to use Yama to deal with Master Qin Feng, so that the masters of the two protagonists will fight each other. In Chen Yan's storyline, Master Qin Feng's combat power was almost invincible in the early stages. In Ye Chen's storyline, Yama receives almost the same treatment. Qin Feng wonders, if these two were to fight, who would win? Before long, Master Qin Feng will be arriving. If he investigates me, then it will be difficult for me to contend with him given my current strength. Qin Feng didn't want to spend so many points for the time being, so he had no choice but to use Yama. Fortunately, I had instructed them not to kill Night Owl, and that's why it worked. Yama loved his daughter very much. The reason he gave the Temple of War to Ye Chen was simply because he didn't want Night Owl to suffer too much. In Yen Luo's heart, Night Owl is greater than anything else, even Ye Chen is nothing in front of her. During previous missions, Ye Chen always did the most dangerous things for Night Owl. Master Qin Feng, is that it? I'll remember that. I'll make my move when the time comes. On one condition, you have to release my daughter. Tomorrow, I'm going to China. You have to guarantee my daughter's safety. If I find anything wrong with her, don't blame me for not giving you face. Yama said. Don't worry. Your daughter has such delicate skin. I'm too busy taking care of her to do anything. Haven't you seen how well she's been living lately? At least, she still has the strength to speak, doesn't she? Qin Feng pinched Ye Zhao's cheek. He had to admit that this woman's skin and figure were top-notch. No wonder Ye Chen was so fond of her. Most importantly, the Night Owl is also quite capable in combat, and that's the most crucial point. After saying that, Qin Feng hung up the phone, which infuriated Yen Luo, who was about to say something. Qin Feng. You'd better treat my daughter well, just like you said, or I won't let you off the hook. A fierce glint flashed in Yama's eyes. Hehehe. Night Owl, what are your thoughts on not seeing your father for so long? Qin Feng made a joke. Humph. It's none of your business. Night Owl said irritably. Damn it, you think you can get away with this? With a smack, Qin Feng slapped him across the face, leaving Night Owl stunned. You hit me again? Night Owl was incredulous. In just a few minutes, he had been taught a lesson by Qin Feng twice. I'm not just going to hit you. I'm going to fuck you. Take her away and give her a bath. She stinks so badly, I don't even want to touch her. Upon hearing this, the owl was immediately frightened. Qin Feng. You dare touch me? You try touching me. If my father finds out, he won't let you get away with this. Qin Feng. You bastard. Let me go. I'm warning you, don't touch me. Ignoring Night Owl's loud commotion, Shadow grabbed her by the collar and dragged her into a bathroom. Would you like to do it yourself, or should I help you? Shadow crossed his arms and looked at Night Owl with a displeased expression. I'll do it myself. Night Owl spoke. As she spoke, she picked up the showerhead and prepared to wash the filth off her body. There's nothing I can do now that I'm already here, even though I might encounter some bad things next. However, keeping oneself clean is also very important. No girl doesn't love beauty. I understand, you'll let me do it, right? Okay. He. Shadow revealed a wicked expression, then snatched the showerhead from Night Owl's hand. Having gone without food for several days and even unable to sleep well, Night Owl had no strength left to fight against Shadow. She could only swallow her anger and let Ing toy with her at will. After being disciplined by Shadow, Night Owl no longer had any intention of struggling or resisting. She's exhausted and just wants to get a good night's sleep. Seeing that Night Owl had behaved himself, Shadow finally smiled with satisfaction. Then, she took Night Owl to Qin Feng's room. The boss has already taken care of it for you. Looking at the utterly dejected Night Owl, Qin Feng immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Oi, you're not dead, are you? You can still open your mouth and speak, right? Qin Feng emphasized it deliberately. Upon hearing this, Night Owl opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately lacked the strength to say anything. Fine, it's good enough that you can even open your mouth, poor kid. You've been tortured for so long, let Brother Feng give you a good pampering. Qin Feng grinned mischievously. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully taming the destined heroine, Night Owl. Reward, 5,000 points. Ding! Host has successfully captured the destined heroine, Night Owl, reward, 2,000 points. A few hours later, Qin Feng received the points reward as he wished, and Night Owl also got what she wanted, a good night's sleep. She was so exhausted, just being awake during this period was torture. Hunger kept her awake, and the stench in the air made her feel nauseous and want to vomit constantly. After so many days of mental and physical torment, Night Owl had lost his temper. Today was her last act of defiance. Speaking of which, this woman has a really great figure. Like a jelly. This is the first time I've ever met a woman like this. Qin Feng pondered this carefully. Night Owl's role was somewhat similar to Shadow's. He was capable and efficient, and was Ye Chen's biggest asset in the early stages. Unfortunately, Ye Chen is now dead, so she has no choice but to give herself to Qin Feng. Boss. Jiang Wei and Xiao Hong are requesting an audience. Not long after Qin Feng finished, Ing brought him another message. In fact, Jiang Wei and Xiao Hong had arrived long ago, but Ing did not inform Qin Feng because Qin Feng was busy with some business. Now that Qin Feng has finished his business, it's natural for him to report back. I understand. Tell them to wait a moment. I'll be there in a bit. Qin Feng straightened his clothes, removing the scent of Night Owl from his body, before leaving. Upon entering the living room, they saw Jiang Wei and Xiao Hong looking somewhat anxious. They had come with important information to report to Qin Feng, but Qin Feng had not appeared. They were so anxious. What brings you two here so late? Qin Feng appeared in front of the two of them. Qin Feng already knew everything about the information they were going to provide, he was just here to see if they were hiding anything from him. Chapter 111, Giving You a Sense of Security. Young Master Qin. We have something important to report. When Jiang Wei saw Qin Feng come out, her attitude immediately became respectful. Oh? Is there something important? Qin Feng sat down. Not long ago, I received a message from my sect. Instead of convicting Chen Yan, they accused me of slandering him. In the end, I became the traitor who slandered our sect. If my senior sister hadn't told me this beforehand, I'd probably still be in the dark. Speaking of this matter, Jiang Wei became annoyed. The facts were right in front of her, but she couldn't understand why her master didn't believe her. It's one thing to not believe in yourself, but in the end, you end up becoming the traitor. Chen Yan is clearly the traitor. The crime of killing a fellow disciple is enough to warrant Chen Yan dying 800 times over. Hearing that Jiang Wei's words matched the information he had received, Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. It seems that Jiang Wei has truly submitted to him. Is this true? Qin Feng asked, feigning nonchalance. This is absolutely true. Not only that, my master will also be heading to Shanghai in 3 days. Young Master Qin. My master's strength is truly exceptional. I have never seen him make a move before. However, I can say with certainty that no matter how many of me come, I could never defeat that being. Recalling the terror of Master Qin Feng, Jiang Wei felt a chill run down her spine. Although she had never fought against Master Qin Feng, just one look from him was enough to extinguish her will to fight. In all her years, Jiang Wei had never encountered anything that could make her lose her will to fight. One can only imagine just how terrifyingly powerful Master Qin Feng's strength has become. Don't worry. I've already arranged for people to deal with your master. Qin Feng spoke up. Young Master Qin, I apologize for speaking out of turn, but my master's strength is not something an ordinary person can handle. If you, young Master Qin, are going to make a move, I suggest you make sure it's a one-hit kill. Jiang Wei offered a reminder. She had lost faith in Master Qin Feng's methods, otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a decision. Her relationship with Master Qin Feng wasn't very deep, especially after Chen Yan appeared. She and her fellow disciples became almost marginalized. Furthermore, now that this incident has occurred, she is even less willing to stay in the Divine Doctor sect. Don't worry, I'll take action. It's either him or me, I won't give him any chance. Qin Feng smiled. From now on, you two will stay here. For your safety, this is the safest place for you. Even if people from your sect come, it will take them some time to find me. Qin Feng spoke up. Thank you very much, young Master Qin. Jiang Wei and Xiao Hong said in unison. Young Master Qin. Jiang Wei has another request. I hope you can grant it. Jiang Wei mustered her courage and spoke. If you have any other requests, just say so. I used to work for Rini Medical Clinic. I wonder how they are doing now. I want to see them. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was startled, thinking to himself, where am I supposed to get all these people for you? It should be noted that these people were already shot dead when Wang Mang led his men into Rini Medical Clinic, leaving only Xiao Hong alive. Judging from this situation, Jiang Wei was unaware of the situation, which means that Xiao Hong had also done a good job of keeping it a secret. The outside world is fraught with danger, but they are all in a very safe place. I have been hiding them in the basement of Rini Medical Clinic, so you don't need to worry about their safety. Qin Feng spoke up. That's good, then I can rest assured. Jiang Wei didn't think much of it. Since Qin Feng said they were safe, then they were safe. Qin. Jiang Wei wanted to say something more, but Qin Feng interrupted her. Alright, that's enough for now. I have something I need your help with. Qin Feng revealed a mischievous smile. He couldn't think of a good reason to appease Jiang Wei, so he had no choice but to use special means to shut her up. Yes, young Master Qin. Jiang Wei didn't think much of it and followed him. Qin Feng led her to his room, where there was a warm, large bed. Once inside, Qin Feng casually closed the door. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Jiang Wei couldn't help but let her mind wander. Young Master Qin, what are you doing? Jiang Wei touched her hair shyly, lowered her head, and dared not look at Qin Feng. Although she had anticipated this day, she didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. I noticed you seemed a bit uneasy, so I thought I'd take this opportunity to give you some reassurance. Qin Feng gave a kind and friendly smile. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was a very kind person. But how do we provide a sense of security? Jiang Wei was a little curious. She really didn't feel safe right now, since she was wanted by her sect and had nowhere to live, so she could only hide with Qin Feng. Wouldn't that make you feel safer? Qin Feng pulled Jiang Wei into his arms, and in the collision of their chests, Qin Feng was ultimately the one who prevailed. Ouch! Jiang Wei didn't react for a moment and felt a little pain. Sorry, I used a little too much force just now. You don't mind, do you? Qin Feng smiled. No, young Master Qin. Your strength makes me feel very safe, I won't mind. Jiang Wei gave Qin Feng a charming look and couldn't help but lean on his shoulder, enjoying this hard-won sense of peace. Alright, now you don't need to say anything, just leave everything to me. Qin Feng picked up Jiang Wei and gently placed her on the bed. His gentle demeanor made it hard to believe that this was Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, this is my first time, please be gentle. I've never done this before. Jiang Wei was both nervous and scared. She bit her lip, put her hand on her forehead, and looked at Qin Feng shyly. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. I've always been that gentle person. Qin Feng gave a wicked smile. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won over the destined female lead, Jiang Wei. Reward, 2,000 points. The next morning, Qin Feng stretched and yawned. Beside him was his sleeping kitten, Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was sleeping peacefully, like a little kitten, making Qin Feng reluctant to disturb her. Poor woman. Not only was she deceived and taken advantage of, but she's also being hunted down by her own sect. Qin Feng sighed, all of this is my own doing. He. Chapter 112, When Qingmei Arrives. After straightening his clothes, Qin Feng went to Xiao Hong's room. Xiao Hong had just woken up and immediately showed a frightened expression when she saw Qin Feng. Young Master Qin. Xiao Hong said in a panic. You bitch. You betrayed me. Qin Feng grabbed Xiao Hong by the neck, the immense pressure making it hard for her to breathe. She struggled desperately, slapping Qin Feng's hand and kicking her legs wildly. I didn't betray you. Hearing this, Qin Feng put Xiao Hong down and showed a slightly satisfied look. This woman's loyalty to him wasn't high to begin with, and when Qin Feng saw her last night, her loyalty had even reached the edge of 60. Now, under his intimidation, her loyalty level has suddenly risen to over 70. Cough cough cough. Xiao Hong knelt on the ground, coughing incessantly. She had almost wet herself in fear, thinking she was going to die. She didn't know how Qin Feng knew, but yesterday she did want to tell Jiang Wei the truth. Fortunately, she hesitated in the end, otherwise, she would probably be a corpse by now. Young Master Qin. Heaven and earth bear witness. I truly did not betray you. If I had, may I die a horrible death. Xiao Hong knelt on the ground and hugged Qin Feng's leg. She really hadn't betrayed Qin Feng. This time, I'll trust you. If I find out you're trying to pull any more tricks, then you'd better be ready to die. After Qin Feng's threats, Xiao Hong's loyalty level reached over 80, posing no immediate threat to him. Although Xiao Hong didn't betray him, Qin Feng still had to torture her because of her low loyalty. Otherwise, it would be bad if she did something bad because of her weak will. I understand, young Master Qin. I really didn't betray you. I never intended to. Please don't kill me. Xiao Hong was truly terrified, the scene of her friend's tragic death right before her eyes involuntarily flashed through her mind. At that time, she had these thoughts in mind, which is why she couldn't help but tell Jiang Wei the truth. Now, she has nothing left. She must be loyal to Qin Feng, since even Jiang Wei is now Qin Feng's woman. After threatening Xiao Hong, Qin Feng continued with his plan. Shadow, how's the situation on your end? Qin Feng spoke up. Boss. Everything is going smoothly, things are proceeding according to your plan. At this very moment, inside the Rini medical clinic, when Qingmei, holding a long sword and wearing a white robe, silently entered the clinic. It's so quiet. It seems Xiao Wei has already left. Seeing the quiet surroundings, when Qingmei breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that her intelligence had been sent out in time. Although Jiang Wei's punishment was only a few years of solitary confinement, who knows what kind of treatment she would receive in the solitary confinement cell. When Qingmei couldn't bear to see her junior sister suffer any injustice, so she chose to tip her off. This was also the first time she had acted against her conscience. After all, she was a member of the criminal law hall of the Divine Doctor sect. For someone working in the criminal justice department, the one thing they absolutely cannot talk about is emotions. This was the first time she had violated her principles. It's so quiet here at Runny Medical Clinic. Senior Sister 1. Do you think someone tipped off Jiang Wei? Otherwise, how could Jiang Wei have disappeared without a trace overnight? A young man in a criminal court uniform intentionally or unintentionally pointed the finger at Wen Qingmei. His name is Wang Feng, and he is a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Divine Physician sect. The Grand Elder and Taoist Qin Feng have always had a strained relationship. Although he had refrained from taking advantage of Chen Yan's misfortune due to Qin Feng Taoist's strength, he had not spoken up to do so. Because he knew that Chen Yan was Qin Feng Taoist's most precious disciple, so he had no choice but to target Jiang Wei. Originally, according to the plan, Jiang Wei was to be handled by Wen Qingmei alone, but Wang Feng was unexpectedly added halfway through. Wang Feng. Stop with your sarcastic remarks. I, Wen Qingmei, have always upheld the law and acted impartially. Even if Jiang Wei is my junior sister, if she does something wrong, I will still arrest her. She's not back yet. Maybe she's just out running errands. Stop being so sarcastic. Wen Qingmei said irritably. Senior Sister 1, don't get agitated. I was just stating my guess, I didn't say it was you, right? Your agitation is actually quite suspicious. Wang Feng smiled wickedly. He had only said it casually, but he did not expect Wen Qingmei to be so excited. It seems she really is a little bit of a suspect. But he didn't say it out loud. After all, if you say something without evidence, and Wen Qingmei sues you for slandering a fellow disciple, that would be terrible. No, I think I smell something, a dead smell. Wen Qingmei noticed something was wrong, and so did Wang Feng. He also smelled the same odor. As medical students, they have always been somewhat sensitive to these kinds of smells. Soon, following the scent, they arrived at a basement where several corpses lay scattered about, the bodies of the people from the Runny Medical Clinic. Judging from their appearance, they seemed to have died not long ago. Qin Feng had disposed of them using special methods. If you don't look closely, they look like they've only been dead for a short time. My God, what on earth happened here? Wen Qingmei was shocked by the horrific scene before her. She couldn't imagine what had happened. She had met these people not long ago, but this meeting turned into a final farewell. Senior Sister, when it seems the situation has exceeded our expectations. Perhaps we should go back and report to our sect. Wang Feng suggested. This is no longer a simple matter of catching a traitor. This place is also a stronghold of the Divine Doctor sect. The other party's actions are undoubtedly a declaration of war against the Divine Doctor sect. You're right, this matter is indeed beyond our ability to handle. As Wen Qingmei spoke, she began to examine the faces of the corpses. After confirming that Jiang Wei was not among them, she breathed a sigh of relief. 2 bodies are still missing, and Jiang Wei's disciple named Xiaohong is also missing. We must bring those 2 back. Only by bringing them back can we find out what really happened here. As Wang Feng was talking, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Suddenly, a figure appeared and launched a sneak attack on him. Chapter 113, What's wrong with me killing them? You. Who are you? How dare you ambush me? Wang Feng was startled and quickly raised his hand to block the attack. Senior Sister, it's been a long time. In the darkness, the figure revealed his true form. It was none other than Chen Yan. Of course, the Chen Yan at this time was not the real Chen Yan, but a shadow in disguise. You're Chen Yan? What's the deal with these people? Wen Qingmei recognized Chen Yan at a glance. With the help of the system's props, Wen Qingmei couldn't tell the difference between Ing and Chen Yan at all. Hehehe. I killed all of these people. Ing directly admitted Chen Yan's mistake on his behalf. You. Why did you kill them? They were all your junior sisters. Wen Qingmei felt heartbroken. How could her junior brother have become like this in such a short time? Could it be that Chen Yan's behavior at the Divine Doctor sect was all a lie? Otherwise, how could Chen Yan become a completely different person after going down the mountain for training? If you want to kill them, then kill them. What does it matter? As their senior brother, I just wanted to show them some care. And what happened? They actually slandered me. They even told my master about what happened to me. What's wrong with me killing them? Ying told Chen Yan all her grievances, and she wasn't lying about that. Because Qin Yan was truly wronged and died. He was not only falsely accused of trying to molest Xiao Hong, but also falsely accused of murder. Feeling so deeply wronged, Qin Yan didn't know who to turn to for justice. With no other option, he could only run away. No matter what, you can't kill them. Chen Yan. You've really changed. You've changed so much that even I, your senior, don't recognize you anymore. You weren't like this before. Seeing the changes in Chen Yan, Wen Qingmei felt heartbroken. She never dreamed that Chen Yan would be such a person. Is he really still my junior brother? The Chen Yan of the past wasn't like this at all. Senior sister. How have I changed? Look at my face, what's different? You think I've changed? That's just your imagination. To be honest, I've simply revealed my true colors to you. Ying sneered. This. When Qingmei felt as if her heart was being torn apart, she never expected that Chen Yan would say such a thing. Chen Yan. You dare to ambush me? Have you forgotten who I am? Attacking members of the criminal law department? You're courting death. Even if your master came, he couldn't save you. Just as the two were talking, Wang Feng, who had just been ambushed, recovered. He never expected that Chen Yan, that little bastard, would dare to ambush him. He's got a death wish. He had long disliked Chen Yan, but he never expected to have the chance to catch Chen Yan red-handed today. Heaven is truly helping me, Wang Feng. When faced with Wang Feng's questioning, Ying ignored him completely because she didn't know who he was. If she spoke to him, wouldn't she be exposed? Chen Yan. Surrender now. I'll give you another chance, otherwise, you can expect to be punished. Wang Feng was still shouting, but Ying Li ignored him completely. Junior brother. Surrender. Give up resistance now, and you'll still have a sliver of hope. Don't fall into the abyss. Wen Qingmei also tried to persuade them. Ying ignored them completely and slipped away in the blink of an eye while they were still babbling on. As she ran out, Ying thoughtfully closed the basement door behind her. When Wang Feng and Wen Qingmei broke down the door, Ying had already torn off her human skin mask and pretended to have disappeared without a trace. Before leaving, Ying set the place ablaze, burning away all traces of the place. Cough cough. When Qingmei ran out, covered in dust and grime. She never expected Chen Yan to be so ruthless, actually trying to burn them alive. Senior Sister 1. There's nothing more to say now. Chen Yan's crime of killing his fellow disciples is established, and he has personally confessed to it. I think we should put this matter of issuing an arrest warrant for Jiang Wei aside for now. Wang Feng suggested. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Wen Qingmei felt a little unfamiliar. It was rare that Wang Feng's thoughts were the same as hers. Now that this has already happened, it's clearly unreasonable to hold Jiang Wei accountable. The most important task now is to capture Chen Yan and report what happened here to the Divine Doctor sect. I agree with you. In that case, let's do it this way. I'll continue investigating Chen Yan. You can send a message to the sect, is that alright? Wen Qingmei spoke up. Alright. In that case, Senior Sister 1, be careful. Wang Feng was more than happy to see Wen Qingmei and Chen Yan fight like dogs. Although he was very unhappy with Chen Yan, he had to admit that Chen Yan was much stronger than him. Only Wen Qingmei could stand up to him, going there himself would be suicide. But speaking of which, why did I feel that Chen Yan wasn't as strong as I expected when he attacked me just now? Was he deliberately holding back or? Wang Feng shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. In any case, things are now developing in the direction we hoped for. Hehehe, once Chen Yan dies, there won't be many people left in the sect leader's lineage. At that time, the Divine Doctor sect will belong to the Grand Elder. Wang Feng had already begun to fantasize that, as a member of the Grand Elder's faction, his status would naturally follow suit. As Wang Feng left, when Qingmei was about to continue her investigation when, unexpectedly, two figures appeared in front of her. "Senior sister, what are you doing here?" Jiang Wei stared in shock at Wen Qingmei, who was equally shocked. This morning, Jiang Wei had originally planned to have Qin Feng take her to see her subordinates who were being held captive at Rini Medical Clinic. Qin Feng agreed, but unexpectedly, he ran into Wen Qingmei at this time. "Junior sister? Why are you back? Didn't I send you a message telling you to leave?" Wen Qingmei hadn't seen Jiang Wei before and thought she had left long ago. "Why is she back now?" I'm here to bring my men. Something happened before, so I left them at the clinic." Jiang Wei didn't dare tell Wen Qingmei about Qin Feng, because that would definitely cause a conflict between them. Just then, Jiang Wei suddenly discovered that Rini Medical Clinic was on fire. Oh no! The clinic! Upon seeing this, Jiang Wei rushed over, and Wen Qingmei, seeing this, quickly reached out to pull her away. "Junior sister! Don't go there! It's dangerous." Chapter 114, Burying Them. Just as Wen Qingmei opened her mouth, a huge explosion occurred at Rini Medical Clinic. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Wei collapsed to her knees, utterly helpless. How could this be? How could this happen? Jiang Wei's eyes were somewhat dazed. This was something she had worked on for more than 2 months, and it had all been blown up like that. What exactly is going on? Jiang Wei broke down. It was alright that the clinic was blown up, but the most important thing was that Qin Feng had said her subordinates were still inside. With such a massive explosion, could her men really withstand the impact? No. Jiang Wei rushed towards the ruins of the clinic like a madwoman, and Wen Qingmei couldn't stop her. In the ruins of the clinic, Jiang Wei saw several corpses that had been burned to ashes. How could this happen? How could this happen? "Xiaomei, Xiaoting, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Looking at the charred corpses, Jiang Wei still recognized them by the few remaining features. These were all her subordinates. They were also her junior sisters, and now they're all gone. Senior sister, when what exactly happened? Jiang Wei's eyes were red as if they were dripping blood. This. When Qingmei was reluctant to tell Jiang Wei the truth, but seeing her like this, she had no choice but to tell her the truth. This was all Chen Yan's doing. He killed your men and then burned the clinic down. If Wang Feng and I hadn't escaped in time, I'd probably be at his hands by now. Speaking of Chen Yan, Wen Qingmei felt a pang of heartache. She never expected that her beloved junior brother would turn into such a great demon. Slaughtering fellow disciples, is this really something Chen Yan would do? I really misjudged him before. List. Inkstone. Jiang Wei gritted her teeth and repeated Chen Yan's name. Her eyes were frighteningly red, and her lips were about to bleed from biting them. She never expected that Chen Yan would be so ruthless, not only burning down her clinic but also not sparing her junior sisters. What did they do to offend Chen Yan? Why is Chen Yan trying to kill them all? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't locked them up here, they wouldn't be. Qin Feng feigned self-reproach, but in reality showed no remorse whatsoever as he spoke. Young Master Qin, this isn't your fault. Who knew that beast Chen Yan would do something like this? I never expected any of this. It's not your fault. Blame Chen Yan. Jiang Wei said weakly. She didn't blame Qin Feng for the mistake, since it was Chen Yan who did it, and Wen Qingmei could testify to it. Little did they know, Qin Feng, the man standing before them, was the culprit behind all of this. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Qin Feng remained outwardly expressionless, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Chen Yan, you probably never dreamed this would happen, right? I've put you in a huge mess again. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Don't be too sad. Chen Yan would want to see you like this. We must turn our grief into strength. Once we find Chen Yan, we'll tear him to pieces and use his head to pay tribute to your junior sisters. Qin Feng encouraged him. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Jiang Wei felt a little better. Qin Feng was right, turning her back now was useless. It would be better to turn grief into strength, and once we catch Chen Yan, send him to hell to reflect on his actions. Junior sister Jiang, I haven't yet asked this brother's identity. When Qingmei looked at the two of them and felt puzzled. Senior sister, I forgot to introduce you. This is Qin Feng. He is the head of the Qin family, the #1 family in Shanghai. His medical skills are nothing short of miraculous. When Xiaohong was beaten to the point of barely breathing by Qingyan, it was Qin Xiao who used his medical skills to save her. When talking about this incident, Jiang Wei seemed a little proud, as if she were the one who rescued Xiaohong. That's amazing. Wen Qingmei was somewhat surprised. For Jiang Wei to describe Qin Feng's medical skills as a miracle meant that Qin Feng truly possessed something. And something very special. You should know that your junior sister's mastery of medical skills is also astonishing. Before Qin Feng, no one else had performed what she called a miracle except for their master, Taoist Qin Feng. But I never expected that Qin Feng, at such a young age, would possess medical skills that could only be described as miraculous. It's truly astonishing. So it's young Master Qin. My apologies for not recognizing you. Wen Qingmei immediately changed her attitude. Senior sister Wen is joking. Compared to you, what am I? Qin Feng said politely. Young Master Qin, just call me Qingmei. There's no need to call me senior sister or anything like that, we're not from the same sect. Wen Qingmei spoke up. Okay, Qingmei. For some reason, Wen Qingmei felt a little shy when she heard Qin Feng call her that. Only now did she realize that Qin Feng was exactly the kind of person she admired. In every aspect, he was her ideal. She never expected to meet such a person in such a place, no wonder she blushed. Why is this woman blushing? Qin Feng was a little puzzled, but after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. His looks were perfect, and it would be hard for the opposite sex not to feel shy when they saw him. While everyone has their own preferences, according to the system's assessment, a perfect appearance means that when the other person sees you, you are their ideal type. Therefore, Qin Feng's image in everyone's eyes is likely to be different. However, everyone's definition of a handsome man is basically the same, except for a few special cases. Seeing the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere between the two, Jiang Wei felt a little jealous. How come her senior sister had already hooked up with Qin Feng as soon as she arrived? No, that's not the point. The important thing is that her junior sisters are still alive and well. Young Master Qin, I'd like to ask you for a favor, would you mind? Speak. Qin Feng did not refuse. I want to give my junior sisters a proper burial, I don't want their bodies left to rot in the streets. Jiang Wei said somewhat sadly. Good. Qin Feng nodded and quickly arranged for people to collect their bodies and provided them with the most luxurious cemetery. Just give them a proper burial. After burying the deceased, Jiang Wei finally felt a weight lifted from her heart. Senior sister Wen, what are your plans now? You went against the sect's wishes by not arresting me. This matter will be discovered sooner or later. Jiang Wei said with concern. Wen Qingmei was really good to her. As a member of the enforcement hall, she was always selfless, but in front of her, she unusually violated her principles. Don't worry, junior sister, you're all right. Wen Qingmei said calmly. Chapter 115, Enhancing Strength. I've already discussed your matter with Wang Feng, and we've both decided to report Chen Yanfang's actions to our sect. This time, even if Master comes, he can't protect Xinyan. On the contrary, you might even receive a reward from the Grand Elder for this report. Wen Qingmei joked. The Grand Elder's commendation. Jiang Wei gave a wry smile. The Grand Elder was their enemy and was probably hoping something bad would happen to them. It was somewhat amusing to receive his commendation, but it was also quite reasonable. After all, Chen Yan had such a big incident, and it was Chen Yan who reported it first, so it can be considered that he put aside his own family for the greater good. Of course, Jiang Wei knew that when Qingmei was trying to comfort her, after all, so many of her men had just died. The most urgent thing right now is to find Chen Yankai. Otherwise, when Master arrives, he'll probably forcefully save him again. Wen Qingmei said worriedly. If it were Master Qin Feng who spoke up, Chen Yan would definitely not be punished. This is something Wen Qingmei cannot accept. In her mind, her feelings for Jiang Wei are clearly deeper. Furthermore, with the anti-intelligence aura surrounding Qin Feng, Wen Qingmei naturally wouldn't protect Chen Yan. Senior sister is right, but Shanghai is so big, how are we supposed to find Chen Yan? Jiang Wei sighed. I also bear some responsibility for this, but don't worry. The Qin family will join this operation. I will mobilize the Qin family's resources to search for Chen Yan with all our might. I believe it won't be long before we find his whereabouts. Qin Feng said confidently. Moreover, given the protagonist's nature, even if he does nothing, Chen Yan will naturally appear around him. Great! With young Master Qin's help, I believe it won't be long before we catch that bastard Chen Yan. Wen Qingmei spoke up. It's getting late. Let me find you a place to rest. Good. Wen Qingmei agreed to Qin Feng's suggestion. Afterwards, Qin Feng arranged for Wen Qingmei and Jiang Wei to stay at the Lin family's residence. Given the Lin family's current strength, it would be difficult for them to deal with Chen Yan. Therefore, Qin Feng made this arrangement so that if Chen Yan were to retaliate against the Lin family, Wen Qingmei, Jiang Wei, and Ying could work together to repel him. Back at the Zhou family home, Qin Feng spent some more time with Zhou Siyu before starting to check on the gains he had made during this period. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully taken the blame for the protagonist Chen Yan. Reward, 5,000 points. Ding! The host has successfully caused the destined female lead and the destined protagonist Chen Yan to become complete enemies. Reward, 5,000 points. 10,000 points? That's a lot. Qin Feng hadn't expected that the harvest this time would be so great. Was it because Wen Qingmei and Jiang Wei were both there that he was rewarded so much? Name, Qin Feng. Appearance, full marks. Physical fitness, 180 points, normal person has 5 points. Skills, anti-intelligence aura, martial arts master. Points, 66,650. Number of draws, 0. Backpack, none. Equipped, none. Mental strength, 5 points, normal level is 0.1. Special, mark of loyalty, legacy of the divine healer and ghostly hands. Qin Feng's points have now reached the level he had when he killed Ye Chen. It's hard to imagine how terrifying his score would be after he killed Chen Yan. System, add 20 points to Constitution. Now that he has some spare points, Qin Feng plans to use some to raise his physique to 200 first. As Qin Feng finished speaking, 10,000 points vanished instantly, and at the same time, Qin Feng's body was filled with power. At this moment, his physique had reached the 200 mark, making him 40 times stronger than an ordinary person. He felt that his skin quality and bone structure had improved significantly. Now, Qin Feng can only be left with a mark on his skin by ordinary sharp weapons, and his recovery ability and endurance have also been greatly improved. It's no exaggeration to say that Qin Feng is now a Superman, an omnipotent Superman. Even if a tank came, Qin Feng felt he could easily overturn it. Awesome! Qin Feng stretched his muscles and bones, the improvement in his strength brought him great joy. With the version update, Ying and Wang Meng's strength is falling behind. It's time to upgrade them too. Qin Feng then began searching the system shop for items that could enhance their strength. Qin Feng first bought 2 bottles of basic human enhancement agent, which is currently the most effective way to improve their physical condition. Ying has already used it once. These 2 items are for Wang Meng and Shi Yuan. If you become stronger, your subordinates must also become stronger, otherwise, how can you be considered a qualified leader? Constitution Pill, 500 points. This pill increases constitution by 1 point, suitable for those with a constitution level below 200. Subsequently, Qin Feng found another treasure in the system shop. This item could also be used by Ying, so Qin Feng bought 20 pills directly. Name, Qin Feng. Appearance, full marks. Physical fitness, 200 points, normal person has 5 points. Skills, anti-intelligence aura, martial arts master. Points, 45,650. Number of draws, 0. Backpack, basic human enhancement agent X2, constitution pills X20. Equipped, none. Mental strength, 5 points, normal level is 0.1. Special, mark of loyalty, legacy of the divine healer and ghostly hands. Looking at the newly revamped attribute panel, Qin Feng then closed it. Before going to find Shi Yuan and Wang Meng, he had to deal with this problem first. Waha! Honey! I don't want to take the medicine. I feel like everything's fine now. Zhou Siyu looked at the nourishing soup that Qin Feng had personally prepared, her eyes filled with resistance. These past 2 days, she has been following Qin Feng's instructions in drinking especially made nourishing soup every day. This resulted in Zhou Siyu accumulating a considerable amount of natural energy within her body in just 2 short days. However, Qin Feng did not rush to eat it immediately. Instead, he waited until the other party had accumulated to its limit before sucking it clean. Listen to me. This is something your dad spent millions to get for you, how can you not drink it? Qin Feng was somewhat helpless. Ever since she drank it for 2 days, she started to act spoiled and insisted on being coaxed to drink it. Otherwise, she wouldn't drink it. Of course, there's also a reason why it tastes bad. After all, although it's supposed to be a highly nourishing soup, it actually contains all sorts of Chinese herbs, so it's no wonder it doesn't taste good. Zhou Siyu's resistance is understandable. Chapter 116, Enhancing the Strength of Subordinates. So what if it's worth a few million? Even if that stuff is worth 10 million, I'd still throw it away. Zhou Siyu pouted, looking disgusted. She really couldn't understand why Qin Feng insisted on forcing her to drink it. I clearly have no problems at all. I really don't understand. Honey, be good. If you drink this soup, I'll take you to play your favorite game, okay? Qin Feng used a game to seduce Zhou Siyu, and upon hearing this, Zhou Siyu's eyes lit up with surprise. Really? You're not kidding me. Zhou Siyu was a little shy. These past 2 days, Qin Feng hadn't been intimate with her, and she had even thought that Qin Feng didn't love her anymore. They were so close, yet Qin Feng wasn't being affectionate with her at all. Hearing Qin Feng make this request, she was naturally overjoyed. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? After much persuasion from Qin Feng, Zhou Siyu finally obediently drank it. However, after drinking that bowl of Chinese medicine, Zhou Siyu's stomach was already full, so she didn't have the energy to think about the game. Forget about playing games, she's already feeling sleepy after drinking the Chinese medicine. Honey, I'm done playing games, I want to go to sleep. Zhou Siyu yawned and then fell into a deep sleep. After dealing with Zhou Siyu's matter, Qin Feng then summoned Shi Yuan and Wang Meng. Young master. What are your orders? Shi Yu and Wang Meng said respectfully. Drinking this will greatly help improve your strength. Qin Feng took out 2 small medicine bottles. Looking at the unknown liquid inside, Shi Yuan and Wang Meng were both curious. However, they didn't think too much about it. If Qin Feng gave them something, it must be something good. How could he possibly harm them? Without hesitation, the two took it and downed it in one gulp. Just 1 minute later, the effects of the basic human enhancement agent were already apparent. Shi Yuan and Wang Meng both felt an unprecedented power surging within their bodies. Wang Meng went even further, literally ripping off Qin Feng's clothes on the spot. His massive muscles, combined with his nearly 2-meter height, created an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Shi Yuan was not to be outdone. Although his physique was far inferior to Wang Meng's before, his muscles also developed after drinking the enhancement agent. The muscles in his arms and chest suddenly tightened, and his originally slightly thin shoulders and back were stretched into a distinct shape, making his shirt bulge out, with 2 tiny threads even coming undone at the cuffs. He clenched his fist unconsciously, his knuckles making a soft click sound, his eyes filled with unbelievable surprise. Young master, this feeling is incredible. I feel like I have inexhaustible energy inside me, and even the old injuries from previous training don't hurt anymore. What on earth is this thing? How can it be so magical? Wang Meng's face was full of longing. It was clear that he really wanted another one of these wonderful things. Wang Meng was so excited that he took 2 steps in place, each step causing the floor to vibrate slightly. He looked down at his bulging muscles and rubbed his rough hands repeatedly on his arms. Damn! This is more effective than 3 years of training. Wang Meng exclaimed in surprise. There will be many more things like this in the future. As long as you remain loyal to me, I will reward you with more things like these. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, both of them revealed eager eyes. Neither of them wanted to lose their strength. They already have plenty of money and power. What they lack is something to enhance their own strength. However, remember this, the reason I'm enhancing your strength is so that you can better serve me. Even as your strength increases, don't forget who you are serving. I can give you power, and I can take it back. Do you all understand? Qin Feng gave the two a slight rebuke to keep them from getting too cocky. Don't worry, young Master Qin. I, Shi Yuan, will follow you for life. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Even if the sky falls down, I'll jump up and hold it up for you. Shi Yuan's loyalty was already very high, and now that Qin Feng has done this, his loyalty is about to be maxed out. Young Master Qin. I, Wang Meng, will be absolutely loyal to you from now on. I, Wang Meng, am a rough man, only knowing how to fight and kill. I don't know how to say those words of loyalty. However, I believe that I will definitely show you my sincerity through my actions. Wang Meng spoke up. His loyalty level had reached 90, which was already at a level where betrayal was impossible, and Qin Feng was very satisfied. Alright, now that we have the strength, we should be more cautious. There are plenty of people in this world stronger than us. Remember, don't get cocky just because you've gained some strength, and don't go around causing trouble. Don't cause me any trouble before you've figured out what's going on with them, understand? Qin Feng reminded him. Yes, young Master Qin. Alright, you can go now. Qin Feng sent the two away. Boss, isn't it my turn? Ing had been observing from the shadows for a long time. Shi Yuan and Wang Meng had both received rewards, so it was only a matter of time before it was his turn. You scared me. Don't worry. You'll be fine. You're the most important person to me right now, how could I forget you? Qin Feng then took out the 20 constitution enhancing pills. These are constitution enhancing pills. Just taking one will strengthen your current abilities. Try taking one pill first. If there are no major problems, then slowly finish the rest. Don't eat them all at once. The system didn't say whether anything would happen if they ate it all at once, so Qin Feng said this out of caution. I understand, boss. Ing nodded, then slowly swallowed the pill. After swallowing the first pill, Ing felt a slight increase in her strength, but she didn't feel anything unusual. She then swallowed the rest in sequence. After consuming 20 constitution-enhancing pills, Shadow strength underwent a tremendous change. She felt as if she had reached a new level, and her recovery ability and endurance were on a completely different level from her previous self. Needless to say, in terms of strength alone, she felt that she could easily defeat her former self now. If he were to encounter someone like Scarface again, Shadow believed he could kill him with just 3 kicks at most. If she doesn't die after 3 kicks, then she's being merciful. Boss, this is amazing. I feel so much stronger, it feels so good. Ing felt warm all over and full of energy. Chapter 117, PUA. The 20-point increase in physique is quite noticeable. The current Shadow is significantly stronger than before. Name, Shadow. Appearance, 99.9. Body shape, 99.9. Loyalty, 100, will never change. Physical condition, 120. Skills, max level hacking skills, max level fighting skills, max level harmonica skills, max level financial management skills, wilderness survival expert, counter surveillance expert, medical expert. Shadow's physique has reached 120 points, which is very close to his previous level. Of course. How could something I give you be bad? Qin Feng smiled. Of course I know the boss gave me good stuff. So in return, I have to give you something in return. As Ing finished speaking, Qin Feng felt something like a hidden weapon fly into his face. Immediately afterwards, a rich, milky aroma swept over the room. Without needing to say more, Qin Feng already understood what Ing meant by reward. Qin Feng could understand, after all, Ing had just added points to his physique and was currently in a very hot state. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. This is utter slander. How could my disciple possibly do such a thing? When Master Qin Feng received the letter from the Divine Doctor sect, he was furious. The letter actually said that Chen Yan had killed the location of the Rini Medical Hall and burned it down. How could this be possible? Master Qin Feng knows that Rini Medical Clinic is Jiang Wei's territory. Chen Yan and Jiang Wei have had a good relationship since childhood. How could he possibly do such a thing? However, no matter how much Master Qin Feng refuted, it was too late to change the situation. After all, Wang Feng and Wen Qingmei had witnessed it with their own eyes. It was alright for Wen Qingmei to be alone, but Wang Feng was also involved. Wang Feng wasn't on their side, so how could he possibly side with Chen Yan? They'd love to see Chen Yan dead. Sect leader. The Grand Elder has now joined forces with all the sect's higher-ups to put pressure on you. If you don't give them a reasonable explanation, they will unite to impeach you. The accompanying disciple spoke up. Go back and tell the Grand Elder what I said. Tell him that I, Taoist Qin Feng, have always been impartial and selfless. Now that the matter is settled, I will personally deal with my rebellious disciple. As for other matters, you needn't trouble yourself, Elder. I will return in 3 days with Chen Yan's head to give everyone an explanation. Master Qin Feng knew that Chen Yan's behavior had aroused public anger, and he was also very angry. If Chen Yan really did it, then he will definitely cut off Chen Yan's head with his own hands. However, he would have to wait until he met Chen Yan to discuss all of this. He believed that Chen Yan would not do such a thing, and there must be some hidden reason behind all of this. Yes, Master. As his disciple withdrew, Master Qin Feng's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction of Shanghai. What exactly happened in this enormous city of Shanghai? Master Qin Feng sighed. At this moment, Chen Yan is in a difficult situation. He has been hiding and running away for some time now. You ask him why he's hiding so much? It's because Qin Feng took action. He mobilized all the resources of the Qin family to track down Chen Yan, forcing Chen Yan to go into hiding. Not only that, his wanted posters are plastered all over the streets. He is now more famous than any celebrity in Shanghai. If he is accidentally recognized, he may very well be facing an endless abyss. Damn it! Who on earth is targeting me? I, Chen Yan, have lived for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've ever suffered such an injustice. Chen Yan ate a stolen scallion pancake, his eyes filled with resentment. More than 20 years. More than 20 years, this is the first time he has been so disheveled. Sleeping on the streets is bad enough, but to make matters worse, they're wanted and hunted down. Anyone in his shoes would probably feel the same way he does now. Don't let me find out who's behind this. Otherwise, I'll definitely not let you get away with it. Chen Yan took a bite of the scallion pancake, gritting his teeth. Time passed quickly. 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. Nothing major happened in Modu during these 3 days. With Chen Yan's strength, even if he tried his best to escape, he couldn't be caught in a short time. In addition, Wen Qingmei also received a letter from the Divine Doctor sect, informing her that Taoist Qin Feng had arrived and was now summoning her. Junior sister. Master is here. I have to go see him. Wen Qingmei said to Jiang Wei. I want to go too. Jiang Wei really wanted to find Master Qin Feng and ask him why she had become a traitor to her sect for no reason. Junior sister. Your current identity is very sensitive to me. I suggest you hide here for a while. Wen Qingmei sighed. The order to treat Jiang Wei as a traitor was personally given by Master Qin Feng. She was worried that Jiang Wei's visit would displease Master Qin Feng. All right, senior sister. Jiang Wei sighed helplessly. Young Master Qin. I'm entrusting my junior sister to you. I'm going to find my master now. Please take good care of her for me. Wen Qingmei asked. Don't worry, Miss Wen, Miss Jiang will be very safe with me. I promise I'll take good care of her. Qin Feng smiled. With young Master Qin's words, I'm relieved. Once I've resolved the matter with my sect, I will definitely clear her name. Wen Qingmei smiled. After saying that, Wen Qingmei left. As Wen Qingmei left, Qin Feng immediately pulled Jiang Wei into his arms, and Jiang Wei instantly became as docile and obedient as a kitten. Your senior sister is quite concerned about you. And she's very beautiful too. Qin Feng joked. Honey, if you like, how about I help you two connect? Jiang Wei echoed. Sure. If you have the ability. Qin Feng made a joke. My husband is so mean. You already have me. But you're still thinking about senior sister one. That's too much. Jiang Wei said jealously. Women don't love men who aren't a little bad. If I weren't a little bad, how could you have fallen in love with me? Qin Feng joked. As they were talking, Qin Feng took out a small pill and handed it to Jiang Wei. This is the antidote for the poison I gave you. After you take it, you won't be affected anymore. From now on, you belong to me. Remember, everything you do is for my service. After several days of observation and training, Jiang Wei's loyalty to him has now reached 90%, a level at which betrayal is practically non-existent. Thank you, honey. Jiang Wei did not refuse. She picked up the pill and swallowed it directly. Soon, she felt uncomfortable all over. Chapter 118, Yama. Toilet, I need to go to the toilet. Jiang Wei's face showed bitterness. She hadn't expected the antidote to have such a side effect. Jiang Wei bent over and ran quickly into the toilet like a horse. Even beautiful women find it hard to maintain that sweet and soft state in this situation. Qin Feng pinched his nose. In Shanghai's airport, a somewhat aged figure walked steadily down the road. Along the way, he attracted a lot of attention. This somewhat fashionable and luxuriously dressed old man soon became the focus of everyone's attention. Wow! Is this really an old man? He's so handsome. This is exactly the Angers I've always imagined. Where did this big star come from? Yan Luo walked on without changing his expression, accepting the gazes of those around him. In his youth, he was a well-known handsome young man in the surrounding area. Although he's old now, he still has the charm he had back then. He's the kind of handsome old man. Not long after, Yan Luo saw a Maybach, which Qin Feng had specially prepared for him. Senior Yama. Please. Shi Yuan smiled and bowed, making an inviting gesture. Although the person who greeted him was an old man, Shi Yuan dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Before coming here, Qin Feng had warned him that the old man in front of him was none other than Yama, the famous lord of the war god temple from abroad. Why is he called Yama? Because he truly lives up to his name. He is a living Yama, the king of hell. It is said that he kills at least 1,000 people every year, otherwise he cannot satisfy his bloodlust. Some say he once single-handedly wiped out an army, which is why he became an internationally wanted criminal. In short, there are many legends about him. Shi Yuan appeared calm on the surface, but his legs were actually trembling. Yan Luo's aura was truly terrifying. Even though Qin Feng had boosted his strength before, he felt like a little kitten in front of Yan Luo. No wonder the young master said there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Shi Yuan sighed. When his strength improved, he felt he could even kill Ye Chen. But after meeting Yama, he realized how naive his thoughts had been. How could a disciple trained by such a monster possibly have the audacity to think he could defeat his opponent? Did Fish Liang give herself the courage? Young man, you seem quite afraid of me. Yama gave a kind smile. I've long admired your majesty, the king of hell. I'm just a little excited. Shi Yuan said, feigning composure. Young man, it's good to be afraid, it's normal to feel afraid, but don't be someone who doesn't know the immensity of the world. Yan Luo patted Shi Yuan's shoulder. It was such a withered arm, but when he patted Shi Yuan's shoulder, it felt like his internal organs were about to be shattered. Blood was already seeping from the corner of Shi Yuan's mouth, but he remained in the same position. I am the young master's person, and I absolutely cannot bring shame upon him. What kind of Yama is this? What kind of war god temple master is this? This is the Dragon Kingdom, the Demon City, and our Qin family's territory. The Qin family are local tyrants here. How could they possibly be brought down by some outsider? If Yama is really that powerful, how come Ye Chen was still killed? And how come Night Owl was caught? He can't even protect his own apprentice and daughter, so what do we have to be afraid of? You young people of your generation are getting worse and worse. And this is already causing bloodshed. Yen Luo sneered. He was no good person. His daughter was still in Qin Feng's hands. How could he possibly be nice to Shi Yuan? Since I can't touch Qin Feng myself, it's okay to target his subordinates, right? Lord Yama, please don't forget, this is the Dragon Kingdom, not some lawless land. If you kill someone in the street, the entire Dragon Kingdom will not let you get away with it. Besides, you seem to have forgotten one thing, your daughter is still in our hands. If anything were to happen to me, I can't guarantee what might happen to her. Shi Yuan sneered. Are you threatening me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Luo grabbed Shi Yuan by the neck and lifted him up with one hand. Shi Yuan was like a chick in front of him, powerless to resist, but his face remained fearless. At worst, I'll just die. What's there to be afraid of? My life was given to me by the Qin family. Besides, if Qin Feng hadn't appeared in time, he probably would have died long ago. So what if I threatened you? You old bastard. You son of a bitch, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Don't forget, we still have hostages in our hands. What the hell are you acting all high and mighty for? If you're really that powerful, why haven't you been able to protect your own apprentice and daughter? Aren't you Yama, the king of hell? A mighty Yama, yet in the end, all you can do is watch your apprentice die and your daughter be arrested? In the end, you can only vent your anger on a nobody like me. Shi Yuan was not afraid at all and began to mock him wildly. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, Yen Luo's expression immediately turned as if he had eaten shit. He had thought that he could give Qin Feng a hard time this time. But to my surprise, Qin Feng's men were so capable. They weren't afraid of me at all. They even dared to threaten him? With such fearless subordinates, it's no wonder Ye Chen couldn't defeat Qin Feng. Ye Chen, you deserve to lose. You've won. Young man. Take me to see your master. I'm quite interested in him now. Yen Luo released his grip, and Shi Yuan immediately began to cough violently. He was so scared he almost peed his pants. He really thought he was going to die, but he turned out to be right. That bastard Yama is nothing special, he was just played by me. Young master, I didn't embarrass you. I just gave that old bastard a piece of my mind, and he couldn't do anything about it. I feel so awesome right now. This is what Shi Yuan is thinking at this moment. After this, I must ask the young master for a few beautiful wives. Coincidentally, I've recently taken a liking to some manager. Shi Yuan leaned against the car door, coughing so hard his chest ached. Blood from the corner of his mouth stained his light gray suit trousers like a dark red plum blossom. He looked up at Yen Luo and saw that the other man had straightened up again, his dark charcoal gray shirt collar still neatly trimmed, but the fingertips that had just touched his shoulder still retained a faint trace of pressure. That was a force capable of easily crushing bones, yet it ultimately didn't fall. If Yama truly wanted to kill him, he would have been dead in that instant. Chapter 119, It's All Your Fault. Please come, Lord Yama. Shi Yuan caught his breath, and his voice became a bit more steady. Although he hadn't fully recovered, this state was sufficient for him. Yen Luo ignored him and walked straight to the back seat of the Maybach. He tapped the ground lightly with his dark brown cane, the sound carrying suppressed anger. As he got into the car, he raised his hand to straighten the collar of his navy blue knitted cardigan, his knuckles turning white from the force. Shi Yuan's words were like a needle, precisely piercing his most sensitive spot. She failed to protect Ye Chen, and even her daughter fell into Qin Feng's hands. Now, she was even being manipulated by a junior. He gets angry just thinking about it, but there's nothing he can do about it. Shi Yuan went around to the driver's seat and started the car. He secretly glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that Yen Luo was leaning back in his seat, resting with his eyes closed, but his brows were still furrowed. He felt a secret sense of satisfaction, but also a bit apprehensive. Although his words had been satisfying, he had really angered this fearsome man, and he feared he would have a hard time in the future. Young master will handle everything. Without much thought, Shi Yuan stepped on the gas and drove the Maybach toward the Qin family's house. When Qin Feng arrived at the Qin family home, he was already waiting for a long time. He was a little surprised when he saw a handsome old man get out of the car. Although he had a video call with Yama last time, the Yama in the video and the Yama now are two different people. Young master, I have not failed you. Shi Yuan got out of the Maybach. Although he tried to appear calm, Qin Feng could still tell that he was injured. You're injured? What happened? Qin Feng's eyes immediately turned cold. I tripped and fell. Shi Yuan didn't want to cause trouble for Qin Feng. After all, Yen Luo's strength was truly terrifying. He was worried that Yama would go berserk and tear everyone here apart, so he didn't reveal the truth. I understand. Be careful next time, and don't fall. I'll take a look at it for you tonight. Qin Feng knew, of course, that Yen Luo was behind it all, but he didn't make a fuss about it. However, he had already written this grudge down in his little notebook. In his heart, Yama was already a dead man. You're Qin Feng. Yama recognized the person before him. I've long admired your majesty, the king of hell. Indeed. I am Qin Feng. Qin Feng revealed an innocent-looking smile. Enough with the nonsense, where's my daughter? Yam spoke, Yama said. Don't worry. Your majesty, your daughter is perfectly fine. I've been feeding her well, dressing her well, and she's living a very comfortable life now. She also told me that life in my Qin family was exactly the life she had ever dreamed of. Here, there is no killing, no training. You just need to lie quietly in my arms. Qin Feng gave a wicked smile. After training Night Owl for some time, she has become like a tool to him. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Yen Luo felt a pang of pain. These words were undoubtedly directed at him. Stop talking nonsense. I need to see her. Otherwise, I won't do anything for you. Yam spoke, Yama said. Look at you, so impatient. You're so old, why are you so impatient like a young person like me? Qin Feng smiled and waved, signaling his men to bring Night Owl up. Before long, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yama. At this moment, Night Owl is dressed in a maid outfit and even has animal ears on her head. Upon witnessing this scene, Yama was instantly petrified. What had his daughter gone through during this time? How could she have become like this? Dad! Upon seeing Yama appear, Night Owl was somewhat surprised, only then remembering that he had been used by Qin Feng a few days ago. However, despite this, Night Owl still felt very embarrassed. He never expected that his father would see him dressed as a maid. This situation is no less terrible than me doing the work of a prostitute and being caught by him. Of course, this is just a metaphor, just don't let your reading lead you to another place. Shower. When Yen Luo saw Ye Xiao, he instinctively wanted to hug him, but Qin Feng stopped him. Don't move. Don't forget who you are now. You're here to work for me. Qin Feng sneered. Then, he came up behind Night Owl, hugged her from behind, and gently played with her hair. Noticing the commotion behind him, Night Owl became even more shy. Young Master Qin, please don't do this, so many people are watching, my dad is here too. Is this really okay? Night Owl pleaded softly, but Qin Feng not only ignored him, but also became even more aggressive. He even reached inside the Night Owl's clothes. Night Owl was already blushing and breathing heavily. His sensible subordinates had already left, leaving only Yen Luo, Night Owl, and Qin Feng. Don't do this? You think you can just say no? Your father just injured one of my men, and now I'm here to settle the score with you. Is there a problem with that? If you want to hate someone, then hate him. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be the way you are now. Are you ashamed now? Even a little humiliated? All of this is what he brought upon you. As Qin Feng sneered, he didn't forget to give Yen Luo a provocative look, which made the latter want to explode. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Night Owl seemed to be thinking, as if what Qin Feng said was indeed true. Qin Feng, where are you putting your hands? Let go of her right now. Let go of her. Seeing his daughter treated this way, Yama could no longer control his emotions. Which daughter isn't her father's precious little darling? Yet she's treated like this by an outsider. At this moment, Yama was no longer the same as before. All that remained was the rage of an old father. He couldn't accept that his daughter was being treated like this, and even seemed to enjoy it at the end. He was going crazy, he was really on the verge of a breakdown, but he had to force himself to control his emotions. After all, Night Owl is still in Qin Feng's hands. This is just interest. You just treated my subordinate like that, so it's reasonable for me to take some interest from her, right? Qin Feng withdrew his hand, it still had a faint fragrance. The Night Owl scent was quite nice, milky and pleasant, and Qin Feng was quite satisfied. So this is all your own fault. Don't hate me, hate yourself and Ye Chen. If it weren't for you and Ye Chen causing trouble, how could your precious daughter have been treated like this by me? While Qin Feng was provoking him, he never let go of Night Owl's neck. This is called caution. Chapter 120, Qin Feng, you win. Qin Feng, you win. I surrender. I admit that my attitude was bad just now. In the end, Yen Luo gave in. After all, Night Owl's life was still in Qin Feng's hands. Take her away. Seeing that Yama had submitted, Qin Feng then ordered his men to hide Night Owl. Now that there are no problems, can we sit down and have a proper talk? Qin Feng smiled. Of course. Yen Luo's attitude softened somewhat. He knew that Qin Feng was no pushover, unlike his previous opponents. After all, this villain in front of us is the one who killed Ye Chen, as well as King Kong, Scarface, and Tiger. Before Qin Feng appeared, Yen Luo could hardly imagine that anyone in the world besides himself could kill the four of them. Qin Feng, who do you want me to kill? Inside the Qin family compound, Yen Luo's attitude became much more respectful. The person I want you to kill, you may have heard of him. His name is Master Qin Feng. Qin Feng said calmly. Master Qin Feng. Upon hearing this name, Yen Luo immediately recalled a legend in the medical community of the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that there was once a great man in the Dragon Kingdom who was confirmed to be dead, but was brought back to life by Master Qin Feng. From then on, the name of Taoist Qin Feng began to spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and along with it, a force called the Divine Physician sect also emerged. The Divine Doctor sect wields considerable power, with influence felt throughout almost every part of China, and even overseas. Some members of the Divine Doctor sect are present. The people from the Temple of War Gods had previously collaborated with the people from the Divine Physician sect. Yama firmly believed that their medical skills were so exquisite that even their top doctors could not compare to them. Are you sure you're not mistaken? The person you want me to kill is him. Yama thought he had misheard. If he killed Qin Feng Taoist, he didn't know how many people he would offend. Putting aside whether I could beat him, this person's influence is just too great. If he dies, how many patients in this world will die? Qin Feng is truly a villain. Doesn't he even consider something like this? Putting aside everything else, what if the Qin family needs to use Master Qin Feng and the Divine Doctor sect in the future? You heard me right, and I'm not mistaken. I'm absolutely certain that the person I'm going to kill is him. Qin Feng took a sip of tea and said calmly. This matter is of great importance. Have you really arranged everything? Yama said in disbelief. After all, he still needed to get away unscathed after killing people, and he needed to escape with Night Owl. If Qin Feng doesn't make any arrangements, then he can't possibly help Qin Feng with his work. After all, it's a place that's neither pleasant nor unpleasant, so what's the point of coming here? Don't worry. I've already made arrangements. I know what you're worried about. You're just afraid that Master Qin Feng's death will cause a lot of trouble. I know that there are many important figures up there waiting for Master Qin Feng to treat them. But don't worry, my medical skills are no worse than his. If they come looking for me, I'll handle it. As Qin Feng spoke, fearing that Yama wouldn't believe him, he immediately demonstrated his skills in front of him. Seeing that his physical functions had suddenly recovered considerably, Yama was extremely shocked. When he first heard Qin Feng say that, he thought Qin Feng was playing him and just wanted to use him and then run away. But to my surprise, Qin Feng was serious. What he just showed was nothing short of a miracle. Okay. I believe you. So, what exactly should we do? Where will he appear? With Qin Feng backing him up, Yan Luo breathed a sigh of relief. If Qin Feng hadn't made any preparations at all, he would have turned against Qin Feng right now. Hearing that Yama had agreed, Qin Feng smiled inwardly. Ready? I'll prepare an egg for you. Qin Feng was already prepared to get something for nothing. Once Yama has dealt with Master Qin Feng, or the two have fought to a standstill, he will appear and resolve everything. From beginning to end, Qin Feng was merely using Yan Luo, even Night Owl was just a tool he used to control Yan Luo. You'll find out then. In the meantime, just stay put and wait for him to appear, he'll show up when the time is right. Qin Feng was also waiting for Master Qin Feng and Chen Yan to appear. Based on his current understanding of the concept of the protagonist of destiny, he was certain that Master Qin Feng and Chen Yan would meet. After they meet, it won't be long before these two people start investigating the people around them. Therefore, Qin Feng only needs to wait. Okay. As long as you have a plan. Upon hearing this, Yama did not say anything more. At this very moment, in a villa in Shanghai, an elderly man with an air of otherworldly wisdom sat upright in the center of a chair, while Wen Qingmei knelt respectfully beside him. Is it really as you say? Even after hearing Wen Qingmei's description of that day, Master Qin Feng still found it hard to believe. He still couldn't believe that the disciple he had personally trained would kill a fellow disciple. However, Wen Qingmei would not lie, she had no reason to deceive herself. So what was going on? Master. I swear, it's absolutely true, I saw it for real. Wen Qingmei said affirmatively. How can you be so sure that person is Yen'er? Is it possible that he's an imposter? Master Qin Feng spoke. Impossible. That person's build, tone of voice, and everything else are exactly the same as junior brother Chen's. Even if it's an imitation, it's impossible to imitate it so perfectly. Wen Qingmei retorted. So, that means it's possible. After all, you didn't see him kill anyone, right? When you arrived, they were already dead. If Chen Yan really did kill them, why would he attack you, and why didn't he just kill you directly? Besides, he didn't have to come out at all. He could have hidden himself from you, but he still showed up. It makes it seem like he deliberately wanted you to know that he killed someone. Didn't you ever have any doubts about that? Master Qin Feng remained calm. He firmly believed in his understanding of Chen Yan and concluded that Chen Yan could not possibly be that kind of person. You say he has feelings for his fellow disciples, that's hard to say, but he really doesn't think Chen Yan would do something like murdering a fellow disciple. In the past, a fellow disciple once slandered Chen Yan. Chen Yan clearly had the opportunity to kill the other party, but he still generously forgave him. Chapter 121, Master, you finally arrived. Based on this alone, Chen Yan had absolutely no reason to kill them, especially since they had no grudge against each other. This puzzled Master Qin Feng, so he believed that someone must have done all of this on purpose to frame Chen Yan. Master is right. I was so angry that day that I didn't think things through. When Qingmei thought about it and realized that what Master Qin Feng said was correct, she had indeed not considered this point. Thinking back on it carefully, the experience that day was indeed too bizarre. If it were me, I would never have done that. However, the appearance of Jiang Wei and Qin Feng that day slightly disrupted her judgment, which is why this situation occurred. I understand you. This isn't your fault. Right now, the most important thing is to find Chen Yan and get to the bottom of things. Master Qin Feng spoke. Master, Shanghai is so big, how are we supposed to find him? I asked young Master Qin in Shanghai for help, but even with the Qin family's resources, he still couldn't find junior brother Chen. Wen Qingmei said, puzzled. Don't worry. I have a plan. After Master Qin Feng finished speaking, he gestured for Wen Qingmei to leave. After Wen Qingmei left, Master Qin Feng immediately dialed a mysterious phone number. After the call connected, Chen Yan, who was still asleep, suddenly heard a noise coming from his body. The old mobile phone that Master Qin Feng had left him suddenly rang, and Chen Yandu was immediately excited to see it working. He knew that his master had intervened, and he could finally escape his predicament. You brat! Where are you now? Upon hearing the call connect, Master Qin Feng immediately spoke. Master! You finally appeared. You have no idea how much I've suffered these past few days. Chen Yan's eyes were brimming with tears. He had really suffered during this time. He lost his wife and was wrongly accused by Jiang Wei. They finally found a special physique, only to have it ruined by Qin Feng. Not only that, he was also brutally beaten by Qin Feng and even became a wanted man. It can be said that Chen Yan is currently the most tragic protagonist destined for greatness. If there's anything you need, just tell me in person. I'm at a villa in the suburbs of Shanghai right now. I'll give you the address, and you can take a taxi over right away, understand? After Master Qin Feng finished speaking and gave Chen Yan his address, he hung up the phone. Upon hearing this news, Chen Yan was overjoyed. After so many days, he finally had a chance to turn things around. Why do I say that? Because my master has intervened. In Chen Yan's mind, his master, Taoist Qin Feng, is an omnipotent being. There is nothing in this world that Master Qin Feng cannot do if he takes action. Even if someone dies, Master Qin Feng has a way to bring them back to life, but the price to pay is quite high. Following the address given by Master Qin Feng, Chen Yan quickly arrived at the villa where Master Qin Feng was located. As soon as Chen Yan arrived at the villa, he saw a familiar person. Wasn't that his second senior sister, Wen Qingmei? Senior sister 1? What are you doing here? Chen Yan said in surprise. Chen Yan? You still have the nerve to show your face here. Wen Qingmei was surprised that Chen Yan dared to appear in front of her, and she immediately prepared to take action. However, just as she was about to take action, she suddenly remembered that Master Qin Feng had said that Chen Yan was only a suspect, and the specifics had not yet been clarified. Thinking of this, Wen Qingmei immediately stopped. Senior sister 1. What do you want? We've only met for less than a minute and you already want to spar with me. Chen Yan said awkwardly. Back when we were in the Divine Doctor sect, my second senior sister always liked to spar with me. As a result, she always ended up getting beaten up. Later on, as Chen Yan became more powerful, Wen Qingmei became unwilling to spar with him. This caused Chen Yan to lose his chance for revenge, but he did not hold a grudge. Just met? Senior sister Chen, are you sure? Wen Qingmei was somewhat surprised. She and Chen Yan had clearly met just a few days ago, so why did it seem like they hadn't seen each other for a long time? Moreover, the Chen Yan in front of me is not the same as the one I saw before. Chen Yan, who arrived first, was arrogant and shameless, like a devilish monster. The Chen Yan before them was nowhere to be seen, on the contrary, he even looked somewhat disheveled. Wen Qingmei could smell a foul odor emanating from Chen Yan, as if he hadn't showered for days. This person's demeanor is completely different from the one I've seen before. What exactly is going on? Could it be that, as Master said, someone is impersonating junior brother Chen? Wen Qingmei found it hard to believe, but the Chen Yan she had seen back then was exactly the same as the Chen Yan she saw now, and she had never doubted her own eyes. She firmly believed that her eyes were the ruler, and could not possibly be wrong. But now, she hesitated. Senior sister 1, what's wrong? Chen Yan was a little curious. Why was Wen Qingmei so surprised to see him? Was it strange that he was here? Junior brother Chen, what were you doing 3 days ago? Wen Qingmei asked. 3 days ago, I was hiding in the alleys. You had no idea, senior sister 1. I've had a really tough time lately. Chen Yan told Wen Qingmei about his tragic experience. Wen Qingmei was surprised to hear it, not expecting that Chen Yan had gone through such a thing. It's alright, You can go in now. Your master has been waiting for you inside for a long time. Although Chen Yan said that, when Xingmei still did not dispel her doubts. She even suspected that Chen Yan might have two personalities, and that the one that had just appeared was the kind personality. However, all of this was beyond his control, since his master had intervened. Chen Yan continued forward and arrived at the room where Taoist Qin Feng was. Come in. Before Chen Yan could even knock on the door, Master Qin Feng had already sensed something was amiss. Master. It's been so long. I missed you so much. Wah-ah. When Chen Yan pushed open the door and saw Master Qin Feng, he was so excited that he almost cried. A savior. An absolute savior. In the past, I was afraid of Master Qin Feng because he was always very strict with me. Therefore, Chen Yan didn't like Qin Feng Taoist very much in the past and wished he could stay away from him. The moment when Master Qin Feng announced that he could go down the mountain to gain experience was the happiest moment of his life. But now his joy has surpassed that of before. He has had such a hard time these past few days. Now that his most beloved master has made a move, his good days are finally about to begin. Chapter 122, Preparing for Revenge. You brat! You still dare to show your face. Upon seeing Chen Yan appear, Master Qin Feng immediately cursed, but there was no blame in his eyes. I suppose you know why I've come, right? Master Qin Feng took a sip of tea and then began to observe Chen Yan's facial expressions. Master! You must have come because of senior sister Jiang. But it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't kill anyone. I just gently pushed that person, and she died. This is completely illogical. Someone must be framing me. Chen Yan recounted everything that had happened to Master Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Master Qin Feng immediately showed his anger. After all, according to Chen Yan, this is a blatant injustice. Especially that Xiao Hong, who blatantly slandered Chen Yan, claiming he wanted to have sex with her. That's incredibly audacious. Chen Yan has no grudge against her, so why is she treating him like this? How do you explain what happened at Rennie Medical Clinic? Master Qin Feng didn't realize Chen Yan was lying and continued to ask. What is it? Chen Yan was completely bewildered. He had clearly explained the whole story. Are you still pretending? Was it you who burned down Rennie Medical Clinic and massacred your fellow disciples there a few days ago? Master Qin Feng slammed his hand on the table, his eyes fixed on Chen Yan. The immense pressure he exerted almost made Chen Yan gasp for breath. Master! I'm innocent. I've been wandering the streets for the past few days and haven't been to any clinic at all. No, Master. You said the clinic was burned down? And it was me? How is that possible? Chen Yan was extremely surprised. He never expected things to turn out this way. What else could it be? This is what your senior sister Wen told me herself. Do you think she would slander you? Master Qin Feng said in an annoyed tone. I'm innocent. Master. This matter really has nothing to do with me. A few days ago, I met a woman with a special physique at a banquet. I wanted to have her, but I failed and got injured. That day, because I unleashed my potential, my strength has decreased significantly over the past few days. How could I possibly do what senior sister Wen mentioned? Chen Yan revealed the traces from back then. The secret technique he used to enhance his strength had side effects. Once used, there will be a 3-day grace period. If forceful or violent actions are taken during this time, it will have a significant impact on his future development. Therefore, Chen Yan has been behaving very well these past few days, showing absolutely no desire to make a move. Upon seeing the marks on Chen Yan's body, Taoist Qin Feng immediately understood that someone must have framed Chen Yan. If it weren't for the secret technique I taught Chen Yan, I almost would have believed those people. I understand. My dear disciple, it seems we really have wronged you in this matter. Master Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't confronted Chen Yan, he would have really thought that Chen Yan was the murderer. He never expected that it was all a misunderstanding. Qingmei, come out. You heard everything, didn't you? Your junior brother Chen is innocent. Upon hearing Master Qin Feng's voice, Wen Qingmei, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, also came in. She looked at Chen Yan with a slightly apologetic expression. She really didn't expect that someone was actually slandering Chen Yan. It has to be said, the person behind this is truly despicable. They even managed to deceive her. Junior brother Chen. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you about this. It's all my fault for reporting the matter without investigating it thoroughly. Wen Qingmei felt extremely guilty. If she hadn't failed to investigate thoroughly, how could things have turned out this way? Senior sister. This isn't your fault. After learning the whole story, Chen Yan was shocked. The methods of the person behind this were just too amazing. This was the first time he had ever seen someone in the world who could imitate him exactly like he was. Even my own senior sister Wen was deceived. Fortunately, the secret technique for activating my potential can only be used by me. Otherwise, I would be in a real mess. Junior brother Chen. Since it's all a misunderstanding, then your senior sister can rest assured. I'll explain it to your senior sister Jiang then, and I think she'll be very happy. Senior sister Wen smiled. By the way, senior sister Wen, how is senior sister Jiang doing now? Is she all right? Chen Yan asked with concern. He knew that there was only a misunderstanding between him and Jiang Wei. The one who really harmed them was the woman named Xiaohong who was next to Jiang Wei. So he doesn't dislike Jiang Wei, he just doesn't like Xiaohong. He still has feelings for Jiang Wei. Don't worry. Jiang Wei is doing well. She's staying at the Qin family's house now. During this time, it has been young Master Qin of the Qin family who has been taking care of her. Wen Qingmei spoke up. The Qin family. Chen Yan nodded. He knew about the Qin family, they were the #1 family in Shanghai. He had heard about the Qin family recently. He also knew that the Qin family had been hunting him down for some time, which he guessed was all thanks to Jiang Wei. I'll definitely demand compensation when the time comes. Although it was all a misunderstanding, the Qin family had made him look bad during this time, and he was going to settle the score with them. My dear disciple, now that I'm here, I certainly won't let you suffer any more injustice. Today, I'll solve some problems for you. After this, everything else is up to you. Master Qin Feng stroked his white beard. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan was overjoyed. With Taoist Qin Feng backing him up, what was there to be afraid of? The first family he wanted to settle scores with was the Lin family. He wanted to raise the Lin family to the ground and then snatch Lin Yan ran away in front of Lin Xiaoxiong. Next up is the Zhou family, and Zhou Siyu, whom he won't let go either, since that woman has a special constitution. And then there's Qin Feng. Although he doesn't know Qin Feng's true identity yet, he'll definitely find out once he goes to the Zhou family. Afterwards, the master and apprentice set off for the Lin family. Wen Qingmei also told Jiang Wei the good news, explaining that it was all a misunderstanding. Young Master Qin, look at this. Upon receiving Wen Qingmei's message, Jiang Wei did not immediately open it. Instead, following Qin Feng's instructions, she first gave the message to Qin Feng. What's wrong? Qin Feng was drinking tea when he suddenly heard Jiang Wei calling him. My senior sister wrote to me. Chapter 123, Chen Yan is coming. Jiang Wei handed the letter to Qin Feng unopened. She did not open it. Qin Feng took the letter, opened it, and was surprised by its contents. Young Master Qin, has something serious happened? Jiang Wei asked in surprise. Yes, there's definitely a big problem. And a very big one at that. Qin Feng thought for a while and then started talking nonsense. According to your senior sister Wen's information, your master has found Chen Yan, and after learning about Chen Yan's behavior, he has decided to protect Chen Yan. Qin Feng spoke without hesitation, and Jiang Wei was incredulous after hearing it. One dared to speak, and the other dared to believe. How could this be? Jiang Wei felt disheartened. She never expected that her master, Chen Yan, who was paralyzed on one side, would be paralyzed to this extent. Despite Chen Yan's actions of harming his fellow disciples, Master Qin Feng still chose to protect him. What? Chen Yan's life is his life, but the lives of the disciples of Rini Medical Hall are not? At this moment, Jiang Wei was utterly disappointed with the Divine Doctor sect, and then she made a surprising decision. Young Master Qin, from today onwards, I am officially leaving the Divine Doctor sect. From now on, I am a member of the Qin family. Jiang Wei said with a firm look in her eyes. Oh? Are you sure you want to do this? If you do, you'll truly be betraying your sect. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised, not expecting Jiang Wei to make such a decision. You have to understand, the Divine Doctor sect is her home. A place where she has lived for over 20 years. As a result, Jiang Wei left as soon as she said she would. Isn't that a bit too easy? Of course, Qin Feng also knew that all of this was because of his interference, which led to the current situation. I'm sure. Their actions have disappointed me greatly. Since they think I'd betrayed my sect, then I might as well really betray my sect. Jiang Wei gave a bitter smile. Since that's how it is, then she'll just do as they wish. Isn't this the result they wanted to see? Alright, since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. From today onwards, you are a member of the Qin family. From now on, you will take my surname and I will call you Qin Wei. How about that? Qin Feng spoke up. Okay. From today onwards, my name will be Qin Wei. Qin Wei nodded. The name Jiang Wei was given to her by Taoist Qin Feng back then. Now that she is no longer a member of the Divine Doctor sect, she is naturally no longer called Jiang Wei. Alright, so how do you plan to deal with the people from the Divine Healer sect? They treated you like this, they should pay some price, right? Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Kill them. Especially Chen Yan, I will personally kill this damned demon. Qin Wei gritted her teeth. She hated Chen Yan to the point of gritting her teeth. Alright. In that case, I'll help you. Wait here for me, and I'll bring Chen Yan's head back to you. Qin Feng pinched Qin Wei's smiling face, his eyes filled with a hint of doting. Thank you, young Master Qin, you're so kind. Qin Wei was deeply moved. She felt that meeting Qin Feng in this life was a blessing she had earned. When something happens, he's really going to step up. Good boy. Don't forget, you're a member of the Qin family now. Since they've bullied you, it's only natural that I, as the boss, have to take action. Qin Feng smiled, then put the letter he had just received into his pocket and left the Qin family. Watching Qin Feng's departing figure, Qin Wei felt a mix of emotions. She really wanted to help, but if she went there with her strength, she would only cause trouble. Your Majesty, the prey has appeared. Are you ready? Qin Feng arrived before Yama. In that case, let's set off. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yan Luo's gaze also became serious. Regardless of the conflict between Master Qin Feng and Qin Feng, he was filled with anticipation at the prospect of confronting such a legendary figure. At this very moment, Chen Yan, accompanied by Taoist Qin Feng, swaggered into the Lin family's gate. You brat! It's you again. How did you get out last time? Have you forgotten? The bodyguard at the door recognized Chen Yan immediately. Wasn't this the Chen Yan who had been scolded and driven away a few days ago? I never expected him to have the audacity to show up here. Ha! Last time, if my senior sister hadn't stopped me, I would have torn your mouths to shreds. Of course, it's not too late now. Chen Yan sneered, and then, to the bodyguard's astonishment, Chen Yan delivered a double peak ear-piercing blow. In just 1 second, the bodyguard was dead beyond any hope of survival. This time, Chen Yan's eyes were filled with rage. He wanted to vent all the anger he had accumulated over the past few days on the Lin family. Oh no! Enemy attack! Quickly notify Grandpa and the others. Seeing this, the other bodyguard immediately fired back, but Chen Yan was so fast that the bullets couldn't hit him at all. Faced with such a monster, the bodyguard had no choice but to use his trump card. Of the 36 stratagems, the best is to flee. Unfortunately, Chen Yan did not give him a chance to escape. As a silver needle flew, the bodyguard fell to the ground. Fortunately, the news still got out, and Shadow was secretly monitoring the area. Lord Ing! What should we do? That Chen Yan is so fierce. Can we beat him? Lin Xiaoxiang was stunned when he saw the footage of Chen Yan going on a killing spree on the surveillance camera. Chen Yan's strength is in no way inferior to Ye Chen's back then. One scar is enough to give the Lin family a hard time, let alone Ye Chen, who is many times stronger than Scar. Patriarch Lin, there's no need to worry. Chen Yan is not someone we need to take seriously. The most crucial thing is the old man behind him, that's the most troublesome one. Ying's eyes were fixed on Master Qin Feng in the monitor. The other person stood with his hands behind his back, coldly observing everything before him, as if the things of this world had nothing to do with him. This person gave her a dangerous feeling. Even through the surveillance camera, Ying could feel the other person's powerful aura. That was definitely not something she could defeat. Even if she risked her life, she could not kill it. This person is absolutely terrifying, many times more terrifying than Ye Chen or anyone else. This person is the one who saved me back then. Lin Xiaoxiang recognized the other party's identity. To his surprise, the other party's appearance had not changed much in the past 20 years. Is this really something a human could do? No wonder Shadow said the opponent was troublesome. Only those who know him understand how terrifying he is. Chapter 124, Chen Yan, who has gone mad with killing. According to the plan, you can leave first. I'll hold them off, the young master will be here soon. The film crew sent all the core members of the Lin family, including Lin Qingqing, into an extended Rolls-Royce. Be careful. Lin Qingqing looked at Ying with concern. Hearing Lin Qingqing's concern, Ying was taken aback. After spending the past few days together, Ying no longer harbored much malice towards Lin Qingqing. Even when Lin Qingqing asked her questions, she would answer them very patiently. Don't worry. I'll be fine, as long as you're alright. Ying had an indescribable feeling in her heart, even though she had only ever loved Qin Feng before. Now, because of Lin Qingqing's appearance, she seems to have awakened something strange. Of course, that has nothing to do with Lily's, it's just that she has acquired human emotions. Inside the Lin family manor, Chen Yan was already wreaking havoc. The Lin family's bodyguards were no match for him at all. No matter what methods they used to attack Chen Yan, he could easily turn the tables and kill them. Chen Yan truly made killing as easy as eating and drinking. No one could last more than 3 seconds against him. In just a few minutes, the Lin family manor was littered with corpses. The Lin family manor, which was bustling and joyful during the day, is now like a living hell, filled with screams, and the air is thick with the smell of blood. You monster! I'll fight you to the death. A bodyguard, strapped with explosives, suddenly rushed out while Chen Yan was killing the others. His best friends had all been killed by this man in front of him, and at this moment, he didn't want to live anymore. With a loud boom, as an explosion rang out, everyone else looked on with surprise at the billowing smoke. Did we succeed? Did we really kill that monster? Of course. How could any carbon-based life form withstand such an explosion? Exactly. He's not some superhero, how could he possibly survive an explosion like that? Just as everyone was celebrating, the thick smoke dissipated, and Chen Yan's figure stood prominently in the middle. At this moment, he appeared before everyone like a god of war, accompanied by the law of no harm from smoke. Although his strength was not as great as Ye Chen's before, he could not emerge unscathed from such an explosion. But he has a great mentor. The explosion was completely blocked by Master Qin Feng, and Chen Yan was not injured at all. How is this possible? This can't kill him. Is he even human? Wasn't it said that no carbon-based life form could withstand such an explosion? What's going on? What else could it be? It means he's not human. Let's run. This guy is practically invincible. The Lin family's bodyguards were already showing signs of fear. Damn it, even a bomb exploding at such close range couldn't kill Chen Yan. How were they supposed to deal with him? What's the point of fighting? Just surrender. What's the game? Why are you running? Even if we run, will he let us go? Haven't you realized it yet? This guy came here to kill us to vent his anger. Even if we run, he won't let us go. Instead of running away, we might as well take a gamble. Wang Meng emerged from the crowd, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. Besides Wang Meng, Ying also appeared. Upon seeing the two of them, the Lin family members immediately became less tense. Director Wang. Lord Ying. You finally arrived. This guy is inhuman. He killed more than 20 of us, and there wasn't even a speck of dust left. Someone said with trepidation. You're Chen Yan. Wang Meng looked at Chen Yan. Although he had seen this guy in photos before, there was a big difference between the photos and the real person. That's right, I am Chen Yan. May I ask who you are? Chen Yan looked at Wang Meng with curiosity, but of course, what attracted him most was the shadow. He had never seen such a beautiful being before. The figure before him was countless times more beautiful than his senior sister. Although she did not show her face, her perfect figure and body were enough to make him fantasize. How could a woman with a figure like that be an ordinary person? I never expected the Lin family to have such a beauty hidden inside. Isn't she much prettier than Lin Yanran and the like? Chen Yan licked his lips. He had changed his mind. He didn't want Lin Yanran anymore. This woman in front of him was clearly more charming than Lin Yanran. My name is Wang Meng, and I am the director of the Shanghai Security Bureau. You have the right to arrest me for blatantly killing people here. I'm giving you a chance now. Surrender now and you'll still have a chance. Wang Meng immediately showed his identification. Master Qin Feng was also shocked to see this scene, because he discovered that Wang Meng's identity was actually real. My good disciple, this guy must be killed, and the matter must be dealt with thoroughly. Master Qin Feng reminded him. Wang Meng's identity is somewhat sensitive, killing him would be tantamount to going against the entire security system of the Dragon Kingdom. Even he will face some trouble at that time, so it must be dealt with thoroughly. I see. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's expression turned serious. He could also see that Wang Meng was different from the previous people. This person was quite formidable. However impressive it may be, in his eyes, it was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. Although Wang Meng's strength was boosted, his physique was only 100 points, which was far inferior to Chen Yan's. Since you won't listen to reason, don't blame me for making you suffer the consequences. At Wang Meng's command, the Security Bureau's Special Operations Team immediately launched an attack on Chen Yan. These are all elites from the Security Bureau. The people inside are hand-picked from among the Bureau's ordinary personnel. They belong to the elite of the Security Bureau. With his own training, everyone here is now capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. In addition, they have extensive combat experience and excellent teamwork. In Ye Chen's script, Wang Meng's Special Forces team also clashed with Ye Chen. Even with Ye Chen unarmed, they managed to suppress him for a time. Even Ye Chen was suppressed, let alone Chen Yan, whose strength was not as great as Ye Chen's. In an instant, Chen Yan was actually suppressed and put on the defensive. I'm going to kill you all. Annoyed, Chen Yan unleashed his potential, ready to teach them a lesson. Just then, two figures appeared at the Lin family's door. Chapter 125, A Just Gang Fight. How dare you touch my people? Did you even get my permission? Just as Chen Yan was about to explode, Qin Feng arrived with Yan Luo. They arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Qin Feng appear, both Ying and Wang Meng showed expressions of surprise and delight. Great! Young Master Qin is here. We're saved. Young Master Qin can even kill Ye Chen. Taking down this guy in front of us should be no problem at all. Everyone said excitedly. It's you! You're Qin Feng. When Chen Yan saw Qin Feng, he immediately recognized him as the guy who had beaten him up at the Zhou family's house before. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Chen Yan was immediately flooded with some unpleasant memories. The memory of being brutally beaten that day was still vivid in his mind, and thinking about it made him hesitate. My dear disciple, what's going on? Master Qin Feng spoke again. This was the first time he had ever seen Chen Yan with such an expression, as if Qin Feng in front of him were some kind of monster. Master, it's this guy. He's the one who injured me that day at the Zhou family's house. This guy is very strong. I'm no match for him, even if I activate my potential. Chen Yan was terrified. Seeing Qin Feng had given him a mental block. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, twice shy. Qin Feng had only beaten him once, but he was already afraid. Although he is the protagonist destined by fate, he is only someone who was going down the mountain for the first time to gain experience. He had never experienced any setbacks before, but Qin Feng's actions completely overwhelmed him. Qin Feng, why does that name sound so familiar? Master Qin Feng suddenly remembered that when Qing Mei had mentioned this matter to him. It seems that the arrest warrant for Chen Yan was issued by Qin Feng, right? And considering his relationship with Jiang Wei that day, it seemed that Qin Feng was present every time, and in that instant, Master Qin Feng seemed to understand something. So it was you. You were behind all of this. Qin Feng pointed at Qin Feng, realizing that Qin Feng was very likely the mastermind behind all of this. Even if it wasn't, Qin Feng still had a significant connection with the other party. Old comrade, do we know each other that well? You think I'm the one who orchestrated everything? I have no idea what you're talking about. And you? I really didn't expect that you would dare to show up again after we parted ways at the Zhou family's house last time. What, didn't I beat you up badly enough that day? You still dare to show your face. Qin Feng looked at Chen Yan with a cold smile, and the latter's expression immediately turned as if he had eaten shit. Ha ha ha. Young Master Qin is awesome. I didn't expect young Master Qin to have beaten this kid up before. Look at his expression, it's like he ate shit. It's hilarious. Those present also started mocking him. As expected of the villains, their mockery enraged Chen Yan. Qin Feng. So it was you? You did all of this. You're the one who instructed Xiaohong to slander me, and you're also the one who framed me for murder. You ruined my plans at the Zhou family that day, didn't you? You did all of this, didn't you? Chen Yan said loudly. That's right, I did it. Congratulations, you answered correctly, but there's no reward. Qin Feng sneered. I'm going to kill you. Chen Yan unleashed his full power and charged towards Qin Feng. Blinded by rage, he no longer cared about anything else. Qin Feng. I failed to beat you last time. This time, if you've got the guts, let's settle this with a real man's one-on-one duel. Do you dare? This time, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And then beat you into the shit. Chen Yan said angrily. Alright, since you're so eager to play, let's go. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Qin Feng smiled slightly, showing no fear whatsoever. Go to hell. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, Chen Yan suddenly launched a sneak attack. Holy crap! This is outrageous. The protagonist actually launched a sneak attack? Isn't the protagonist supposed to be the most reasonable person? Qin Feng was stunned. It seemed that Chen Yan had been somewhat corrupted by him. Ding! The protagonist of Destiny, Chen Yan, has begun his descent into darkness. Host reward, 5,000 points. Once the protagonist Chen Yan completely turns to the dark side, he will lose his identity as the protagonist. Please kill him as soon as possible. Wow, you can do that? Looks like I can't keep you here. Qin Feng was taken aback, not expecting such a rule. In that case, Chen Yan, please set off. Of course, he had already planned to take care of Chen Yan right here. Faced with Chen Yan's attack, Qin Feng just smiled slightly. He was stronger than before. Chen Yan couldn't beat him before, so he shouldn't even think about it now. Moreover, this isn't a one-on-one fight, but a righteous 30 against 1. Indeed, Qin Feng directly employed his righteous gang-up skills. Men, charge. It's time to unleash our righteous gang-up skills. Ing, Wang Meng, Lin family bodyguards, Security Bureau Special Forces team, and 30 other people had surrounded Chen Yan at this moment. Qin Feng. You son of a bitch, didn't we agree on a one-on-one duel? You broke your promise. Chen Yan was shocked. How could Qin Feng be so shameless? Credit? I don't believe your mother's ass. If you're going to gang up on me, why would I want to fight you one-on-one? Do you think I'm an idiot? Qin Feng sneered. Qin Feng. You bastard. You broke your promise. Chen Yin was already no match for Qin Feng, and now he was surrounded by so many people, so he was quickly beaten black and blue. Get angry? What's the use of getting angry? You'll still get beaten into a pulp by me. I'll whip you into a spinning top. Qin Feng slapped Chen Yan hard across the face, making his face swell up like a watermelon. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slapping the protagonist of Destiny. Reward, 500 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slapping the protagonist of Destiny once again. Reward, 1000 points. Ding! The protagonist's mentality has collapsed. Reward, 5000 points. Why, host, please stop hitting me. No matter how much you hit me, you won't get any more points. This is the last 5000 points, please accept them. Qin Feng? System, are you crazy? Wasn't I hitting Chen Yan? Why do I feel like you're the one crying? He's not even crying, why are you crying? Qin Feng thought to himself. Seeing his beloved disciple being bullied, Master Qin Feng couldn't sit still any longer. He never expected Qin Feng to be so shameless, actually letting Chen Yan take on 30 of his people by himself. Shouldn't this be settled with a fair one-on-one duel? Is Qin Feng even a man? Just as Master Qin Feng was about to make a move, Yama stepped in front of him. Sorry, you'll have to get past me first if you want to pass. Yama stretched and looked at Master Qin Feng, getting into a fighting stance. Author's closing remarks, a few complaints. I don't know why, but this book isn't getting any traffic. The book testing is over, but there's still no traffic. I'm really at my wit's end. This is the best book I've ever written, with a maximum of 100,000 words to read, but it still doesn't get any traffic. I don't understand, I can't figure it out. I've tried so many things, like revising the plot and promoting the book, but I just can't do it right. I'm really tired. I've been updating continuously for so long, and this month and last month combined, I've written a total of 600,000 words. It's really tiring, so this book will have to end here. Maybe it's because I'm overconfident. This book looks good in terms of data, but it's not getting any traffic or making any progress. I don't know what to do. It's not that I don't want to update, my purpose in writing novels is to make money, not to write out of love or passion. How can I write out of love without money? This book only costs 3 yuan a day now, which is more than I earn running errands for others. I'm in my 20s now, and I don't have any special skills. My only skills are writing novels and playing video games. Although my family doesn't need me to support them and they all have jobs, I don't want to keep relying on them. The CS incident a few days ago also affected me. Fortunately, I perfectly avoided the apocalypse, but I only lost 16,000. Now I'm down 7,000, and I haven't sold. I've been under a lot of emotional stress lately. Ugh. I really don't understand. Why is this book doing so well in terms of stats, but it's getting no traffic? I really need to look into this properly. The direction for my next book is post-apocalyptic, with a protagonist who is a bit evil and twisted, and the theme is zombies. I need to research this theme. Overall, it will still be a system villain setting. I'm slowly writing the outline. Next, I will take some time to reflect. Any talk about retiring from writing before was just a pessimistic statement. My girlfriend told me today not to be discouraged, to take it slow, and that she would always support me. She said I should just tell her if I needed money. I'm really grateful to have such a good girlfriend who has always supported me. I also want to thank some of my readers and fans, such as Qing Li's Jinfei. I don't know if you are my true fan, but you are always the first to ask for updates, which I remember very well. Also, thank you to everyone who sent me gifts. To be honest, I haven't received many gifts. The total gift revenue from my novel, which has over 1 million words, is less than 500. I haven't even received many gifts out of love. Maybe it's because my writing is bad. Sigh, I don't know what to say anymore. I'm just venting my frustrations. I hope everyone will have a better and better future, whether it's playing games or working, everything will go smoothly. Play King of Glory and get a winning streak in ranked matches until you reach the top spot, play Peacekeeper Elite and get chicken dinners every day. Double your CS gear, reach Demon King rank soon, and get into Tianlu youth training. Wishing you all great prosperity and good fortune. The end.